Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain. But when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop days decayed, study how we move. Rap for world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann. Spitting bars, connected to the flame that ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain. But when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Hey.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even be hot in the White House to see. Jim Crow laws, redline the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future. Just hands and you come here and give our legacy a why then cause we with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil and the root. You not no branch on our tree and unproductive people always hate me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. We built this time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole ton? So the energy style was discussing its whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land paid for in
And bless rain.
come into a house we
It's our soil on us.
Black America, so leave.
All don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies like just like home.
All don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies back just like home.
yeah. Fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go. Birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far away from here. Fly a little birdies. Fly a little bird, so fly a little birdies fly far from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly, far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our day is strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of American. We making that pain and grace. You can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundation. No Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace. And now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage. Can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done. It's the revival. We guard the gate. It's about survival. We FBA. Say it proud. Say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black American. Still we stand. Still we fight. Still we demand. Every block. Every song. We've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cake. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smiling in force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel no vibe we built. Don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced today. We're running a little bit late, ladies and gentlemen, and the air date of this episode is Tuesday, July 21st, 2026.
It's what it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen. Learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our co-access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag red, black, and gold stood. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. Forge every inch, earn every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and knocking shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny, y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill, fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging that BAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you agent type, with a prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Like that? Don't care. No.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics. And then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country.
Resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
All right, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex. The easiest businesses roots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with our other host, Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent, and we're joined with our brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, in the building. Salute to both of y'all. And on this season 6, episode 35, Trade 5, Part Trade, continuation, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Part 2, and that is the soul classics they banned from radio, 1970s civil rights history, Black empowerment era history. We're repeating this. we're repeating this because Shabaka missed it yesterday. So we're going to do a rewind for Shabaka. Then we got Tariq Nasheed destroys Pan-Africans' false history claims. Are FBA's mean to Caribbean people? Nolan Wells' mother
that's the
speaks.
joint. That's the joint that I was on, Jesse, on that Pan African. You can hear me speaking at the end.
Okay, bet. We're going to play the whole thing. And then we got Nolan Wells' mother speaks out after receiving hate mail before his funeral.
Lock and
Sharpton,
load.
$50,000 for tips on the death of Nolan Wells. Black gamer can't understand why them folks are crying to be a part of her space for black people. Man arrested after setting fire to NYC's ICE building. The U.S. has had a major power outage every month in 2026. He ran off with 250K. Gruesome Newsom can't keep getting away with this. How a black team exposed the NBA's racist secret. It's the FBI running a COINTELPRO operation against FBA delineation. And if we have time, our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, Colorado, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. Please, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancements, we're going to be having a special edition today now, since it's Wednesday now. So make sure y'all check that out. It's based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2-3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Seriously need y'all to sub up to that just in case I try to take Frontline Black News down again. We have backup. Then we got my personal page, Justin Parrish, aka and Kruma. Make sure y'all sub up to that so y'all be abreast of what's happening here in Denver politics, as far as the Denver City Council, the Aurora City Council, the community events. Just attended the punk ass mayor's State of the City address. And then we got the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. Then we got Ladies backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that channel as well, Seduction Doll 5991. She needs 3 more subscribers, and then she'll be able to go live on that YouTube channel. So let's make it happen tonight. We got 5 people watching. She should be at 52 subscribers. Then we got Lady Chase back, main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check out the RBA, The Revolutionary Agenda. She dropped one last week. She should be dropping another one this week. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. We got to get Shabaka to 50 subscribers. Shabaka needs 6 more subscribers. So those that are tapping in, if you could please do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button for Jeanette 1, which is in the description, so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to Cuz channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello, to be exact. And he used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News. And he's now doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother who's with us right now, my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega Breeze. Make sure y'all check out Breeze Omega on YouTube. Are you going to be dropping your Wednesday mixtape?
Oh Breeze. Yeah, we're gonna get in today with the Wednesday slide. Yeah. We're gonna slide up in there.
So make sure y'all sub up to our brother Breeze channel. Then we got our brother from another mother, Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California. is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to our brother Church of Black Power.
Word up. Salute to Church. He came on last night. We was on there last night chopping it. Well, early this morning chopping it up.
Oh,
well,
bet.
early yesterday morning.
All right.
This is another morning.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I apologize. for
Yeah, I'm
running.
still on yesterday's time, y'all. It's 11:19 where I'm at, man.
Yeah, we running about 90 minutes to 2 hours late. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all check him out as well. He's out to DMV. And our brother's been around for a decade plus, and he actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So salute to Torian. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He's at 77,000 subscribers. Let's get him there.
Don't run up on Torian either, nigga. That nigga brolic. I'm telling y'all.
Right. And then we got Honorable Mentions, Black Alpha Network. He was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out. Our brother out the Shy, Afro Elite. Our sister Lisa Cabrera. Our brother Jason Black. Our other brother, Professor Black Truth. Who else? Vicky Dillard, our sister Vicky Dillard. Uncle Phil. Anybody that's part of the New Black Media, make sure y'all subscribe to the New Black Media channels. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to his channel is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. Then we also got the link to the FBA threat database that our brother has also created. Make sure y'all check that out. The link to submit a business or area where it's not safe for FBAs is in the description. Then we got the B1 Rolodex link itself. And then we got our brother Church's Freeman Reparations Party merch. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. And that change.org petition link is in the description. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now. So make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, NYC, BK to be exact. And the link to her backup channel, Brooks, is also in the description. And the link to her Even Melanin is also in the description. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that white supremacist Nabisco, Chet the Bussy, Chet the Builder.
As well as he should have.
Equally. So make sure y'all donate to our brothers GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the Damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. The change.org petition that Dr. Randy Short put together. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for that. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate on the ballot for House District 8, Colorado State House District 8, or House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out. Lady Che has added some new additions to it, so it's going to be looking real nice. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists, Black family, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fellow Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit the like and subscribe button. All right, so I do apologize, my family running about 90 minutes late because I was at the punk ass mayor State of the City address, and I actually got to talk to the mayor, the former mayor. Oh, punk ass Hancoon, remember him, Shabaka?
Yeah, man, you should have tell him I told him to go fuck himself, man. From Shabaka Sankor.
And yeah, that was interesting. So yeah, that's why we're running late, but we're here now. So the first topic is the topic Shabaka missed, and that is the soul classics they banned from the radio, 1970 civil rights history. Love the sound effects.
Wait, I can't hear Shabaka. I might gotta go out and come back in because I can't even hear Shabaka.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me now, Breeze?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out and come back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. So which means I'm sounding choppy. How am I sounding, Jay?
Slightly, Shabaka. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Okay, yeah. Mic check. How am I sounding? All right, how am I sounding?
You sound clear.
Okay. Okay. And then I got the damn air conditioning on in the background. Shit, man, it's still about 100 degrees out here now.
Oh shit, they got cooled off now. It's in the 70s. It was 100 degrees today. Okay, welcome back.
All right, now I can hear. Now I can hear Shabaka.
So before I get this started, can y'all guess?
Okay, Breeze, how you doing?
Can y'all
guess Shabaka?
Breeze and Shabaka.
Yeah, man.
Can y'all guess? Can y'all guess what songs were banned in the 1970s?
Yeah, I could tell you. The first one they banned was a song by Frida Payne called "Bring the Boys Home." Another song that was banned was by Edwin Starr called "War." Another song that they banned was by the Temptations called "Masterpiece."
Yep, that's on the list.
Yeah, and the reason why they did this is because they wanted us to keep us brain dead. You see what I'm saying?
Did
and then they want to put
the war. Did it all have to do
hell
with the
yeah,
war?
it did. Yeah, because conflict was very unpopular, and then that's when Muhammad refused to go. And then the white boys on my timeline was calling him a coward. And I told these Nabisco sun-dodging bastards, you go get off in the ring with him, and I bet you he'll make a coward out of you. So, you know, was called every kind of NGR, black SOB. Oh yeah, man, yeah. And I take great joy in watching these motherfuckers fry out here in this damn desert, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had sunburn before in my life.
Me either.
I remember when I used to.
Yeah, yes.
I've had it once.
Okay, what kind of a temperature was you in, Che?
115-degree heat.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's something else.
Okay. Yeah, but you know, just keep yourself hydrated, you know. And I really wish these sisters, man, would put some of that suntan lotion on, man, and go out there and glisten and look at that sweet chocolate.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so play this clip. It's gonna remind you
sir.
of your heyday.
Okay.
They called the police, and the man who wrote it spent the next 3 years watching his career disappear, not because the song was violent, not because it was obscene, but because it told the truth about what America was doing to its own people.
Sometimes they all look the same, ain't it?
That story is coming. But first, there are 9 others you need to hear. Welcome to R&B Wonders, the channel that goes behind the history books and into the heartbeat of Black American music, where the real stories live. Today, we're counting down 10 soul and R&B classics that radio stations refused to play during one of the most turbulent decades in American history. These weren't just songs. They were dispatches from the front lines, and somebody, somewhere, decided the people didn't need to hear them. Let's start the count. Number 10, compared to what? Les McCann and Eddie Harris.
Where's my God and where's my money?
I got that
Les
record by
McCann sat
Roberta
down at a
Flack.
piano at the Montreux Jazz Festival in 1969, and what came out was less a performance and more an indictment.
It's a crash distortion, unwed mothers.
The song had actually been written a few years earlier by Gene McDaniels, but nobody wanted to record it. Too raw, too angry, too honest about Vietnam, about poverty, about the men running the country. McCann and Harris recorded it live that night in Switzerland, and the recording caught fire in a way the studio never could have. It was jazz, but it hit like soul. It groaned and moaned and hollered. And when radio programmers heard the line about the president being out of touch with human suffering, stations across the South and Midwest simply refused to add it to rotation. It peaked at number 35 on the charts, impressive for an instrumental-driven jazz record, but it never got the mainstream radio push it deserved. It was too uncomfortable, too specific, too real. And here's what most people never knew.
Try to make it real compared to what?
Gene McDaniels, the man who wrote it, was quietly placed on an informal blacklist after writing 2 more protest songs later that year. He didn't record another album for nearly a decade. The song survived. The songwriter paid the price. Number 9, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. James Brown, 1968. James Brown recorded this in August 1968, 4 months after Martin Luther King Jr. was shot dead in Memphis. The country was on fire. James Brown knew it, and he decided the most political thing he could do was say out loud what Black America had been told for centuries it should be ashamed of. It number 1 on the R&B charts almost immediately, but white-owned pop radio stations largely refused to play it. The reasoning given was that it was divisive. Program directors said it made white listeners uncomfortable. Some stations went further, saying it was inflammatory.
I'm glad he made the motherfuckers uncomfortable. Who the fuck cares if they got uncomfortable?
Was that
We've
James
been
Brown had
uncomfortable
spent
for the
the night
last
after
400
King's
goddamn
assassination,
years.
literally walking the streets of Boston, pleading on television for people not to riot. He had arguably done more to prevent violence that week than any politician, and this was his reward. The song was protest without apology. History punished him for it in ways that didn't show up in the sales numbers.
That's Panther Town right
sales
there.
numbers were massive. What it cost him was crossover radio, mainstream festivals, the white audiences he'd been carefully courting for years. One song, and the door shut. He said it loud anyway. And 50 years later, it still rings. Number 7, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised.
Gil Scott Heron.
1970.
The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the...
Gil Scott Heron was 21 years old when he recorded this. 21.
You know what's funny,
and he had
though?
already seen enough of America
What's
to
that?
know exactly what he was looking at.
Because the revolution will not be
Just pause
televised,
it real
brother.
quick, Jesse.
The song was spoken word over percussion, not quite rap.
Hold on, Breeze. We got Sister Breeze and Sister Bianca in the building. Salute.
Oh,
Sister.
okay. Salute, Bianca.
Bianca, I don't feel like arguing with you tonight, sister.
No, what I was going to say, Jesse, that I found interesting is that this song was banned, but all of us had heard it by the time we were 15, 16 years of age.
Right.
Yeah.
I grew up singing that song when I was 5.
Yeah, our parents had somehow had that song, and we all heard that. I remember my mama playing that. They would play that during the barbecues when my mom would have these house parties, or what we would call them rent parties. To help
Exactly, rent raising parties, yeah. And they charged the admission to get in to pay the rent.
Remember them rent parties.
Yeah, my mama used to have parties like that all the time. Would make me and my brothers have to take all the furniture upstairs. Oh, we hated them times.
Yeah, yeah. Bree's house was the community house.
Yeah, I was
gonna have a house party.
Everybody was
Hey,
at
gonna
my
have a
crib.
house party. Boom, boom. Yeah.
So they banned that song, and
Right.
he didn't make the song until the Black Panther stepped to him.
Exactly. And then also too, the what the Black Panthers also did too. I'm saying this here for the sake of the audience. Newton and his boys took a detail down there to CBS and told Norman Lear's ass, man, you gonna get rid of that buffoon JJ shit. That's why one of the reasons why John Amos left that series. You see what I'm saying? And then they tell you that classic line in Hollywood, well, you'll never work in this town again. Bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Tinseltown is so goddamn fake. You know, it's pathetic.
Is JJ still alive? Because I know that nigga was living out here. That nigga was out here.
He making dumbass commercials now.
Yeah, he's about 78 years old.
He lived out here in Virginia, and I think he lived in Leesburg, because I've seen him. He got mad at us niggas when we was like, hey, Dynamite, my brother. He was like, fuck all that shit. I'm a
God damn,
that nigga told us he
bullshit.
was a thespian.
He was a what?
He told us he was a thespian. I was like, nigga, you ain't no Juilliard type nigga. Stop it. You was Dynamite, nigga. He was mad as shit at us. He had a white woman too.
Well, man, that's a Hollywood for you there, Breeze. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm gonna get back to the clip. Oh,
yeah.
Bree, shout out to Well. She's the one that pointed out the Black Panthers had a step up to James Brown.
Okay, yeah. All right.
So,
yeah, they did.
Not quite
Yeah,
poetry,
they sure in the hell
not
did.
quite jazz. Radio didn't know what to do with it, and that was before anyone even got to the content. But the content was the real problem.
There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block.
Scott Heron ran through a catalog of American consumer culture, television shows, brand names, diet fads, and systematically dismantled the idea that watching the news from your couch was the same thing as participating in change.
NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on Report from 20.
No program director was going to play that between commercials. The irony was too perfect. The accusation too direct. What made this even more painful in retrospect was what happened to Scott Heron personally.
Districts, the revolution will not be televised.
He spent the 1970s and 80s producing some of the most vital political music in America, fighting addiction along the way, watching artists who borrowed heavily from his blueprint become millionaires while he scraped.
There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay.
He was foundational to hip-hop. He never saw the financial return. He died in 2011, largely broke, in a New York City apartment. The revolution, as he predicted, was not televised, and neither was his legacy, not until it was too late for him to see it.
The rare earth, the revolution will not be televised.
Number 6, Ball of Confusion, The Temptations.
Confusion.
1970 Motown was a machine built for crossover
Revolution,
appeal.
air pollution,
Barry
gun
Gordy
control,
understood
sound of
white
soul.
radio. He understood white
These are all
audiences.
songs
He had
with
spent a
real
decade
messages.
engineering music that could walk through doors that had been built to
It's
keep
funny,
black artists
we all
out.
heard these so-called banned songs. If you were black,
So
you
when
heard
Norman
these
Whitfield
songs.
pushed the Temptations into psychedelic soul territory, electric guitars, hard-driving rhythms, politically charged lyrics about Vietnam and segregation and political hypocrisy, the label let it happen. And it worked.
All time high. Young folks walking
Ball of
around with their
Confusion
heads
hit
in the
number
sky.
3 on the pop
Cities
charts.
aflame
But
in
here's
the
what those chart numbers
summertime.
hit. Dozens of mid-market radio stations
And the beat
across the
goes
South and
on.
parts of the Midwest
Boom,
simply
boom, boom,
refused to add it.
boom, boom,
It wasn't banned
boom,
by any
boom,
formal
boom.
policy. Radio bans never were. They were quiet, unwritten, handled with a phone call, or a raised eyebrow, or a program director who just happened to lose the record.
There's Paul.
The Temptations were allowed to be popular. They were
Eddie
not allowed to be
Kendricks.
dangerous. And the moment their music started asking questions out loud, questions about why America was fighting a war it couldn't win, questions about why cities were
Think of
burning.
why
Because
Philip
Gatekeepers
Bailey is
Lyndon
the
decided the
only
Johnson
member
temptations
was
left
of
of
wife
Earth
Nickelback
on
loved
Fire.
stock
song.
and Bell Helicopters, and Bell Helicopters was getting blown up. It
David
was
Griffin
making
was
the money
already gone by
for him.
then. The group was fracturing. Ball of
Shabaka, did
confusion
you
caught
hear
a
me?
group in the middle of becoming
What's
something
that,
new,
I
Bianca?
said,
something
think
harder and
about
more
why Philip
honest.
Bailey
And
is
not
the only
everyone who
member
had
left
championed
of
them
Earth,
was
Wind,
ready to
and Fire.
follow.
Oh yeah.
Number 5, People Make the World Go Round, The Stylistics,
Stylistics, I had
1972.
that record. Hey, boom, 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 boom,
I
boom,
love this
boom,
The
song to this
Stylistics are
day.
boom,
remembered for
boom, boom,
soft,
I love
love,
it to
string
this
drenched
day.
ballads. You Make Me Feel Brand New, Betcha by Golly Wow. Beautiful,
A lot of
delicate,
these
emotionally
songs that are
perfect.
being played on here are on my natural playlist.
Yeah, we all
Which is
have grown
exactly
up
why
with
it
these
shocked
songs.
people when producer Tom Bell let them loose on something as pointed as People Make the World Go Round. The song cataloged urban suffering, rent collectors, unemployment, drug dealers, broken infrastructure, with the kind of specificity that sounded less like pop music and more like a newspaper. Over those sweeping Philly sound strings that should have made it radio friendly, it described a world where systems
You know how
failed
many
ordinary people
motherfuckers
every
sampled
single
that
day. Radio
Oh
largely ignored
yeah.
it, not with outrage, just with silence.
West Side Connection.
It was
World
the quiet
go
things. No
round, boom,
announcement, no
boom, boom.
controversy, just a record that didn't get added, didn't get spins, didn't get pushed. And the Stylistics, who had real commercial momentum at that point, never pushed back publicly.
Man, that's such a beautiful
They were a
song.
group managed carefully, positioned deliberately. The song became one of the great lost entries in the Philly Sound catalog. People who loved the
It
Stylistics
ain't
often
lost.
didn't know it
It's still
existed.
on my
That's what
playlist.
a
That's what
quiet
I'm
band
saying. It
does.
wasn't
It
lost.
doesn't make
I
the art
grew up
disappear.
hearing that
It
song.
just makes sure the next generation never finds it.
Right.
Number 3, Masterpiece, The Temptations.
Boom, boom, boom,
Oh,
boom, boom, boom.
yeah.
Tick, 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 tick.
By 1973,
I
The
heard these at
Temptations were
all my
Norman Whitfield's
barbecues my
canvas.
mama had.
And
Okay,
Whitfield had
but if
stopped
you really
caring
want
about
to
what
hear the
radio
cold
wanted.
cut of
Masterpiece was over
Masterpiece,
14
man,
minutes long on
get
the
Grover
album version.
Washington Jr. on the
Masterpiece
instrumental
was
with
a
it.
Cinematic
good one.
instrumental
Yeah.
that built like a storm moving across a flat landscape. When the words finally came, they described Black American life in the inner city with a panoramic
Oh,
sweep
they
that felt more
performed.
like a
I didn't
film than
never
a
know they
song.
performed on
Addicts,
Soul
con
Train.
men,
This
children,
song.
hustlers, mothers, preachers,
Yeah, they
the whole
performed
world
it,
of a single
Bianca. I
block
had the
laid
record.
out with
Well,
ache and
no, not
dignity.
on. No, I'm
Radio wouldn't
saying
play
I
the
didn't
full
know that
version.
they performed that song on Soul Train.
Yeah, they did. I
The
remember
edited
watching the
single was trimmed to
episode.
under 4 minutes and stripped of much of what made it extraordinary. Even that version struggled for consistent airplay in markets where the content made programmers nervous.
And the reason why they got rid of Soul Train is because Dick Clark tried to buy
What's
it and buy
heartbreaking is
out
Of
that by
Don
this
course,
point,
because he
Cornelius.
wanted it
Whitfield
to
and
be
the
the
Temptations were
Black
making some of
American
the most ambitious
Bandstand.
Black music ever put to tape.
And Don Cornelius
Nobody was
said,
doing
man,
anything
fuck
like
you.
it, and the commercial
Yeah.
apparatus that was supposed to carry music to the people kept cutting it down, trimming it, making it smaller, making it safer, making it
Yeah,
something it
because
was
the
never meant to
original
be.
version of it
The
is
album
like
version
about
of
20 minutes
Masterpiece is still
long.
waiting to be
Oh,
fully
yeah.
discovered by the
But it
generation
was
that would
all
love it
raw.
most.
Yeah, motherfuckers
Number
used to make
2,
long
Hell
ass
Up in
songs.
Harlem, Edwin Starr, 1974.
Yeah.
Edwin Starr had
Heard
already
that
survived
too.
war. That song, recorded for Motown in 1970, had become an anti-Vietnam anthem so massive that even the Pentagon noticed it.
That's right.
And look what they did to Frida Payne when she made that record
Starr had
called
proven
Bring the
that political
Boys
music
Home.
could be a hit. Then he went further. Hell Up in Harlem came out in 1974, and it didn't soften anything. It described the violence, poverty, and institutional abandonment of one of America's most famous neighborhoods with a fury that radio simply refused to accommodate.
There are 2 million names, but you know the game.
By this point, Starr had watched war pave a road he thought he could keep walking. He discovered the road had a gate. He left Motown not long after, Moved to England, where audiences treated him with a reverence he never quite found at home.
Yes.
He spent years performing in clubs and theaters across the UK, keeping a career alive through sheer force of talent, while
English
American
niggas
radio
gonna
pretended he'd
respect
never
it.
existed.
I feel like anybody outside
Edwin
of this
Starr died in
country gives us
2003
more
in
respect than what this
England. He
country
was
ever will.
59 years old. The obituaries mentioned war. They barely mentioned everything that came after it. The songs that got buried, the career that got pushed across an
Lady
ocean by an
J, what
industry
it
that
do,
only
my
wanted
G?
the parts of him that didn't ask too many questions. He asked anyway, and somewhere in Harlem, the people he was singing for already knew the answer. Number 1, Message from a Black Man, The Temptations.
That was a good one.
This is the one. This is the song that actually got people called into offices, that actually had stations receive letters, that actually made certain
I
program
remember this
directors pick up
song.
the phone and tell distributors not to
My
bother.
mama used to play it.
But that's no reason to hold me back.
That's a classic
Message from a
photo
Black
right
Man,
there.
written by Norman Whitfield and Barrett Strong, first recorded by the Temptations in 1969 for their Puzzle People album. The message of the song was simple and seismic. Black Americans were not going anywhere, not going to disappear, not going to be erased, not going to accept the terms the country had set. And that idea, delivered over a relentless building groove, with the Temptations' voices stacked like a wall of sound that wouldn't move, was apparently too much for certain corners of America to absorb. The song was quietly buried on the album.
I don't like doing that Obama shit. I don't like that shit.
No single push, no radio campaign. When Whitfield remade it 2 years later with The Undisputed Truth, a newer group he was shaping into an even more explicitly political outfit, the second version got a small single
Shabaka
release
had missed
that
it,
again
Lady
went
J.
largely unplayed by mainstream pop stations. But here is what makes this story different from every other story on this list. The song never stopped circulating. It moved through communities the way truth moves, person to person, hand to hand, mixtape to mixtape, decade to decade.
Yes.
By the time hip-hop arrived and producers began digging through soul records looking for samples and inspiration, Message from a Black Man was already a foundation stone. Its DNA is in records you know by heart.
And it's white. Does that make you right?
Norman Whitfield never got the recognition he deserved for the full scope of what he did in those years.
Exactly.
Barrett Strong, who co-wrote Money, That's What I Want, and I Heard It Through the Grapevine, and contributed to songs that generated hundreds of millions of dollars, spent decades in legal battles trying to secure royalties and credit that should have been his without argument. He won some of those battles. He lost years he couldn't get back. And the Temptations, who delivered that message with a ferocity that should have made them the most celebrated political band in American music history, are remembered mostly for My Girl, a beautiful song, but not the whole story. Not even close to the whole story. What radio band history kept. What the gatekeepers tried to bury, the music refused to stay buried. And what those songs said about America, about who was being seen and who was being ignored, about whose suffering counted and whose didn't. It wasn't revolutionary in the sense of being extreme. It was just the truth, plainly stated, clearly sung. And America, in 1971, was not yet ready to hear it on the radio. Some of us are still waiting.
Black is a color. Yes. So like Breeze was saying, these are all songs that we grew up on.
Yeah, basically. It's like, you know, you had barbecue, you had house parties. Your mama and them was playing these if they were
Yeah, the Temptations made a song called House Party.
They
Gonna
sure
have a
did.
house party.
Yeah. So these are iconic. That's why I said it's so funny that they're saying they were banned. Banned to whom? The overall public. But if you were black, you heard these songs. So they weren't apparently banned to us.
Always.
You know, maybe some niggas couldn't hear it. I don't know. But for the most of us, we had these records in our house. Our mother and father were playing them.
You heard that shit on the weekend, Saturday morning, cleated.
When
All
you gotta
weekend.
get up. You had to get up to
Oh,
clean
by the
this
way,
shit.
man, I
Shit,
want to
I
put
heard
this
I'll
here.
take you there every Saturday morning when it was time to wake up. I know a place. I said, oh shit, here we go.
You know,
I
you can,
do
and then you
too.
start
My
smelling the
place
bench
is
You
in
talking about the
the
staple
kitchen in front of these
singers?
damn dishes.
You talking about the staple singers, Bianca?
Yeah, the staple singers. You already know though.
I had the
That was
record.
music. When you heard it, you knew what to do.
By lunchtime, your ass listening to the cleanup woman.
Shit. I knew I was
I'm the
gonna hear the
cleanup
staple
woman.
singers, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Mamas and Papas, anybody waking me the fuck up.
Mamas and papas.
That.
I was vacuuming the floor.
What the hell record did they make?
The Mamas and the Papas?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, wait a
shit.
minute. What? No. They the one that made that record called California Dreaming.
Well,
All the
okay,
leaves
they
are
have that, but there
brown,
was
boom,
other
boom,
songs
boom,
that I
and
heard
the
from.
sky is gray.
No, what was the one where it was more upbeat than that. It dun 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 dun. I can't remember the name of that. But the Mamas and the Papas, hell, I even heard so much as Perry Como growing up. I don't give a fuck.
Perry
I'ma tell it what it
Como.
is. I'll tell it what it is.
Perry
Especially out
Como.
here in Colorado. I'ma
Perry
tell you.
Como.
Hell yeah. There's certain songs that my mama found inspirational, like Accentuate the Positive, and she would play that around the house. Now, don't you knock that woman, because she would have been 105 years old right now if she was alive.
I think the only white niggas my mama played was Hall and Oates.
Well, I listened to
I
Hall
can't
and
go for
Oates.
that.
I listened to Eric Clapton. Listen. Eric Clapton, Phil Collins. Do you understand? Michael McDonald. Now, and
Fuck
I
Michael
for the
McDonald.
longest, I thought Michael McDonald was black. I don't give a fuck. I'ma
That
tell it.
motherfucking Nabisco's a damn cave dweller.
Well, I look, I thought him and Bob Ross. When I was growing up, I thought him and Bob Ross was light-skinned blacks. I didn't give a fuck.
Well, his black ass still qualified for the auction block.
Michael McDonald literally sounded like a black man. I don't give a
Fuck
fuck.
Michael McDonald. Fuck him.
Y'all gonna be there.
Bobby Carwell.
You can't hear it, love. Boom,
Look,
boom,
y'all gonna
boom.
be there was what really made me think that man was black. I don't give a damn.
Bianca, he's a Nabisco. Okay,
I
tell him
know
to bring his
now,
ass.
but when I was
Bianca,
growing up,
tell him
him
to
and
bring his
Bob
ass
Ross,
out here tomorrow.
him and
Sit
Bob
with me
Ross.
sit in this desert
No,
heat with
listen,
me
I didn't
tomorrow.
know
We're gonna be
until I got
111
older.
motherfucking degrees, and I will
I
take
didn't
great
know
pleasure
until
in
over
watching his skin
18
peel and
that
burn
these
like a
men
lobster.
were not black. I'm
They're
just
still
letting you know.
Nabiscos,
I
honey.
look, and some people, they probably
And they
been knew that
hijacking
shit.
our
I
material.
didn't know. I didn't. I thought Michael McDonald up until my 19th birthday or something like that. I thought Michael McDonald was black, and I thought that Bob Ross was black.
Lord, Bob Ross is
I
clearly
thought
white.
that they just was some light-skinned niggas.
Bob Ross
I
is
got
clearly
some
white.
light-skinned
was
niggas like them in my family.
Them is
Bob
cave
Ross is
dwellers,
clearly white.
honey.
Well, the
saw
hair
that as
was
a white
curly
man.
and it threw me
Them
off.
is
That was
cave dwellers.
they tricked
The
y'all with the
hair, that
afro.
curly hair and them voices and shit and
Them
they talents
is
threw me the
cave
fuck off.
dwellers,
And
honey.
then when I
What
found
lady
out
say?
that Bob
Hold on,
Ross
y'all.
had a perm to make his fro, I said, God damn.
Hold
I
on.
was
Let
I was
Lady Tracy.
like, I had curly hair my whole life. I was like, how the fuck you get that? It was a perm. I was like, that's slut.
Man, Bob Ross had a fro, and I was like, hey man, he's just light skinned. Leave him the fuck alone.
What
You
about
know?
that nigga was
And then
white? That nigga was
with
white
Michael
skin.
McDonald, I heard his voice and shit, and then I seen his curly gray hair, and I was like, nigga, just leave him the fuck alone. He might be black, nigga. We just don't know.
What
But
about Carwell? What about Bob?
of course, I found out later on.
I was like, go back to creating fucking happy trees and pretty little mountains and happy little bushes.
Hey, no, he used to beat the devil out of some shit, and that's the reason why I thought he was black.
Yeah. What about
He'd
Bob?
be like, and grab that brush and beat the devil out of it. I said, oh, okay, that sounds like some shit my auntie would say. So he's black, nigga. He said he gonna beat the devil out of something.
Bob Ross taught me how to do art. I was like so good at it in school.
Hey man, it ruined my childhood when I found out this nigga wasn't black. I'm serious. I'm just letting y'all know this shit. I wasn't always fully fucking educated, but I thought that Bob Ross was a light-skinned nigga for a long time because I got light-skinned, red-haired motherfuckers in my family. They
Well,
got
look at
pros.
Malcolm X. They used to call him Detroit Red.
Yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? Light skin froze and shit
Nah,
like
light
that.
skin don't look like white
Light
skin.
skin fro, red hair.
Light
No,
skin
red
don't
hair
look like
fro.
light skin.
Oh, okay, but red hair
Bob Ross
froze.
skin
Come
was white
on
as
now.
hell.
I like black
That
gingers.
nigga had liver spots.
On a light skinned dude, I thought, you know, I got cousins that look like that. They ain't white, and I know that for sure, for sure. So
I ain't had no niggas with liver spots. I had niggas with freckles, but I ain't had no niggas with liver spots.
it fucked me up. It fucked me up when I found out he permed his hair to do like that. I said, this motherfucking culture vulture, nigga. Like, goddamn.
I never permed
how
shit. Never in my
How
life.
they trick y'all asses.
I had
What about
curly hair my whole life. I could never make
Hey,
it rounded like that.
hey, but I mean, I've always wondered if it was a trick or a trap, or if he was just trying to live true to himself.
Nah, it was a trick. He
I've
knew.
always wondered that.
He
Like,
knew where he was
maybe
gonna get
he
them views.
realized the real
He knew where he was
delineation,
gonna
and
get
he was
them
like,
views.
"Hey, let me get on code. Let me get a perm." And
His arts would have looked more black than anything. You know what I mean?
He knew who was watching TV. It was black
Let's
people.
just say this real
You
quick.
want to get them views. They knew it's the same way it is today. That's why people either talking shit about us or acting like they like us. It's the same
right,
fucking
look,
bullshit right now
they'll do
today.
both. They'll talk shit about us while wearing box braids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it's the same bullshit.
I'm for real. They will. They will.
What about Bob?
Talk shit about us while wearing box braids or got a motherfucking fucking do-rag or some weird shit on. Like, nigga.
Yeah. There was a white guy on TikTok just talking about that shit last night about the white people who say they hate black culture, but you sitting here with a damn page.
Guess who
And them
can
white men will
never
be the
hate us
biggest
as
tricks
far as
going out
white
there
people?
buying black
Guess
pussy
who
and
can
bed
never
wenches.
hate
Excuse my
us
language,
as
Bianca.
far as white people? And I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't give a fuck about what feathers I ruffle. You know, I hop in the chicken coop and I go crazy. So what I'ma say is that
Jews
a
are
white
white
gay man will never be offended by anything that a black woman says, unless we're saying some shit is wrong. Like,
That's because they mimic y'all. But at the same time,
we're who they aspire to be.
But at the
Listen
same
to
time, we've
all the
got
white
videos
gay.
of white gay
it is
men.
If you
We've
hear a
got
impossible.
white
videos of
gay
gay
man
white men
talk,
being
he
very mean
It
sounds
to
is
black women.
impossible
he's
for that
mocking a
motherfucker to
black
be a
woman.
woman.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
impossible for that confused, brain dead motherfucker to be a
Because
woman.
they'd be like,
That is an
girl,
insult to
yes,
womanhood.
and all this
Don't
other
quote.
shit. But that's what we do.
There are videos after videos of gay white men doing mean shit to black women. So I'm
Hey,
not gonna
and
sit
it's
here
only
and
because
act
they
like
want to be the black woman
I
so
don't give a
bad.
damn. That's a form of white supremacy.
They
That's
know
part of
that
white
black
supremacy.
dick trumps
So
white dick in their recessive
nah,
gene on the dick end.
I don't
So on the
accept that at
phallus
all.
end, they're losing. If they can possibly trump black women, that's what they're willing to do too.
Well, Neely Fuller Jr. said that the white man's anus would be the new vagina.
The white fragile male ego and white fragile female ego is what starts the dysfunctional
all white
family, and
supremacy.
it
It's
was
all white
literally
supremacy.
projected onto everybody else after that.
That's why we just call it all white supremacy. It's just under a system. They have to have a welfare system for them to be able
It's
to
all
exist.
all the
Because of what
dysfunctionality that they have
because
pushed
they
onto
come from
other
all this.
societies here
That's why we just
is
label it all
there.
just white supremacy.
You sure
That's
right.
it. Even the dysfunction and all the
If
craziness.
I could get a projector for this projection.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna move on to the next topic, y'all.
Go ahead.
Anything that they say that we're
that's
wrong
the
for,
joint I'm in.
they're
That's
the
the joint I'm in at the
forefathers
end.
of.
I'm at the
Like,
end.
think about all the stereotypes, the baby daddies, the absent dads, and shit like that. They were the forefathers of that.
Man, them
Hell, Britain was sending their abandoned, not wanting children over here, and hoping in hopes that we would kill them.
No, they were sending them to Australia, Bianca.
Literally, no. They exiled their prisons.
Yeah,
they
and
sent
sent them to the Americans. Why do you think that the society
Bianca,
that we have now was founded by criminals?
Bianca, Australia was a colony for convicts sent from England.
It was a penal.
Exactly. They ran out of room over there, so they started sending them other places. And then the ones that they had on death row, they thought that they'd send them to indigenous folks, and we'd kill them off top.
Yeah.
We should have.
Yeah.
We should have. I mean, we should have.
Newsom destroys a Pan-African.
But when we're seeing children getting sent over to us, and these literally, that was their form of abortion during that time. If these royals had illegitimate babies and these babies were close enough of age to be claimed into royalty, they'd send them.
Yeah.
They hoped that everybody that came here got killed.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let me get to the next clip, and that's Tariq Nasheed destroys a Pan-African.
Let's talk about the real dysfunctional family.
In, sir.
I don't want to.
Yeah, last time you called me a kettle. What is that exactly? Now I don't remember speaking with you last time. What did we talk about last time?
Boochie cat.
Because I was from Jacksonville, Florida, and you was telling me that I was my people.
That you were Haitian.
Were you the teacher? Okay, this was the because
you
were talking
Haitian.
about Carmelo deserved to go to prison because you sound like a tether. That's what tethers say. Tethers say shit like that. Yeah, but
Tetherball.
He deserved consequences. I didn't think he was gonna get 35 years for murder. I think you were caping. You were caping for white supremacists. The Metcalf family, a bunch of damn white supremacists, sir.
Right.
Yeah, fuck the Metcalf family,
sir, because it ain't in our spirit to do that. It's foundational Black America.
That's what I said. Fucking
somebody
tetherball.
like you who pretends to be of the lineage, but they're not. Most likely you're from the Bahamas or some shit. That your family is somewhere from the Caribbean. No, my lineage takes
Hey,
back
fuck
to Georgia,
goofball. This nigga's a tetherball.
South Carolina.
Fuck him.
Really? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Through West Africa.
I said it.
Through West Africa? The transatlantic slave trade. Right.
Transatlantic slave.
That's
Show me
reality?
one vote. Just show me one.
Just one.
They
Just show me one fucking
decompose,
boat as
Bianca.
the example.
Wood decomposes in salt water,
No, fuck
Bianca.
all that. Fuck all
No,
that. They
I'm
still
telling
found
you the
pieces
truth.
of the fucking
Now,
ark.
Bianca,
They found pieces of the ark on Mount Ararat. How the fuck doesn't wood black? You got me fucked up. You got me all the way fucked up. Not all of them fucking sank. You can even show me a broken boat. Show me a broken boat, motherfuckers. They won't show you no boat.
Okay, would you hold on,
All they
Bianca?
do is showboat.
Who's from Florida? Who's from Georgia?
Please let me
Showboat with
finish.
no boat.
Please let me finish. Please let me
If they were
finish.
serious
Okay.
about doing it again, nigga, they would have
We
them.
know that
Sister, there's these group of sisters in the Bahamas that are scuba divers that found the goddamn wreckages. Okay, they found them, and I'm trying to pull them
They
up
could
because I
have
want to
found
show their
any boat.
video.
They could have found any
No,
fucking
they
boat.
found no,
They could have
Bianca.
found
They
any
found them.
fucking boat.
They found them, Bianca.
tribe or something over in
They probably
North
could have
America.
found one of the
That's
5 boats
the
that were
distortion.
really sent.
Also, when there's proof of it,
Clotilda real or not?
No, it was a hell of a lot more than 5.
Can we fall back
through
and let
history,
this
we
go?
know. I know. I look at myself.
All right,
I
Breeze.
give it that
I
at the
have,
most.
like Native
Just as
American.
you asked, Breeze.
in me.
Yeah, we
My
can be
Just
grandfather,
think
he
about
was
it.
jet
How
black, but
else was everybody fucking
he told me his great
surviving?
grandmother was jet black.
That was a whole septic
Right,
tank
she
that would
alone
have been
shook her hair.
rolling from
Shook her hair.
Africa to
There's a
the
lot of them,
Americas.
right? Okay,
B, Jesse,
but
pause
she
it
was
for a
my point.
second.
You're proving my point.
Jesse, pause
But
it.
she was
Pause
Native
it for a second.
American. Right.
Jesse, pause
You're
it for a
proving my
second.
point.
I'm proving your point.
Wait. No, hold on, B. Hold on. Jesse,
That's
Jesse, pause it.
Tariq. That's what I'm
Jesse,
saying.
pause it.
Fall back for a minute.
Okay. Okay. I thought you were talking to me. I'm like,
B,
Lord have
listen.
mercy.
Jesse, thank you for pausing it. Jesse wants to play the fucking clip, and we should just be quiet for a little bit and let him play the clip. But we get back to this after because we're talking, we can't hear it, and whoever wants to listen
well,
to the clip can't hear
it's
it.
1:00 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Okay, thank you for coming out,
Thank
Sister
you
B.
for coming, B.
All right, nighty night.
Peace and abundance.
Peace and
Go ahead,
abundance.
Jesse.
Love you, sis.
Yeah, love you.
Love you.
B.
All right. Have
I'll
a
call
good
you
one.
in the morning. Okay. Hey. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, Breeze. Go ahead,
Genetic
Jesse. I'm quiet now.
genetic, not because you don't like African, genetic black tribe or something over in North America. That's BS. That's distortion. How so? When there's proof of it, there's a mixture. There's a mixture through history. We know. I know. I look at myself. I can tell that I have like Native American in me. My grandfather, he was jet black, but his he told me his great grandmother was jet black, but she was Native American. Right. She had long silky hair. There's a lot of them. Right. Okay. But you're proving my point. You're proving my point. But she was Native American. Right. You're proving my point. She wasn't black. You just said she was jet black. She wasn't jet. She was dark. Okay, now you're changing it up. You're proving my point, sir. Yes, she wasn't. You are. I know, dude. I grew. Listen, sir. I grew up in LA. I ain't say nothing about Africa. I didn't say Africa. There were Native Americans, and I've seen them with my own eyes, all in Alabama. Pure Native Americans, jet damn black, sir.
Jet damn black.
I've seen them. Dark. Okay. I'm talking about black as a shoe. I mean black, dark black. Right. Full Native American.
Black hair, sexy as hell.
You hear the colors, you know the history, but we can't distort the history. What's distorting the history? And you're proving what I'm saying, sir. Listen, all over the planet, we know that there are indigenous dark-skinned people. Right, who they would call Negritos. We know that. I'm not getting into Elijah Muhammad, nothing like that. No fantasy knowledge
All right,
yourself.
cuz, where you going with it though?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't tell nobody in the Nation of Islam that shit, my brother, because they will kill you.
I've been there. I've seen them. I know.
And that's for real.
They're the original Asians, Chinese. Look just look exactly like an African tribe. Right.
You're proving my point.
So, like, we don't,
The
like, we
point
don't
The
know.
woman got the C curve.
Those are over time. Those are different people.
Shabaka. What is it, Shabaka?
We're
So they had an ethnogenesis.
and explain that ethnogenesis to me.
What you just said, over time, they become a different people. That's what an ethnogenesis is.
No, that's bullshit, Tariq.
No, that's facts.
Right?
Here we
Facts.
go with the
You
contention.
become something different over time. You're not the same
Mr.
thing.
Oru? I don't know, he must be Googling somewhere. I think he's Googling what ethnogenesis means. He put me on hold. He's on hold. He's Googling. Right here. Did you Google ethnogenesis?
About something we don't know.
No, I didn't yet because I don't want to put you on hold.
Right.
I know there's a possibility that I had a book early, Ramses III, and the link between South America and Egypt with the Olmec heads.
No, we're just going
It's
all over.
Kemet. Egypt is a Greek word.
With Olmec heads and all of that.
Let's reel it back.
Let's reel it back.
Let's reel it back. You just acknowledged that Fijians, people in Fiji, look black, but they what?
There's specks of DNA throughout North America, but to say that there's a whole ethnic tribe of Africans and no slave trade, that's BS. That's distortion.
I didn't say a tribe of Africans and no slave trade. I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
You said it's not. You said slavery was a minimum of black folks that came that way.
They brought, out of all the millions of people that they brought to North America, this is very well done. It's less than 6%. This ain't me. They documented everybody who came over.
Read Lerone Bennett. Read Lerone Bennett.
It was like
read Lerone Bennett, Tariq.
In the 1700s or something like that.
Not North America, not here.
They brought less than 3.5% to America.
But over with the cotton gin.
Listen, okay. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to me.
You're gonna hear me.
You
say
think
that
they brought 3 million people over here from Africa on a boat
in the span of 200 years? Yes.
Okay, let's look at 200 years.
Let's do the math, nigga.
9 to 10 months one way to get here on a boat from
That's
Africa.
bullshit. It takes 3 months.
1700s.
No,
crossing the Atlantic. That's one of the smallest oceans.
No, it ain't. It took 9 months during the goddamn time this is going on. 9 months on a goddamn sailing ship.
We're talking about.
But if they was crossing the Pacific, I would agree with them because the Pacific is twice the size of the Atlantic.
That wasn't the route, though.
The Atlantic is rougher than the Pacific.
That's
what makes it take even longer to get over here. And you only got 3 paths at 3 times of the year to come over here. And that's following the currents. And the currents go down to South America, not to America. Only one time out of the year do the currents come into America. That's why they were able to come into Virginia and South Carolina at those times.
Breeze. That's why the hurricanes take the path that they do.
Exactly. Exactly, Jesse.
The same path.
It's the same fucking path. That's how the sails on a damn ship would go. If the wind is blowing that goddamn way, that's the current.
That's right.
Well, the currents are open.
Could have been 3 million like that.
Yeah, but you got the wind with the current. The wind that is going with the current. It goes with the current.
Right.
I'm not making this up. You can go look this up. When they show you how the wind is moving, the water is moving the same way as the wind. It's not opposite.
Right. And back in the 1800s, it would have took like 9 months, like you said.
Yeah.
To make the voyage.
9 damn months one way. It's well documented. This is not like some shit that's made up in the air. They documented themselves with their own little journals they wrote. It's 10 months it took us to get to this bitch.
Where'd you get these journals at, Breeze?
It's well documented.
You can get it anywhere. You can just go on Google and look up like old shit.
Okay, you're talking about the maritime records. Okay, hold on.
You can go get
the maritime records, right?
Yeah, you can go get all that type of shit.
I already did.
Okay, so then you know we're telling the truth.
Lady Che, I'm already looking at the maritime records. It's because I got an assignment. It's because I got to add all this shit up. And then I think, man, on my avatar, that I had up there. Yeah, you remember the other avatar I had, Jesse?
Yeah, but Shabaka, it's not gonna add up to no 4 million people.
Okay, well, I'm gonna add it up, man. In fact, I could do that there tomorrow. No, wait a minute, Jesse. I do that there day after tomorrow because tomorrow night we got to deal with Shabaka's Black Experience.
Let Tariq go right now. He gonna do the math right on it. Any nigga
I don't trust Tariq.
Can do it.
Why?
Okay, Breeze. With all due respect, I don't trust Tariq.
Why?
That's a you problem.
He's
telling the truth. Now let him go ahead.
No, actually, I think the motherfucker's a goddamn crook, to be honest about it.
What?
A crook about what?
About what, Shabaka?
Because he's got the patent on that ADOS.
Everybody's got a patent.
African Americans got a patent. What are you talking
about?
Okay, all right, okay, hold on.
Got a patent.
Okay, hold on.
Got a patent.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting ready to make an executive decision right now. Brother Che, okay, you the co-executive producer of Shabaka's Black Experience. Don't have Tariq on our platform on Shabaka's Black Experience, but other than that, play him all you want on the other platforms.
Why though? But why?
I made an executive decision for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
So we can't
go ahead and play this right now, Justin.
Like an American Black historian gives us the news we can use, and you're upset
Middle
about
passage, 300.
Okay.
Let's say it was 300. It wasn't them many people. Well, let's say it was a boat full of 300 people. 200. Yeah. Let's go with a high number. Let's say a boat with 300 people on the bottom.
And then you don't
came
even
and it took
account for
9
the amount
months.
of people that might die or
One
one
way
way overboard. So
to
if
take
300,
but that's just it though. That's just no. But wait a minute though, Breeze. The sharks used to follow those slave ships, man, because they knew they was gonna be throwing bodies over there.
Yeah, but
because they was gonna have good eating.
So you not making it to America with 300 slaves?
That's why it don't make sense. So what you're talking
That's what we trying to say. That's the math ain't mathing.
Right.
Shabaka
made a great decision. Let's fucking live with it. That's his decision.
Everything that you just Shabaka Tariq is going to touch on already.
Right. It already said you met.
I mean, I listen to him here on Frontline Black News, Jesse, but I don't want him on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
That's fine. You already got to listen to this.
I don't even play him on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Shabaka, he's not even on the topic list.
Good. All right.
I don't know why you hating on it, because you always say you want a black person to in history, but this is
That's a damn lie.
You don't even
That's
want
a
it.
lot. They didn't make them any damn trips.
The reason being, Lady Che, because the way he talked to the people that come up on the show was very, very disrespectful. I don't talk to people like that.
Shabaka, listen, it's his show.
You threaten people.
It's his show. And you do this salacious shit all the time. Over here and over there. Everywhere you go. But you said, and I quote, I want to, is it a black person telling me? Is that person from America? Where's his credentials? He's a historian. He made documentaries, books, a fucking whole museum.
I don't look at none of his shit because I know it's bullshit. I ain't supporting that motherfucker.
He didn't ask
and I
you
hate to have to say that.
Don't have to ask you to, but you said you want the shit to come from a black person from the Americas. The whole history, no lies, right? You said that, and
Lady Che.
In California,
Lady Che. Lady Che.
You go
Lady Che. Lady Che. Lady Che. Who do I always quote?
Other than Muhammad Ali, how is he a historian?
Nope.
Other than that, what?
Nope. You're wrong, Lady Che. I always quote Lerone Bennett.
Oh my God, cuz for real?
Yes, for real.
Why?
That information is outdated. It's 50
that
years.
Information is way fucking outdated. It's older than you. We're in the now where history is actually being
That's
told.
why Pan-Africanism is dead right there. Niggas want us holding on to old goddamn antiquated.
Because it's closer to the point of time, Breeze. Okay, Breeze.
It's closer to what they thought.
Okay, Breeze.
With new information, you must be able to move with the new information. If you just holding on to, well, you heard that back then, but now you got more evidence showing that no, it wasn't that way and it was this way, do we continue to go down the wrong path? Or do we
I
go down the
always
right
consider the source.
Shabaka, you always consider.
Let it go, everybody. Shabaka made the rules, and you don't want to listen to the rules.
No, I'm talking about I made the rules for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Lady J, not Frontline Black News.
We're doing Frontline Black News. Do you always have something to say? Do you have something to say?
It ain't never a dull moment here, ain't it?
I knew you were being salacious, Shabaka.
You know what?
Salacious shit. That's salacious energy right there.
Now explain to me what that is. I ain't never heard that word. I ain't the most.
You're
what it means
right now. You're being
it means what?
of your own terms. Of your own.
No, I don't contradict my own terms.
You are. This is.
Show me what I did.
You say, all right.
No, show me what I did. I said I don't want this no good ass pimping ass motherfucker up on my shit, and I mean that. Tariq Nasheed.
That's not what you said, Shabaka. That's not what you said,
brother. I'm not gonna let you say that.
That's not what you said, Shabaka. You gotta stand on it. 10 toes deep. You gotta stand on the truth.
Look, check this out. Check this out.
I'm gonna push back.
Okay, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Tariq Nasheed is not allowed. But you could do them on everything else on the Frontline Black News. You know, y'all run that. Hey, Leonard.
Shit over here, right? You made the terms over here on Frontline Black News. You said that person isn't. You don't want to listen to that person when we talking about history because it was coming from saltine or some shit, whatever the fuck you said, right? And then you said I only want to listen to it if they're from
This motherfucker don't even have a black wife, so how the fuck is he gonna talk? Come on now. Whoa. Come on, let's continue with the show. Let's continue with the show. Let's continue with the show. Okay.
Like that. You just said an open lie. His wife is black. His wife is black.
Okay. No, Casey.
I gotta back out. I can't understand.
Okay, I don't like the motherfucker. Okay, there's people that don't like me. You see?
Yeah, that's neither here nor there.
And fucking Black history.
That doesn't negate information. Just because you don't like the messenger doesn't negate their message.
Right.
Okay, brother Che, like I said, I'm meeting you halfway. When you all do the Frontline Black News, have him up there, but he's not allowed on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
He's not allowed. We're sharing a clip. We're signal boosting. Okay.
I know that, Che. That's what I said, man. That's what I said, homie.
All right. That's cool. So you're content with not building a following, right?
This is not Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. This is Frontline Black News.
I know that, Che. I already said that. I agree with you on that.
All right, cool. It's cool, Jesse. Let's play. Let the clip play. He made the terms over here, so we know what he said. He's just being salacious. We get it. Let's play the clip, Jesse.
When it was the whole system, you're talking about 2 decades.
3,000 trips. That takes 9 months each.
So you're saying Malcolm X and all of that is
hold on. We're talking math now. We're just talking mathematics.
No, don't you talk about Malcolm X.
We're just talking mathematics.
Okay, you can Google search this yourself. They got documents in every single different
1,000 years for that to happen. It would take thousands of years for that to happen in those numbers. To bring 3 million people over here in a boat that takes 9 to 10 months one way.
It ain't matter.
Our mind just waking up within the past 50, 60 years. But people been educated way back then in the 1700s. This stuff is well documented as far as cargo. They had a list of all the cargo, all up and down, not just North America, but Central and South America. I'm sure you came across the book We the Black Jews or something like that by the Nation of Islam.
All over the place now, brother.
Where's documented?
You're just throwing stuff on the wall right now, brother. Because you know though that math wasn't mathing. You figured out that math wasn't mathing.
Right.
200 times 3,000. What you talking? You talking about a whole system, a whole lifestyle.
You're just
talking about just like me and you talking, getting up and going to work tomorrow, whatever. That was the reality. People are getting up, going to work as a slave trader, as a merchant. That was their job.
Okay, he said how much times what now?
Right. So we gotta get music like this.
All right, brother.
3,000.
Thank you so much.
3,000 voyages.
All right. Okay. Yeah, he went on and tapped on out.
2 years.
Yeah, he went on and
Okay,
tapped on out.
okay, wait a minute, Che. What's the figure again?
Babbling. He just started throwing crap.
No. Now you gotta look it up yourself.
3,000
stipulations, and now you don't want to watch.
Hold on. Okay, so we got 3,000 times what now?
Times 9.
Times 9.
Take 9 months to get over here.
Okay, so that's 27,000.
No, it's more than that. Times.
Like if everybody's pregnant and they have 9 kids each.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, Che. I got 3,000 times 9 times what?
200.
Times 200. Hold on. That's 5,400,000. Hold on, let me hit the equals button. Yeah, 5,400,000. Them is a lot of folks.
That number.
No, that's not right.
That number's not right.
All right, hold it. Okay, let me re-enter it. Hold on, Che. Let me clear this here. Let me enter it again. Okay.
Like
now this damn phone want to trip.
Let's just finish this goddamn thing real quick.
Right, breathe. Please tell it. Breathe, please.
Yeah, Leonard Day. Oh, there ain't never a dull moment here. That's for damn sure.
3,000 trips.
You talking about?
Oh, Leonard Day Joda. My bad.
So you're saying Malcolm X and all of that is a
hold on, no. We're talking math now. We're just talking math.
We're talking slavery, not Malcolm X.
You can pull it up.
We're just talking mathematics.
Okay, you can Google search this yourself. They got documents of every slave ship.
1,000 years for that to happen.
It's called the manifest.
Years for that to happen in those numbers.
Oh my God!
To bring 3 million people over here in a boat that takes 9 to 10 months one way.
Our mind just waking up within the past 50, 60 years. But people been educated way back then in the 1700s. This stuff is well documented as far as cargo. They had a list of all the cargo,
all the history,
all up and down, not just North America, but Central and South America. I'm sure you came across the book, We the Black Jews or something like that by the Nation of Islam.
You're all over the place now, bro.
Where's documented?
You're just throwing stuff on the wall right now, bro. Because you know that math wasn't mathing. You figured out that math wasn't mathing.
Nah. 200 times 3,000. What you talking? You talking about a whole system of a whole lifestyle. You talking about just like me and you talking, getting up and going to work tomorrow, whatever. That was the reality. People are getting up, going to work as a slave trader, as a merchant.
Getting up and going to work.
That was their job.
For money, for free.
That was their life.
Oh, jackass. You had to go.
Now we need Dr. DeGrew on this one here.
Thank you so much.
Thank God that's over.
Okay.
Oh, dumbass.
Yeah, he went on and tapped on out. He went on and tapped on out and just started tether babbling. He just started throwing crap on the wall because he realized that math didn't really math like he thought it was going to math.
I think he was counting rodents.
When you start looking at the logistics and it didn't take no damn. So who said 3 months? It didn't take no damn 3 months. It was like 6, 7, 8, 9 months.
Miscellaneous bugs. He's stupid.
Family, yeah, that took a long time for them to go back and forth.
Tush just didn't say he was wondering about the middle part after they got some of the ships here. From
logistically,
he wanted the big explosion.
And numerically, that don't add up.
That was already happening here.
That doesn't add up, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not that.
Yeah. They didn't bring all them people over here on those.
Is Bree still with us?
Yeah, I'm
mathematically
I'm listening.
Those numbers.
I'm just listening.
All right. Okay, going on mute. All right.
Man.
Why you asked if he's here? You see him, he's right underneath.
Just stop playing. Then when you just break it down and just start looking at the logistics of it.
I would just type it in.
We see what makes sense and what doesn't make sense.
Use Gemini.
Yeah, it would just be easier for them to say, hey, you over there in that village, that tribe, you're a Negro. Come on over here, man. We got you. Just get on that plantation. You're a mulatto.
Right.
Yeah. That was simpler than a 9-month boat ride. You did? Where you getting sick on the boat and you got to go negotiate and it's very easy to say, hey, we'll just get one of these people from these tribes and put them on a plantation.
I have a question.
Yeah?
A serious question about this.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying, because there are people who say the shit, just the slave trade by boat didn't happen at all. I'm not saying that because there are documents. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
But not those numbers.
Trade did happen by boat. They were bringing people here by boat, not in the large numbers that they tried to lie about. It wasn't large numbers. It just wasn't. That's my argument. Now, if somebody else has another argument, that's fine. That's what it is. It don't
Jesse,
change
before
lineage,
we get to the where he started bringing.
All right, that don't change
quick,
lineage.
pause it real quick, Jesse. I just want to say this. I wanted to say this. What would make sense that you would bring a bunch of goddamn Africans, and then when you want to do your manifest destiny and go into the West, you would have these Africans who have no knowledge of the land or the people beyond where they already live and use them as scouts? What sense would that fucking make for anybody?
It doesn't make any sense.
That's like me taking a bunch of niggas from New York or Brooklyn and Baltimore. We go to Africa and y'all niggas is now the scouts. Like, nigga, you gonna find out what's up ahead. And niggas don't know where the lions be at or what they be doing. Niggas like, nigga, I'm from Baltimore. That's what a nigga saying right away. Like, nigga, I don't know what the fuck we doing here.
Right.
That's what an African would have been like. Go out there? I don't know what's out there. Y'all say there's these things called bears. We don't have bears in Africa.
Right.
No.
We don't have bison in Africa.
Right.
Right.
All these big giant animals that can unalive your black ass if you look at them the wrong way, a elk, a moose. They don't got those. Our animals is violent, nigga.
Right. And they're outside of the sunlight.
Why would you get a bunch of Africans to lead you on your manifest destiny? Right there, that crashes all that bullshit out the window when you start thinking about that. You just like, well, why would the fuck they go to the West? When the nigga was hunting down Pancho Villas, he didn't get a bunch of niggas from Africa. All the niggas on the list of his scout, William Perry, says that they were from Tennessee, New Jersey, Virginia. All these are brothers. That he called them the Negro Indian Scouts. I'm not making this shit up. You can go look it up.
Look it up.
What's the source on that, Breezy?
Man.
You can go look up. It's in the military archives. You can go to any military archive and pull that shit up.
That's right,
look
Chelly.
up the Negro Scout ran by William Perry when they were hunting down Pancho Villas. Go just look it up. All them Negroes was from Virginia, Tennessee, New Jersey.
Yeah.
These niggas ain't from fucking no Africa.
Right.
How the fuck would they be scouts and be able to go and do all this shit if they were from Africa? The nigga who makes the best saddle for the Buffalo Soldiers is a foundational Black American.
That's right. That's right.
He would have to know about horses extensively, not just because he just came over from Africa.
They would have to know the land. They have to know the ecological. They would have to know all of that.
Exactly.
No, but one thing, no, hold on, man. But them cats in the Songhai Empire knew about horses, though, y'all.
Okay, but we ain't talking about that.
Yeah, we talking about
talking
right
about the Shanghai
here.
Empire.
They didn't have the goddamn saddle that was made over here in America in the Songhai. Nigga, we made the saddle over here what it is today. The saddle that they use today was created by a foundational Black American.
What's his name?
Oh shit! Let me bring his name up real quick. Hold on.
All right.
This. Hey, like I already got a real question.
What's his name? I'm gonna have his name real quick.
Here's my real question.
All right.
Right? So
Yeah, like Che.
some motherfuckers got sold multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Right. So would that same that same descendant, if they figured out they were the ones sold like 5-6 times in 5 different places, like captured, sold to somebody else again, recaptured, resold, paid on the need and necessity. What
His name is William. His name is William D. Davis. William D. Davis is the brother who made the best saddle that they still use today. William.
Okay,
D.
so therefore, okay, now this Mr. Davis, okay, and Davis was his real name, or was that the name of the slave trader that owned his ass?
Stop being salacious.
That's his name.
That's his name. It doesn't matter.
But where did he get the name? No, Breezy, but where did he get the name from?
Where does anybody get their name from?
That's his name that he accepted and he put as his name. William D.
That he accepted from who?
You're being
Doesn't matter.
symmetrical, Shabaka.
Doesn't matter. His mama and daddy probably named him.
Okay, so then that means his mom and daddy were slaves of a Nabisco by the name of Davis, correct?
Maybe they were, maybe they wasn't.
Okay, all righty. Okay, Breezy, I'll meet you halfway on that. Okay.
Maybe they was, but from what we're hearing, he was a freedman.
Right.
That's right. Okay, so then that means, man, because they outlawed slavery in the New England states in 1794, and then we do that when we cover Sojourner Truth, Che.
1790, Shabaka.
Yeah, I knew it was in the 1790s. I knew that. Okay.
So you're trying to say what with that whole statement? Is the math mathy for you? Are you getting the right numbers when you just said that? Is the math making sense now?
They just came out.
Need some more math.
Oh, filthy Henry Gates, Skip, no, get nothing right.
Yeah, Skip the Truth Gates. Yeah, I can't stand that motherfucker. Yeah, Breezy.
He at least just came out and proved that Queen Latifah family was here in 1735 in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Well, Latifah is out of Newark, New Jersey, I believe. If I got my.
They were freedmen. 1735.
Mm-hmm.
So that proves black people was already here. Look at how Queen Latifah's face looks. She's got the aesthetics of a so-called native from this land.
Yep. Yep, she does.
When I grew up, you'll hear me at the end of this Tariq joint right here. You'll hear me say how in Long Island, I never, and you get the semantic niggas like, hey, we is the red native. All right, whatever, nigga. But all I grew up in my life, like I said, I never seen a so-called red native. What I'm talking about is those from the West.
Okay, now Breezy.
All the natives I grew up, I saw look like black people, look like Flavor Flav. That's what the niggas look like on Long Island. That's it. The whole Long Island was no red native.
Okay, let me ask you this here, Breeze. Breeze.
Go ahead.
Okay, you ever been to Montana to the Little Bighorn?
Sabaka, he been
I've
all
been to
over.
Montana.
Now hold on, Che. Now I'm asking Breeze. Now hold on.
Yeah.
Breeze, have you been to the Little Bighorn?
If you listen to me, I've talked about this. I've been to all 50 states in the United States of America.
I've been to Montana.
Okay, so when you went to Montana, what did you discover, sir?
I've discovered a lot of things.
It was a lot of shit going on out there.
Yeah,
but
it's crazy.
What's your
hella
segue?
cold, and the Native Americans are rude as fuck, and they're like $5 pretendians. And
okay, when I went there, the first thing I asked, I wanted to see where these motherfuckers are wiped out custard, right? Because I love hearing how they killed that motherfucker.
We went out there to all of that.
Okay, and so then the first thing these natives asked me, well, why the fuck did your people help the white man against ours? That's what they asked me.
Well, because you niggas was enslaving us. I'm going to have a story about this on my show today. I'm so grateful you brought this up because I'm talking about this today on my show. About
now hold on, Breeze.
Claude Anderson. With Dr. Claude Anderson.
Me and Che, we went over Claude Anderson. Okay, now Breeze. Now, what time is you doing your show? Because I want you on Shabaka's Black Experience and Hands tomorrow.
It's today. I'm today. I'll be on. I could come on whatever.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. It is today because it is after midnight here.
Yeah, it's today. So
yeah,
it's been today for me for a couple of hours. But like
I'm saying,
but what I'm saying for me, I'm talking about this exact thing that you're talking about right here with these so-called civilized tribes and these so-called motherfuckers who were having black people as slaves. And how
the Cherokee is one of them.
And how they owe us reparations.
Yeah, the Cherokee had us as slaves like a motherfucker.
I'm so grateful you brought that up because I'm talking about this today. I'm like, he's
Right,
talking about exactly what I got in my head about these so-called natives.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me get back to the video.
That has to do with anything.
Let me get back to the video.
Good, please, because I'm so confused.
All right. Well, let's just be very, very real. All right. Let me see. All right, raise your hand, family. Let me get you up in here. Shout out to everybody in here.
That's right. And
that's just giving a high number.
Finally, somebody kept it honest.
If it were 300 people on a boat, which that's the high number. That's on the high end. But no. All right, let's see who we got. What's up, Panamera? How you doing, beloved? Yeah, now because this dude, he kept actually proving my point. You're like, well, I know some very dark-skinned Indians. They ain't African. Yeah, that's the point, nigga. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
But isn't an Indian a motherfucker from India?
No, that's what the white supremacists were using that term for everybody because they had been to India.
Mm-hmm.
And they saw all these dark people, so they just used it as a term.
Pedophile Columbus thought he was heading to India, remember?
Exactly.
Yeah, because he was a drunk.
He thought he was going to cut across. He thought he had a new path.
Right. Yeah, because the motherfucker was, he was a drunk.
Cut across. But then, like I said, before he comes back and end up over in goddamn the Hispaniola or Dominica, where the Dominican Republic is now, he went down towards and he found he couldn't get through Panama.
Mm-hmm.
And there that's where he saw niggas again too. He was like, God damn, everywhere I go is niggas.
Yeah.
That's what he noticed. Columbus himself notices, like, fuck, we are outnumbered. It's niggas everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when he goes back and takes all this information back to Spain, that's why Spain is one of the first places that starts incorporating white supremacy.
Yep.
Because they start realizing that their numbers ain't enough because the world is blacker than them.
Yep, that's when they started.
Right, now you're talking about the Crusades now.
No,
we covered that.
Crusades. No, we're not even on Crusades. I'm talking about when he's going back and forth to Isabella, who's the Queen of Spain at the time.
And she was only 14.
That's who's funding Columbus.
Yep.
And she was only 14.
Yeah, but she grows up as she's listening to all this
right.
shit. She's a little scared white girl. She's like, oh shit, they're telling her like the whole world black, bitch. It's more than Moors out there. It ain't just Moors, it's more niggas out there. That's what they telling her, like, bitch, there's niggas everywhere.
Yeah.
They finding out like, oh shit, everywhere we done went. We tried to get to India like 3 times. Remember, Columbus, before he settles on the Dominican Republic, he tries like 3 times to reach India, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Because the United States hasn't been born yet to come and open up the goddamn Panama Canal. Mm-hmm. We did that shit. What y'all think?
Mission. Okay.
Okay, now Leonard J. Joda is saying here that Christopher Cognac is the word.
Christopher Colon.
Okay, he's saying that Columbus was a Moor.
Yeah.
No, he was a Moor. Wait a minute. God damn, boy, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm trying to read it. A a Moorish trader who come on an infiltration mission.
Yep.
Yeah, that's about right, Leonard J. Joda, because them motherfucking Europeans, man, them motherfuckers.
It's well documented that
Yeah,
Christopher Columbus had a mixed heritage.
Hold on,
So
man.
we know that
Man, Breeze, man, why you forcing me to go read again, man? God damn.
Christopher Columbus is from Italy.
Whoa,
He's from
shit.
Italy. Remember, people keep forgetting a lot of the Roman legions were black melanated people.
Yep.
The Phoenicians were black melanated people.
Hold on, Breezy.
We played a whole
shit.
We played that documentary Dr. Kaba did on the Moors. There was the
When do we do that, Jesse?
Right, Leonard the Judah.
Fucking months ago.
What's Leonard saying? He ultimately betrayed Isabella and died in a Spanish dungeon.
Yep.
Well, fuck them. Okay. Shit, fuck them. You know.
All right, let me get back.
Shit. Yeah, okay.
Let them finish.
Well,
No, go ahead, Jay, because I lost the goddamn book, man, and I gotta find it. Shit.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold
That's
on.
what we're saying, sir. The guy kept trying to debunk, but kept proving the point. Yes, sir. You are talking about an
civil rights to black revolution.
and had to look it up. That's why he had
shit. I gotta dig these motherfuckers out this damn box. God damn.
This guy sat here and debunked himself. Yeah. That's why if you just slow walk him, just like the Gullah Geechee guy, he debunked himself.
Okay.
You just let him talk.
African past the Civil War. Okay, here's the motherfucker right here.
Man. That's why they get boy. Yeah, no, we ain't getting up. Well, didn't you make a movie? We ain't no. That's not good. You getting into personal occupations. We're talking about lineage. Let's stick to lineage. All that other shit is a smokescreen. Let's stick to lineage. It sound like he's about to say, well, you know what? Ethnogenesis is a clause. That's just a clause. You talking about a clause. Good Lord.
Oh, Jesse, remind me, man, we still got to do the show on this dude, Beckworth, man, up there in the Sierra Nevadas.
Yeah, James Beckworth.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's get those hands up. All right, raise your hand in the comments, family. Let's get you up here. We're having a good conversation tonight. We're having good talk. Let's get KW. Where you at, KW? KW in the building. KW, who is that?
What up, Tariq?
Hey, KW, how you doing, fam?
Damn, nigga, finally, shit, nigga, I'm gonna get carpal tunnel fucking with you.
But I didn't know you're trying to get up. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Look, man, to be honest, I'm tired of dealing with these tethers, man. This dude, that last dude you had up there, the way he said tether, you could tell he was a tether. So, it's like,
yeah,
man,
that's the thing. That's a giveaway. When they're offended by the word tether, if you're offended by the word tether, you're usually a tether.
Tariq, look, man, we better than these motherfuckers. I'm telling you that now. As a group, FBA, nigga, we the number one black people on this planet. We done gave this country, this world, everything that they done got from us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, stop sitting over here trying to explain to these motherfuckers who we are and all this shit. We know who we are. All we gotta live is in our truth, and trust me, everything else is gonna fall into place.
No doubt, my man. Thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate you. Vicious, Vinicius.
Yo, what's up, bro?
How you doing now? You're Haitian, right?
Nah, my people's from Louisiana, bro. My grandma Creole.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So what's on your mind?
Man, you know, I was listening to y'all talk, bro, and people love to bring up like the 1700s, 1800s. So I started looking into American history in the 1400s, the 1500s, bro, and it blew my mind. Like it was undeniable. So I found out the first person to ever go to court and own a slave for life was a black man. They said he was an African man, and his name was Anthony Johnson. Well, yo, what African dude named Anthony Johnson? And why was a black dude in court in the 1600s? And why did a black dude beat white people in the court in the 1600s? And why did he, you know what I mean? And I found out we had more rights in the 1500s and 1600s than we had in the 1700s and 1800s, bro. We had rights over here. How could we have rights in the place to where they brought us to?
Well, the thing is, Anthony Johnson, I think he was probably from Angola. The Portuguese had enslaved him, and the English pirates, many of them were intercepting Portuguese ships and taking. That's why you have a lot of people who were brought over here early on in the early 1600s. They had like Portuguese names. But before that, the white supremacists like to say that he was the first so-called slave owner. He wasn't. There was a person named Hugh Gwynn who had a slave named John Punch before that. So there were white people who were owning slaves before Anthony Johnson. They just like to throw that lie out there to make it seem like black people were just as complicit.
It's not really the slave owner thing. It was the fact that he was in court, bro. It's the fact that he was in court and he won a court
because
case,
he was an indentured servant himself. Mr. Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant. And afterwards, they took all of his property later. They started having these draconian laws to snap down.
Man, fuck that indentured servant shit. Fuck them goddamn Irish.
Because at the time, black people were landowners and all that. But then there was a rebellion called Bacon's Rebellion, where black and white people got together and fought against the white elite. So they started making up these racial categories and racialized laws to disenfranchise the black population, to use the poor whites as a buffer class. So we got to put all of that in the right context.
Shit, man. Get real, man.
And also in the 1600s, they had laws saying that if you are the child of an Indian woman or an indigenous woman, you could not be enslaved. This is what they were using later on in the 17 and 1800s. They were using the law from the 1600s. Because again, all they started to do when the English came, they started to reclassify natives as Negroes. And this is why they didn't want us to read, because we started learning the laws and saying, wait a minute, I just saw that there's a law saying if your mother or your grandmother, whatever, was an Indian, you couldn't be enslaved. Well, I don't know. They didn't call me some shit like a mulatto or whatever. I don't know what that is, but I'm from that tribe. And that's how people would get their freedom. So it's deep. It's very deep history. All right. All right. Let me get some more people in here. Let's get Pony. Pony Boy. Yo, Pony.
This was funny.
That sounds like a punk. Coco, what's up, Coco?
But he wasn't no punk.
Okay.
Coco? All right. Coco ain't saying nothing. I'm gonna get you out of here, Coco. All right, let's try it this way. There you go. Raise your hand. Let's get those hands raised. Let's get the hands raised up, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll get you in like that. Let's get Tommy in here. Tommy, hop on in, sir. Let's raise those hands and we'll get you in like that. Tony, what's up, Tony? Tommy, I'm sorry.
Hey, Flex, how you doing?
I'm good, Tommy. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I got something I wanted to say, man. You know, a lot of times I listen to these people and they quote American history, but a lot of American history is a damn lie.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the part that I think need to be straightened out, man, because it's too many lies. That's what makes the truth like unbelievable, if you get what I'm saying. When you start telling the truth, people are like, oh, that don't even make sense. That's crazy. But it's actually the truth. Mm-hmm. You know, that's why we going back and forth about this Indian talk and all this little crazy shit. When they look just like we look, that's what they look like.
Yeah.
And another thing, this is my last thing, Fletch. I think we need to find a way to add gatekeeping to the culture, man, because, bro, it's a must now, man. It's a real must. That's all I got to say, champ.
There you go. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right. Let's get those hands up in the comments. Let's get those hands up in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of the history that we don't know about. A lot of stuff is buried. A lot of stuff we're not familiar with. Let's see. But it's very important that we
I'm coming in.
history, because what happens is people start lying, just like these tethers. They start lying, and if they just keep lying over and over again unchallenged, the lie becomes the truth. They take on the same mindset of the white tea supremacists. The white tea supremacists just start doing all this incessant lying, and if you don't challenge that, it becomes the truth. People just accept it as true. What's up, Breeze Omega?
There's Breeze.
Breeze Omega. And we know the white tea supremacists are pathological liars. All right. Breeze, what's up, Breeze?
Hey, Breeze. Is this dude a friend of yours?
How are you?
What's good, my good brother? I'm just saying, as somebody who I currently live in Virginia. My family, my daddy's from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Shout out
My
to
mother,
Tuscaloosa.
my mama, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. I'm just saying, I grew up in Hempstead, Long Island, and on Long Island, all the Indians were never red; they were all black.
Yep. Oh yeah. Flavor Flav. Do y'all know Flavor Flav is indigenous? His family's indigenous.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, like all the black people out in Wyandanch, Amityville, Comsawag, all these people are the natives that were already living there. Part of my family is from that lineage. So when people talk about that, I've never seen a red native. All the natives on Long Island were black people. So people constantly forget this notion, and they have this idea that we all came from Africa. Even if that was the case, the white tea supremacists in their own right say that only about 3.5% made it here. We do that. They say 3 million from the transatlantic slave. That's 350,000 people possibly made it here. And that's basically what it is. So that guy was way on point. I appreciate everything you do for us, Flex. And yeah, I'm out.
My man, respect it up.
Word up.
Word up.
3.5% out of 3,350,000.
Cool Breeze, hop on in, Cool Breeze. You said hop on.
Let's do the math. Hey, let's do the math, nigga. Niggas who know math, we gonna do the numbers. The percentages say it don't add up. You
Cool Breeze, I want you to get on
350,000 niggas, you can't get
very
10 million slaves. It just don't work.
And you ain't got no followers, so maybe you just say
No, but that's why they had the breeding farms, though, Breeze.
Even the breeding farms don't work. It takes 9 months to have a baby.
Usually that's a punk.
9 months to have a baby. 18 years to that person becomes somebody sufficient to so-called work. Even if you get them at 12 and 15, that's a long time still. The turnover it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Breeze.
It don't add up.
All the way
out. Okay, but Breeze. When they had the breeding farms,
they want to make it seem like
you can't produce enough niggas with a breeding farm. And let's think about the time. Hold on, pause it, Jesse. Let's think about let's think about the time too. You don't even have adequate goddamn obstetricians and shit to have actual births. 1 out of 5 births end in death, either of the mother or the baby. So let's not keep playing like, oh, this is some great world where they somehow got these breeding farms and they're able to produce niggas like rabbits. That's not happening. That's not happening. People aren't even like reproducing like you would think they could, because when you under stress, you can't reproduce. The body does not produce that way. That's why women have stillborn babies. That's why women don't carry the baby to term, because of goddamn stress. So this is
okay. Then why did Margaret Sanger come up there, man? You know, to get rid of black babies?
At that time, niggas were becoming comfortable. Niggas were living a good life. We were producing. We had our own stuff. That's why you would come up with that. That's later. That's not with breeding fucking farms. Margaret Sanger ain't around when there's breeding farms. She's around in the 1920s.
Yeah, with the Planned Parenthood shit.
When black people are coming up and you see black people are reproducing, because guess what? We're comfortable. We're able to live on our own. We're able to have our own money, our own business, own industry. different things of that nature. That's why they come up with a damn Planned Parenthood, because we're out producing them.
Yeah.
And what were they in fear of?
Their birth fucking numbers are falling back. They're in fear of black people having sex with all these goddamn white women because that's all they produce. When they are producing, they produce women.
Okay, but why was it that she wanted to control the black population through, for all practical purposes, genocide? I would tell you, they're in fear of a resurrection. They were in fear of an insurrection. I'm sorry.
They've always been afraid of that.
Yeah, look what they did to the Black Panthers. You proved my point. Thank you.
When you do bad stuff, prove what point? We didn't even get to a point. You jumped from Margaret Sanger to the Black Panthers. That's damn near like 100 years in difference right there. So we can't just say like, oh, that proves a goddamn point. No, has been always their inconsistencies about how they have a racial inferiority complex. We're not necessarily the ones who have that. They do, because they know the damn truth. They're new booty. They said it, even Asians had to say. They talk about perverted monks entering the temple, the perverted monks. That's who these people are, perverted monks. You let the child become the goddamn top of the echelon where the parent is at the bottom now. We were the parents, and now the child, who's the new booty, that's white people who just barely on this earth 10,000 years. But yet, through their conniving, because of the way they came up living in those goddamn crags, in those damn mountains.
The Caucasus Mountains, right?
Caves,
right, the cave dwellers, the troglodytes. Yes, sir.
They understood how to be conniving and tricksters.
Right. Okay.
Whereas we just all people on the melanated earth, you're not thinking about, you know, there's no war before white people show up. Right. It's barely, war is like ritualistic.
Cracknetta's in the building at dawn. Salute Cracknetta.
What it do?
Who?
Cracknetta.
Who is that?
He's been here. He's one of our regulars.
This is the first time I heard of this cat. All right. Welcome. All right.
Look, you already hostile.
Yeah, we know. We see you think that.
I'm not hostile at all.
You are. He's salacious, cuz.
I'm all out.
He's salacious all motherfucking night, Bucket.
I ain't said, wait a minute, Lady Chair. I resent that. I ain't cuss nobody out tonight, ma'am. Who did I cuss out tonight? I didn't cuss you out. I didn't cuss out Jesse. I ain't cussed out Breeze. I ain't cussed out nobody.
Yes, you have.
I ain't cussed out nobody.
You haven't even been listening to the math.
Oh,
Over there trying to give us history lesson. What you gonna listen to history?
No, I'm up here pulling up some data, Lady Che.
Oh, Lord God.
I ain't cussed out nobody.
That's not just
Not yet.
You know, they're trying to be contrarian. You think you're gonna drive up numbers. Stop it.
Oh, Lord.
Man, I ain't threatened nobody. I ain't cussed out nobody. Who did I cuss out tonight?
Nothing you said all night.
Who did I cuss out? Who?
Leonard Judas and Shabaka acting like the Google cars outside honking.
No, hell no. I don't get nowhere near them motherfuckers. Shit. They got goddamn Google buses out here, man, and I get them motherfuckers plenty of room.
Oh, I got a Vegas story too today. I'll be talking about Shabaka. There was a crazy Nabisco running around shooting at everybody's house.
Oh,
Did you hear about that?
Yeah, a little bit. Enlighten me, man, and let me know what part of town so I can avoid it like the plague, man.
I'll have that today. I'll have that on today's show. There's a Nabisco.
Damn bullshit. Well, this is Sin City, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
That doesn't mean you gotta be like that.
Khalifa, Queen Khalifa. Queen Khalifa.
Hey, baby.
No, Leonard, I don't fuck with them Google cars. I get far away from them motherfuckers. And you heard about that son bitch, man, that got stuck in one of them motherfuckers going around in circles in San Francisco. That shit was whack as hell. Motherfucker stuck in a goddamn Google car, man, and couldn't get the fuck out of it.
But I'm being honest with that. I grew up in Long Island. I never saw a red native. All the natives I saw look black like Flavor Flav. I used to go, my mama used to take us to the thing where they would have the tribal thing on Long Island, and everybody there was black. I never saw, either it was black or they was sort of light-skinned niggas with green eyes.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
like Smokey Robinson.
Yep. I ain't never seen no niggas,
It's
no
a lot
red
of
niggas.
red natives out here in Colorado. We got mainly Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho.
Okay.
And Sioux.
Yeah, them was the motherfuckers that wiped out Custer. And I'm glad they killed that bastard.
But
Fuck
like
Custer.
here on Long Island, like I said,
and the
a
Pueblos.
lot of people. Yeah,
We got the
Pueblo.
Apache. They're real dark.
Yeah.
And the Ohlone in California.
Okay, Ohlone. Okay, where in California? Because I do know, like I told Bianca, they got a Ohlone College out there in the Bay Area. But where were the Ohlone at in California?
They were mainly in the northern part.
Okay, can you give me a county?
It wasn't just a county; they were spread all over. Northern
Okay,
California.
no. But whoa. Hold on, Che. Just give me a county because I'm going to reason that at that time, if there was in a particular county, then quite naturally, of course, they'll be in the adjacent counties as well, too.
Sonoma County, Shabaka.
Okay, Sonoma County. All right. Okay, that's off of Highway 99. Okay. I've been through Sonoma County. Yeah, that's what they, speaking of Sonoma County, man, that's what they're saying. The cycle of passes, shit that's fucking up motherfuckers' insides with that contaminated lettuce is coming out of Sonoma County. So I ain't fucking with no lettuce.
If it says Taylor Farm, throw that shit in the trash.
Well, they're saying it's more than just Taylor Farms now.
Well, I heard it was mainly Taylor Farms. It's news.
Yeah, no, well, they've come out with more information. They said it's more than just Taylor Farm.
Okay.
So you got to be careful. They said it's spread. It's more than just Taylor Farm. So
yeah, Leonard DeJoda. Yeah, this shit ain't no joke out here.
I've been telling y'all, I've been saying this on my broadcast at least a year and a half, 2 years ago. Stop talking about what you eat. All this. Nearly Fuller Jr. said they would attack that stuff. They will find a way. And what we're finding out from this one researcher that I might bring his thing on the show today, he's saying that this came from people shitting on the, you only get this from fecal contamination.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, so I heard of that out there.
That they're shitting on the lettuce.
Yeah, the migrant workers.
Took a dump and touched 100,000 fucking cameras.
Yeah, they the ones who voted for Trump. This is what gets me, like, nigga, y'all voted for Trump, and now you shitting on our lettuces. Because you mad at us.
Picking it up with your hands and touching every blade of grass.
These black niggas was marching the street.
Like, with shit heads, that's what you gotta go with. Then motherfuckers over there picking lettuce with shit heads, and that's how everybody got doo-doo diarrhea and shit.
Yo, Leonard DeJuda right there.
I mean, Taco Bell is a place.
You right. They put the jab in the goddamn lettuce and spinach. Leonard DeJuda is right. I've been telling you. What's his name?
So
that's why I grow my own lettuce.
Hands, you've handled all the lettuce and spinach.
Yeah. They do.
I mean, we can just say that, you know, Taco Bell costs.
They pooping on it. Well, you know how Mexican shit be. If you ever heard of Mexican shit in the bathroom, it'd be like,
damn, breathe.
They don't have like a shit like we shit. They should be like,
goddamn, boy, that shit that turning my stomach, man. Goddamn.
Yeah.
He just don't wipe his ass with it.
I hear that shit all day in Home Depot. They be
yeah,
lighting them toilets up.
God damn.
Everybody go
Well, I'm sitting at a lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee, y'all. But guess what? I own the lunch counter.
That's right.
Yeah.
Video, y'all. We got like minutes left.
All right.
Oh, yeah, let it go. Yeah,
we've been here way too long to not have mixed in with the indigenous population or not have some indigenous ancestry. It's
you know
impossible for
Tariq
us
gonna
to
end on a
be here
funny
this
note.
long.
Yeah.
That's
Because
why I
now
love this
that
nigga.
completely takes us out of the
I don't care what
whole
nobody got to say about my brother.
forced immigration narrative that they like to try to crowbar. We are not immigrants in any sense of the word.
At all. We are not immigrants.
We're just not.
At all.
And all of that pretending talk, that's a shaming tactic. That ain't going to work. That's not going to change history. That's not going to change lineage. In fact, most of us, when we do lineage research, when we research our lineage, we will run into an indigenous person before we run into Africans.
Africans, facts. That's what my family.
Why are you
found.
bullshitting?
That's what my auntie found.
We will,
She
if
was
we
like,
trace our
nephew. She was like,
paperwork
oh my
back.
God, nephew, I
Dude,
ain't
I'm
from no
talking
Africa.
personally. We'll hit some
Well, Breezy, you should have seen this African fox that I saw in the Starbucks up in Panther Town about 6 years ago.
Yeah, a lot of us, there is no.
She was fine in a motherfucker, too.
She laid up with a white man right now.
You understand?
Probably over here in Virginia.
For a lot of people. Now, I have
Safe
seen
bet.
some people where some of their documents in some cases said, okay, African. I've seen some.
I'm going to go downtown on the late night and I'm going to show y'all.
But when you go to plantations, go down to plantations in Louisiana.
I'm going to show y'all.
They'll list the names of the
Bunch
people
of
on the
African
plantations.
bitches with old white men.
Yeah, bed wenching.
They have categories for the ones who were brought over from Africa and the ones who are already here. I've seen that on plantations in Louisiana.
I'll never set foot in that motherfucker again.
Jimmy,
ever.
That was an American
I've
Negro.
been to George Washington plantation.
Or
I've been to
indigenous
Robert E.
Negro.
Lee plantation.
They have stuff like that.
I've been to James Madison plantation.
They make a distinction.
I've been to Thomas Jefferson plantation.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a raping, slave trading pedophile too. Yeah.
It's so many plantations in Virginia. Y'all don't even know.
Yeah, that's where Grandma was born at. My grandmother was born in Virginia.
You know,
I've been to almost all the plantations.
They got the Black
it's like 2 or 3 I need to go to.
They got the
my little sister, man, that traveled through there and sent me pictures of them plantation.
Yeah, I go to all that shit.
Excuse me. Man.
You can't understand it until you go to the plantation.
Let me see. All right, let's get one more in here.
Yeah, explosive diarrhea.
So we got a lot of people.
God damn.
I hear niggas at my job. I'm niggas in there like.
Y'all want me to stay longer?
Man, them motherfuckers got to be wearing them some goddamn diapers, man. Some damn depends.
If y'all want me to hang out
I mean, you get older, it just gets louder and louder.
If y'all want me to stay,
I don't want to get that goddamn old where motherfucker can't go shit properly. Hell no, kill me.
All right.
You see me walking around with shit in my pants, kill me. You know I'm not in my right mind.
Let's put some cakes on it.
You know I'm gone.
There's some change. Throw some more gifts.
Do a mercy killing on
Throw some
Shabaka.
lightning bolts. Throw some spaceships up in there. Throw some lollipops. All that shit y'all be throwing up. Let's get it. Yes. Lollipops so good. Yummy cake.
This is TikTok.
Yes. Money gun.
No, they kicked me off of TikTok
Punch. Come on now.
Breeze. Yeah, they kicked me off of TikTok.
I'll give you the sound effects. Let's get it popping.
That's how you get the money on TikTok.
Yeah, they tell me, we want to see your picture, Shabaka. Check the goddamn LA County jail and get the worst goddamn picture, and that's me.
Like Taco Bell.
Let's get this thing popping.
Right.
All right. Let's get some of the family in here. Who is that? What's up, Miss Knight? Somebody named Miss Knight something. Get on in here,
Leonard, I ain't never going back to no goddamn Taco Bell.
Copio.
I ain't gonna lie, we be having fun.
Miss Knight, Night.
Hey Tariq, how you doing?
Yeah, they banned me on TikTok, man.
I wanted to say something to that Haitian you had up here earlier.
Yes.
The one that was working at Amazon.
Yes.
Yeah, that nigga
Our
was at
president
Amazon.
just said on the world stage that Haitians have AIDS and they've brought AIDS to our country.
Oh, damn.
That's bullshit. That shit was created in a fucking laboratory.
Haitians.
No, we
So he
talking
should
about
really
they
be
done brought the
concerned about
numbers
that.
up. That's
That
what
was
he
said
said.
on the world
He really gonna
stage
believe
tonight.
You're not saying they.
I got it
I'm
here.
really gonna
Cliff,
believe
hop
that.
over there, Cliff.
Hey,
Well, could they put that in that jabby jab tray?
Okay. Okay. I tried to bring him back up. He's boxing up some Amazon orders right now. Yeah. But go ahead.
Fuck Jeff Bezos.
Our president made that announcement tonight, just out of nowhere.
Wow.
Who's president, you crazy bitch? You talking about this crooked orange motherfucker? There ain't no goddamn president. That's a multiple convicted felon.
President made that announcement.
He ain't shit to me, Breeze.
Spreading it around.
The only way I accept that motherfucker as the president is when they throw his ass in a goddamn slammer. Throw that motherfucker on Alcatraz.
Regardless of what you feel, nigga, he's the president.
But I guess he's not in the mood.
Not of mine, he ain't. He's a crook.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't vote for him. But the nigga the president.
Yeah, 45 convicted fella.
And they can't do nothing with him because of a system of white supremacy. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So it don't matter then.
Yeah, but like I told you, Breeze, you know, I can't find my man out here, Scam Brown, man, in Nevada.
Until we replace this shit with a system of justice, all this shit is for nothing. The electric root work. Get your root work. I got my root work.
You just did a little dab, huh? Like you said.
I told y'all I keep a thing of this in my locker at work. The bitches be loving me. I'm telling you. All the Spanish bitches, all them bitches in there, they can't resist me.
Now remember, Breeze, there ain't no black power in white pussy. Excuse my language, Lady Che.
I know that, but
yeah.
Why you say it to me?
I'm past having children. I already got my kids from a black vagina. My kids already came from a black vagina. They done. I don't have more kids.
Hey man, I don't even want to talk about my private parts, man, but it's not like what that it's not like that, Shabaka. It's very, 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 very black.
Shit gone.
Very black.
My shit gone.
Biggity black.
Yeah, this is black. What you talking about, man?
Yeah.
Like that, like talk about it. But let's just
my kid, I'm good. I don't need no more children. But if I wanted, I would have another.
You just put on a little root work and it's on and crack it up. You just gotta break the whole situation.
Yeah, that root work is real, nigga. I'm telling you, bitches be wanting to hug you when you got that root work on. They like,
man, make sure you ain't got your wallet on you, man. You know, sound like pickpocket artist.
Who carries a wallet in 2026?
I do.
Niggas don't carry wallets. It's in my bag. It's in my bag. My bag is in my locker.
You silly. You need to have that shit on you at all times.
When I'm working, why would I have a wallet
because if somebody go in the locker and steal your bag, you ain't gonna have
my
shit.
locker is locked.
Okay, so then what? If I work there and I cut the locks, I steal your bag. You ain't gonna
cut. Ain't nobody cut no lock.
I carry a set of keys.
It's a nigga always in the break room. Nigga, you would never be able to cut a lock. These are master locks. You can't cut
small,
a master
medium,
lock.
and large. What size lock you got on there?
You can't cut a master lock.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Keys to
No,
the
you
city.
can't.
Which
you
size
wouldn't
do you
have
want?
no time.
Medium, large, or small?
Cut no goddamn lock.
Yes, I can.
There's somebody in the break room all the time.
Trust me, that's my jam.
No,
yes, I can.
ain't nobody stealing no
that's
niggas'
my
wallet.
jam. That's you don't think so.
No, and sometimes I leave my wallet at home because all my information on my phone.
No debit card.
No, that's on my. It's all on my phone.
No change of clothes.
All of it's on my phone. My license, everything on my phone.
You want to know what, Breezy? Generally, I do that too. I just have my internal passports, man. The state of Nevada driver's license, and that is it.
Passport, everything. You can put it all on your phone. You don't have to. When I go to the airport, when I've been at the airport, I just put my phone up. Them niggas, they already know it's me. They literally know it's me by the time I get up there. They like, oh, because it's all on my phone. Everything on my phone now. My government ID, my license, my passport, all that. It's on my phone. I don't have. You can get that. You can go to USAW government.id and put all your shit on it.
Too? Then what?
Huh?
What's the backup if you don't have no wallet, no backpack or phone? What's the backup plan? You get pulled over. How you gonna ride that
What do
out?
you mean? That's all. Who rides without not having that stuff on?
If you lose all your shit one day, how are you going?
I don't lose. I don't lose.
Where's your driver's license, sir?
I don't.
No, you got to do is get a copy driver's license number, lady check.
Yeah, I don't lose my shit.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's your plan. You're just gonna go with the memory, right? I mean, I do got my shit memorized too. I guess.
Yeah, I don't lose my shit. I already know my
If I was
security
a
number.
scam girl, I would cut your shit off just in case.
Nah, you
just because
couldn't
you
get
don't
my
think I can do it.
You couldn't.
I
You
would be
couldn't.
like, what is this?
You
It's a
couldn't.
medium lock.
Even my bag. Even my bag got a security thing on it. You can't cut through my bag.
Yes, you can when you got.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. You think you can. You think you can till you get to that security wire that is blocking your blade.
Oh, that's even better. I got that too.
My bag. You ain't walking with your whole damn 2 cents.
You don't know what I got underneath my
hell is
chair.
you? You from goddamn the goddamn Hidden Leaf Village.
Before you used to like creeping in
hell
places
no.
with the low side, just walking through it.
You is not robbing me.
That girl.
I go look. I'm not getting robbed. I go to shit all the time. I'm not getting robbed.
That was insane. I'm just saying, you got all of that in your bag, not in your back pocket.
I got everything. I don't need it in my back pocket.
Everybody needs.
I got it's on my phone. Everything is on my phone.
I didn't know you want to get caught with that, say not having a license.
My cards is on my phone. Everything on my phone.
Yeah, mine too, but I have to have my wallet. Like I can't leave without my little wallet.
Even my children IDs, all is on my phone. Everything.
I was like, this shit.
I don't need my wallet. I could leave my bag. I leave my purse home. Well, I don't call it a purse. It's a purse. Yeah, it's a purse. Because niggas, we wearing purse. That's what it is.
Like a man.
I leave my purse at home, but sometimes I take it if I'm going to a big event. You know what I mean? But other than that, I don't really even need that no more. I learned with my government ID shit, I don't need that shit no more because I just go, huh?
I'm scared, man.
Use the app.
Yeah, it's called governmentid.com. They put it on your phone. You know how you got your wallet on your phone?
So you drop your phone in the toilet, then what?
Wait, hold on. You know how you got your wallet on your phone?
Yeah. You walking around.
So under your wallet, they'll put you'll have all your IDs, your children IDs. You'll have all your shit underneath that. You just hit the wallet and all your stuff. So if you need, you about to go, and it's got it's already got a QR code. Every picture got a QR code with it. So when you coming up to the airport, they already know you coming because they can tell your phone. It's already reading your phone.
Oh yeah, that's what you got all the fucking snitch ass cameras there, and en route on your way there.
Yeah, put it on. It's easy, nigga. Don't y'all want an easy way of life?
And
what the hell?
Space 52.
They already know your information. They already know who you are already
man,
anyway. So it doesn't matter.
I got scenarios later.
There's no more hiding out. It's a wrap.
He has answers for everything.
They got everything. They got your number. They know you when you're coming in. It don't matter, nigga. Walmart. All them niggas. Target. When you come in there, nigga, they know it's you.
Bad purse confessions.
Right.
Nigga, we ain't got to worry no more. You American nigga, they know.
He said purse. I said purse.
I got a purse, nigga.
I said purse. You know, I try to give him.
Look, nigga, I'm being honest. I call him a bag, but nigga, it's really a
bag.
purse.
That's a bag.
It's a man purse, nigga. Every
It's
nigga got a purse.
Say merce.
No, I ain't calling it a merce.
Why not?
I'm calling it a purse because that's what it is.
Oh, purse is
It's
for
what
purse.
my mama had. She all had.
Yes, she had a purse. You get a purse.
I'm doing the same thing. Like, nigga, I can't believe I gotta be going in my bag.
Right?
I gotta be like, hold on, wait, it's in my bag. Hold on, I gotta grab my bag like a woman. And I'm like, I gotta go in this bitch.
You're gonna make me say bad things, cuz.
I'm telling you, I'm sitting here like a woman.
Kind of pertinent girl
I'll be at spots. I'm like, wait, hold on. Let me get it's in my purse. I said, my daughters called it a purse. They was like, Daddy, you got a purse.
So see, you let them tell you, I'm like, it's a merce, baby.
Yeah, I should have. But my daughters, they be going in on me.
It's an over the shoulder purse.
Lord, damn, bad children. Go ahead, Jesse.
From these Caribbean tethers.
What size merce is this?
They
Can it carry the pistol too?
Give me 2 merces.
They're saying that FBAs are mean to the Caribbean.
Oh yeah, you saw that? I saw that on Professor Black Truth. Come on, we mean. We ain't mean. That's a cat.
Hey,
all the Africans at my job know I'm nice to them.
Right.
What was mean when they called us dirty black Americans?
Yeah.
That was mean. When they say we eat slave food, was that mean?
Right. Said we eat slave food. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, Lady J.
Yeah, that's them chitlins. Yeah.
I don't give a. They said ribs, everything. I don't give a damn. Chitlins is good. It's better than a dirt cookie.
Yeah. No, I don't eat no hog guts. Hell no.
Chitlins is still better than eating bush meat.
Right. That part, Reese. That part.
Would you eat a dirt cookie? Would you eat?
Hey, look, man. If I'm hungry and that's all I got, I'm gonna cook that motherfucker up right in a stew with some potatoes. I'll eat whatever.
I ain't eat no dirt cookie. I'm a starve to death.
Motherfucking bird out the sky, fucking whatever it takes.
I ain't eating bush meat, right, Jesse? You can't get me to eat no bush meat. I ain't eating no bush meat.
I don't know, man. It's an end of the world type situation. I ain't
nope.
Motherfucking monkey come running around the corner. Oh man, I'm trapped in that motherfucker. Skinny up.
Y'all always go with that zombie apocalypse shit.
Yeah,
nigga, and we ain't even doing that. They doing that regular. Ain't no zombies around. Ain't nothing. They eating bush meat. I'm not eating no bush meat
like that. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna eat bush meat.
I'm dead, nigga. I'm dead. Like if I had to hunt some, shit, and I'm out here trapped in the woods and shit.
It's the end of the motherfucking world, and I'm carrying fucking Breeze's purse around. I'm gonna kill me a.
Yo, you better be carrying my purse.
Yeah, I have to because you're a man. I can't have you looking like that. We walk around.
Now okay, who we got up here? Cracknetter.
He said, "I'm on purpose."
Cracknetter said he mean on purpose.
Yeah. See?
Yo, that's funny though. Cracknetter, that's funny. He should be. Look, I don't tell people how you should deal with the damn tether. Right. Me personally, if I'm dealing with a tether, look, I told y'all about the sassy African nigga at my job, and how when I went away and disappeared, all of a sudden this nigga was all nice to me and wanted to talk to me. But he back to his same ways already. He back to his ways. And I'm looking at him like, nigga, stop with your, because he watching me on my break today. I'm like, nigga, what you,
damn.
I'm looking at the nigga. I'm like, nigga, what you watching me for? I'm allowed an hour break today, nigga. I've been here since 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock. What's wrong with you? Huh?
Okay, now who do we got here? And it says, I ain't eating no goddamn couch salad or Escargot shit.
Yeah, conch salad. That's right. He said he
you
ain't
ate
eat
with the
no.
seashells
Yeah,
and fucking.
we don't want all that shit,
and
nigga.
snails.
Conch,
Okay, we cool.
no damn conch salad.
So you gonna eat some doodle lettuce though?
Yeah, we don't know. He might eat doodle
He ain't
lettuce.
gonna
We
eat the salad, but he gonna eat the
Well,
doodle
as they
lettuce.
say, one man's meat is another man's poison.
We don't know what he eating yet because he said he at least not eating that goddamn conch. You see that conch come out that thing,
and the
you be like,
snail.
oh hell
But I'll
no,
take a doodle
I'm
salad
not
every
eating
day.
that.
I'm not eating nothing that's moving.
I will.
Yeah, that's it. Oh shit.
Remember that video,
I'm gonna
Bree?
start a fire. That motherfucker gonna be moving much longer.
They was eating something that was moving. And
Oh,
they
them
remember,
octopuses.
Remember they was grubbing on that shit?
Oh,
and it was moving, food moving while they was grubbing on it.
I thought that was AI because I didn't really think that was serious.
Nah, that was real, and it was grabbing on the bitch face. It was an octopus.
Ew. Yeah, that bitch would have been cooked before it like slither on in.
Nah,
right?
Asian niggas eat. Asian niggas eat that
I'm
shit
a lady,
alive.
you gonna make me say something bad.
And they eat that sushi and shit, raw fish, and them motherfuckers wonder why they be having goddamn intestinal cancer and all that old shit.
I can't speak to that.
They eat the octopus alive. That should be alive. That should be grabbing on their face. They be like,
First of all, I'm not even gonna let that happen. That motherfucker's name, I'm gonna give him a name as I slide him out of the fucking pot and boil him together.
that nigga going right on their face.
They was eating scrubs. They was
Damn.
Insects or something. And the motherfuckers was all on the plate. The whole plate.
Oh, when they was eating the bug, when they was trying to make the mosquito burger.
Yeah.
Damn.
Let's be
that was crazy. They was eating them while the kids was eating them while they was alive. I was like, good Lord. And then they had a bunch of locusts. They were mixing locusts in with them.
They got locusts
I
in
was
there.
like, oh.
They had all kinds of
Yeah, that's why I know I ain't. That's how I know I ain't from Africa. Shabaka, if you want to be from Africa, nigga, you can be from Africa. Because I know I ain't ate no goddamn mosquito burgers, locust patties. Nah, nigga.
Even Fred Stafford said he ain't eating nothing, still moving on.
What did Fred Sanford say it is? Who is this?
I said he didn't eat no snails. That's it.
Okay, now who's this person here? This 221.
That's
We know it's cool. It's all right. It's all right. They didn't make it a funny. All right. That's
Wait a
funny.
minute.
And no snails, no conch shells. We got it. Nothing moving.
We not doing none of that.
I like snails though. I don't like them.
Look, I've had some escargot before, but that's not what I'm going to be.
Oh, man, you a better man than me, Breeze.
Yeah. Well,
I ain't eat no goddamn snail.
I went to France. I went me and my wife. We went to France. But we was in the whole, because we went to England first, and then we went on a little train through a tunnel to France.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate a real life snail over there in Gilroy.
And we wasn't even really in the full France. We was like in Normandy.
Just cause.
What about oysters?
What it was. Yeah.
What about oysters?
No, I ain't fucking with them either.
Yeah, I like oysters. I
don't fuck with them.
Experiment. Is this funny to me?
Oh, I love oysters. I make some killer grill oysters.
See, he's not afraid of fire. Why is everybody afraid of fire?
My shit bust.
I was like, light it up, bitch. Let's cook.
All right, let's get on.
That shit gonna be moving after a couple minutes. It's gonna be all right.
We're mean to them. We're so mean to the Caribbeans.
Oh, they pussy.
The professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Boo.
Before we get started with this morning's briefing, believe it or not, this week is not going to be focused entirely on tethers and foreign bootlicks, but this is something that I want to point out today because this shows how some Black immigrants have taken upon themselves the kinky need to project all of their negative thoughts about themselves onto us. The things that they claim about us, the negative stuff, they're actually talking about themselves.
I feel like Black Americans lack unity. I feel like our communication of any age, from any background, and automatically when they find out I'm Haitian, they're protecting me in the room. Some way, somehow, they're looking out. They're making sure.
Or Black people. Or Black people, or the
Haitians, Caribbeans, Jamaicans, like they see another Caribbean in the room, they looking out for them. Just like white people could see they friend applying for the job, they gonna make sure the white friend good. Just like the Spanish people stick together and they family members want to live in the same house and always be together. Vidi hang out with all her sisters all the time. Foreigners stick together.
So you saying
Black Americans
don't stick together? They be against one another.
Yes, it be for the may the best win. It be a doggy dog world. They're not about unity. They're not about unity. And for that, as a Black American, as a Caribbean, experiencing that from a Black American, and you're always used to Black people always like wanting to be one, and then you see like the Americans are not like that. It's like, wait, I thought we was on the same team. You know?
Meanwhile, if you start a business in Haiti and if I have a restaurant and then someone else started a restaurant right next to me, they're gonna compete, and it's not even friendly competition. A lot of our people.
Hold on, did y'all notice that nigga had one white hand and one black hand?
Right.
Rewind that. Wait, what?
Cake soap.
This nigga only got one hand. He only got enough money for one hand. Wait, hold on.
That from a Black American, and you're always used to Black people always like.
That hand is hella white and fucked up.
What other hand black is that? Let's bring the other hand up.
Let's talk about it for real.
Wait, for real. Bring that hand up.
Sassy and weird.
Let's get both hands up. Look, there you go. There you go. How do you rock? Wait, hold on, nigga. Wait, hold on. Hold on, nigga.
Why the hell
you got a black hand and a white hand, nigga? This nigga only got enough money for one hand to do one bleaching.
Yeah,
this nigga face gonna be two-tone because he ain't got he don't have enough money to do the whole face and the neck too. Nigga, you pathetic, nigga.
Weird as hell. I thought it was sassy. That was just a weirdo.
I know I saw that shit. I'm like, what the hell? Why is this nigga hand? One hand black and one is white.
God. He said, I knew he was sassy, but come on.
Just like the Spanish people stick together and they family members want to live in the same house and always be together. Vidi hang out with all her sisters all the time. Foreigners stick together.
So you saying
Black Americans don't stick together.
They be against one another.
Yes,
I see that.
Oh my God.
I see that, Bree. I see that.
Man,
you saw that. The niggas got one white hand and one black.
I thought it was just sassy.
I can't trust this nigga.
Lord.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This nigga look like Domino. I can't trust that nigga. That's the nigga
look like he had a white person's doing the other hand, Showtime and shit. He's talking. He's like, you move your hand when I talk and put it up against my face.
Yeah, that hand be fighting him.
He
got the white hand. That nigga like, nigga, you
I can't stand myself.
It be for the may the best win. It be a doggy dog world. They're not about unity. They're not about unity. And for that, as a Black American, as a Caribbean, experiencing that from a Black American, and you're always used to Black people always like wanting to be one.
Look how it is on his face.
Americans are not like that.
Look how that hand look on his face when he touches his face.
But answer the question. Which one do you think he touched himself with? The white hand or the black hand?
The white hand. It's the white hand all the time.
That's right.
That white hand is a freak.
That white hand is a freak, cuz.
That white hand is always busy. It's just nothing but about freak stuff.
With you, I got right with like 1/3 there.
Yo, there was a movie and shit where they had a nigga from jail who had all these different body parts. What was that? What was it called again?
You can't even claim vitiligo in this shit at all. Like you have a vitiligo pass, but no, that's not it. Look, the other hand, the bleaching. Look at the black hand on the bottom, though. Look at the black hand on the bottom, though.
It's different. Like, look at the palm.
No, that's that AI bullshit. That's what that is.
This ain't no AI, nigga. This real.
I thought it would be vitiligo, but no, cuz that's him holding the
that's
white.
That's a nigga with a bleach hand and a nigga with a black hand. See, Shabaka don't be wanting to believe the truth. You be just wanting
Whoa,
to hold on to this.
Hold on. Stop, Breezy. I ain't never disrespected you, brother. I ain't never disrespected you.
I ain't disrespect you, but you don't want to believe the truth.
No, brother, I don't believe bullshit, man. That's what it is, man. No, man, but I ain't never gonna disrespect you like that,
I
Breezy.
ain't disrespect you, brother. You think I disrespected you, Shabaka?
Oh my gosh.
Breezy, you ain't never heard me say that Breezy talk bullshit. Come on, Breeze.
That's not what he's
Wait,
saying,
Shabaka.
Bruno.
You
That's
think
not what
we
he's
should
saying.
all be Africans? I ain't say that.
Oh, we're talking about cake soap, Shabaka. Cake soap. The motherfuckers use a soap to whiten their skin.
But
like all the way
Oh, that's that Sammy Sosa shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah, that's that Sammy Sosa bullshit. You know.
I'm going on that point.
Right.
Because you saying it's AI. That's clearly not AI.
Jesus,
That's
right.
that nigga's hand.
That's why now where Shabaka got to apologize because he was wrong.
He got one hand lighter than the other.
Yeah, the nigga's bleaching. I'm not looking crazy. I'm looking at his hand.
Right.
That other hand is clearly a black hand. This
Right.
other hand is a white hand.
Yeah.
Right. And he got the white soap on the black hand a little bit too.
He's doing this. He's
Yeah.
bleaching himself.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the nigga can only afford like hand by hand, arm by arm, like chest by chest. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's what it looked like to me.
That's what it looked like to me.
He's got to go through
Damn.
he's got to go through trials and segments for this shit because he's
Yeah,
not
there's burning
fucking
him. He
able
can
to
only do one
afford the
hand,
whole
one month.
bleaching.
Jesus.
If he's not doing it
Yeah, look at him
himself.
touch his
If
face.
he's not doing it
Put your hands
himself.
down,
That's all
Judge.
I'm
You're
saying.
If you start a business in Haiti and if I have a restaurant and then someone else start a restaurant right next to me, they're gonna compete. And it's not
Nigga,
even a
ain't no
friendly
business
competition.
in
A lot of
Haiti,
our
nigga.
people that's
You
involved
Yeah,
in
that's a
DC.
damn
And in
sure.
Haiti, that's why a lot of businesses don't thrive because of competition. Because there's people that would love to have business in Haiti, but they're scared. Because it's either
Man, I ain't opening up no goddamn business in Haiti, man. I don't even want to see that
and
motherfucker.
that's not okay. That's
No,
the
I'll
thing
be
with
having too
our
many
people, our
goddamn
community
earthquakes
always,
down
they
there,
don't
man.
uplift
I'm
one
scared
another.
to
We need
death of
to uplift
fucking
one another in order for us
earthquakes.
to go up.
If I
Them
open a business
motherfuckers ain't
here in
nothing
America,
nice,
if
Breezy.
I'm
I don't know if you ever
reasonable,
been in
I
one,
open a
man. Them
business reasonable,
motherfuckers, oh
and somebody
man, they
opens
will
one
fuck
next door
you
to
up.
me,
No,
we're
I'm
in
laughing at Leonard the
competition,
Tudor. He said
and
the
then they
Chinaman
burn my
cut
business down.
him off
I
because
have
of
a
the boycott.
recourse. The government
That's
can
funny as hell.
Yeah, just like he
no.
can't get his bleaching cream.
I
He
have
can't get his bleaching
insurance.
cream.
Like there's
That
ways
nigga's
in
got
which the government
That's diabolical.
responds to not to let people know that we're not doing this. We're not tolerating this behavior. Mitigation. The mitigation I don't
Man,
see in
I
Haiti.
seen a
I don't
Haitian
think
nigga
like
humping
I
on
think
a
Jesse
young
should
girl.
push
rewind
this
it.
out
I
of
want
our
to hear what they're
country.
talking about.
Like the country
Can you
was
rewind
beat
it,
up
Jesse?
by
What they
its
talk about?
people.
Did you get that? This guy was claiming that Haitians unify and that they help each other, unlike
That nigga
foundational Black
bleaching.
Americans.
Remember that
Black
nigga got a
Americans, they don't
bleach
help each
hand.
other at all. They don't unify for anything. That, of course, is totally false. His claim that Black Americans never look out for each other and aren't unified on anything, that's a bald-faced lie. Just look at what's happening right now. Do you see any of the Haitians sticking up for one another on this whole TPS thing?
No.
Not unless you're about to be put in one of those ICE vans. Roland Martin's not crashing out for them. You don't see Roly Poly getting on his podcast and cursing and screaming and yelling up a storm and throwing insults. You know the way that
Man,
he did
fuck
with us
Roly
whenever we
Poly.
made it very clear we're not going to take the okie doke. Ashley Etienne, there's another one. She's not making reinstating
worked for
TPS
Barack
any sort of
Obama.
political demand. Instead, she's doing the old
Damn.
standby. We need to have more Black, preferably foreign-born Black women in political office with the Democrats. And you need to hire this Haitian American consultant to work on your campaign. That's all she's interested in. And as for Karine Stank-Pierre, the first Haitian American to be the White House press secretary,
grew up with that
she's
bitch.
missing in action on this one.
That
And what has
bitch
been the
right there, I
response of
grew up
Haiti
with that
to all of this?
Yeah,
See,
she was
that's
Biden's
the
press
reality of
secretary, I think.
on here.
Yeah.
And I consider it to be
Yeah.
particularly galling that this guy actually had the nerve to say that people from the
Okay.
Caribbean in general
live
unify
just like
with each
that
other.
on
They
Big
look
Cousin?
out for each other. They help each other. You take a look at what's going on right now with all of these deportations. You got everybody basically doing the Fortress Europe thing. It's like, oh, no. You keep your guys over there. We're not taking in anybody. Because whenever there's an earthquake or a hurricane, you're not seeing anybody over there in the Caribbean who's saying, all hands on deck, we got to help out our brothers in the Caribbean. That's not what happens. Instead, everybody goes, let's find the nearest American embassy and tell the Americans they need to be doing something. Yeah, that's helping. So what is this guy even talking about? Where is all of this pan-Caribbean unity he's talking about? Where's this guy getting this stuff from? These are a bunch of self-aggrandizing fantasies that people have taken up, and they have no place in the real world. And as for these people who claim to be so concerned about their fellow Haitians, they don't do themselves any favors by denying reality. Unfortunately, that's something that the tethers have made an entire culture out of. One of the major problems that goes along with people who fled from poor countries to a better off one is that they tend to have deep-rooted insecurities about themselves. That they have no choice but to flee makes them feel like they failed. And that attacks their self-esteem in many cases. As a result, in a lot of instances, whenever they interact with people from the country they fled to, they begin insulting and condescending to them. They begin telling the citizens of the country that they fled to, well, we work hard. We work harder than you. And that they've got a superior culture to the people whose country they fled to.
Damn, Leonard Day Joda says that a human lizard. Damn.
They begin saying, we don't know the country they fled to, even if they
look like a chameleon.
They're projecting.
That motherfucker looks sassy as a motherfucker.
Must be what people think about us when they look at us. That we don't work hard, that somehow our culture is clearly deficient, that we failed to build our own country, and that's why we fled. So I'm going to say all of those things about them, before they say it about us. What they're attempting to do is to talk as if they're part of the establishment, like there's some sort of faux nationalists who have been in that country all along. Those are the airs that they attempt to put on. And in order to justify it, they start claiming that, well, when I was in school, there was some FBA kids who made fun of me. First of all, as if that's some sort of grand anomaly. Imagine that. Children who are fresh out of the crib, who don't have any sort of adult sense. Imagine that. They act very immature. Who would have thought? See, though, what we're talking about is not what's happening on the playground. We're talking about what happens out in the real world. And that's a conversation that these tethers don't want to have.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're not just limiting this conversation to Haiti. You have this woman here calling herself butting into the conversation that had absolutely nothing to do with her.
I watched a video of the Haitian woman that called Black Americans dirty. Yeah. And I just wanted to add my own perspective to this whole situation. But before I get into this TED Talk, I'm West African, from Sierra Leone to be exact. Yeah.
Bitch, we could tell.
First of all, what she said was wrong. Let's start there.
That
calling somebody dirty based on their ethnicity or nationality is straight up wrong. Like, it's weird, it's unnecessary, and it's very ignorant.
Strong hands.
But I really need y'all to be honest. Did y'all watch the full clip?
Like,
seriously, did y'all watch the full clip? Or y'all just going based on a little clip that was said?
Her breasts look
because if you watch the whole video, she also stated
went real low when she said it. Yeah, we got it.
Haitians are
word up. She's
dirty Black Haitians.
Those tresses, those are weed.
So what are Haitians then?
That's like she's trying to be like Love Jones.
I'm not defending her. I'm just saying context matters.
She look like a goddamn daddy.
Situation that's going on.
Okay? Pause it real quick, Jesse. I'm wondering because there's a controversy where everybody trying to say that Love Jones is a bad one. This chick looks like Love Jones.
Yes,
I don't know what that is, but I don't know who that is, so I can't say.
She might be the same motherfucker. I don't put nothing past this shit.
I don't even care.
And I do mean nothing.
She's different. She's completely different than Love Jones, but she favors her a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know, but I don't know. Is she a tether? She's not a tether. I don't know.
I don't know. She's a tether.
Yeah, that's a tether, clearly.
Yeah, she's already identified as a tether.
Right.
What we saying?
He volunteered that information. I don't know about the other lady though. I don't really know.
But I was saying her hands look really strong. Like she pulled out yams. She's pulled yams out of the ground before, like real yams.
What I'm seeing on my
ones
timeline
that don't look like real, like the yams.
Is people reacting to a 10-second part of a video and running with it.
Tubers.
Like,
that's the Bush.
And because people didn't watch the whole video, now this whole thing became a whole Haitian versus Black American war thing.
No, it wasn't. It was
And
already
this is where I'm going to say something very
got it all
uncomfortable.
wrong. She did it. She said
Some of the responses I'm seeing on my TL, it don't feel like correction. Like you guys are trying to correct her. It feels like a release, like oh, I can finally say what I want to say. Like, you know, when someone been having hatred in their heart for you and they finding the right time to spew out that hate for you, I feel like this is what it is. Because the things that I'm seeing on my TL is, it don't feel like correction at all. It just feel like, yeah.
You know what? Now we have now makes sense for her like that.
Now, will someone please tell the Timu version of Cola Booth here that if she's feeling some sort of way about delineation, if she's feeling some sort of way about the fact that for the first time ever, foundational Black Americans are calling out the disrespect, maybe it's because she or her family members are perhaps exposed to the danger of deportation? Because I'm not silly enough to believe that this woman has some sort of soft spot in her heart for Haitians and that she just suddenly, for no reason other than pure altruism, felt compelled to run her mouth. No, out of a 4-minute long rant, she devoted less than 30 seconds of it to actually talking about how the Haitian tethers have been disrespecting foundational Black Americans. She devoted very little time to the disrespect for that one woman in particular. She just basically blew right by it. So you could tell that that was insincere. She was doing that just as feeble lip service. But then she spent the remaining 3+ minutes whining and complaining that foundational Black Americans are being mean-spirited somehow. All she wanted to do was really gripe about us, and this was her entree to do that. That was the entire point. When nobody was even talking about her or West Africans at all. And yet she couldn't help but want to butt into the conversation regardless. She showed exactly what her bias is. She identifies with the tethers. And when the tethers get checked, she gets defensive.
I love
this
that.
practice of insulting and antagonizing us, it's overcompensating for feelings of inadequacy and insecurity. And this is why you see them throwing those insults in particular at us. That's where it comes from. And as I showed you in yesterday's briefing, when they're trying to get some political motion going for themselves, they never try to appeal to their own allegedly superior culture. They don't have a tradition of civil protest to draw from. Instead, they carbon copy ours. The exact same people who they spent decades saying are lazy, aren't educated, and aren't unified. They copy the political culture of the very people who they said had no culture. And this is the entire reason why this little attitude of turning up their noses at foundational Black Americans doesn't work. Because at most, they have a group practice of disdain for FBAs, but that's not unity. That's why I showed the other clip. These guys, they talk pretty much like these white racists who apparently they're taking their cues from, who the only thing they could agree on was that they didn't like us. Just because you repeat the same talking points doesn't mean that you're unified. When you look at Europe, everybody was fighting and slaughtering each other prior to the slave trade. And as soon as the Europeans subjugated most of the world, what's the first thing they did? They went right back to killing each other. Same thing in Asia and the Caribbean, all of that fighting. So why is it that they stop when they get to the United States? Why don't they continue that same kind of inter-ethnic strife here? It's because anti-FBA sentiment is the foundation of all of that immigrants are one big happy family stuff. Because that's the unifying principle, that you hate foundational Black Americans. You have to go ahead and give your devotion and allegiance to the phony false edifice of racial hierarchy. It's the glue that keeps these other groups from attacking each other like they do in their home countries. And it's not just limited to Europe. We see this also from Asia, South America, the Caribbean. White supremacy teaches these other groups the rules of racism and the necessity to reinforce the anti-FBA racism. This is apparently in their minds what gives them all something in common. We have people who are trying to live in their own imaginations, but that doesn't work. We're seeing right now exactly how unified these immigrant groups are. They claim that they built this country, but they're not even able to build a political movement. The rather moist presenting fool at the beginning of the video who was talking greasy about us, he's not doing anything to unify with his countrymen in Haiti. Instead, he's here. And he's not going to Haiti. He's not trying to unify with the Haitians here in the U.S. who are under threat of deportation either. Facing a crisis, the only thing he can think of to do is psychologically masturbate. And you have to wonder, is this what happens in Haiti? Is this in fact a window into how they've been interacting with each other there? The entire reason that delineation happened is that there can be no meaningful relationship with anyone without respect. And until that changes, nothing else will. It seems that one of the big issues that people have with the whole delineation movement is that foundational Black Americans are not perpetuating any sort of lie that both sides, quote unquote, are equally to blame. No, there's been one side that's been trying to unify with people. There's been one side who's been taking a hell of a lot of abuse for decades from the very people that they've tried to reach out to. And there's been another side that has been doing the insulting for generations, claiming to be better than other Black people, driving wedges of division, making sure to always mention their particular country of origin, their particular ethnic group, what have you, whenever they have some sort of accomplishment, and all the while calling this success. You don't see Black Americans going to anyone else's country and insulting them, telling them we work harder than you do, and telling all of these other people, all you guys do is to copy us. You copy everything we say, you copy everything that we do, you copy the way that we dress, the way that we talk. Well, that's because our culture and the country we built is superior. You have never seen a foundational Black American running around talking like that. You see, other countries, they don't push the, well, this country is a country of immigrants narrative. Only the United States does that. And as a result, these tethers and foreign flags, they don't get to go to other countries and say, we built this country. Let them go ahead and try that mess in Germany. Let them try that mess in Italy. Let them try that mess even in Britain. See how long you last. Look, it's one thing to have pride in the country that you're from, and so long as it's a healthy appreciation of one's origins, that's not a problem. But the problem is these tethers and foreign flags, that's not what they're doing. All they do is to try to dump on us. That is their identity. Thinking that this raises their own stock, spoiler, it doesn't. You can tell yourself whatever story you want, but the main reason FBAs have stopped reaching out to others is that we finally got tired of being slapped in the face by the people we've been trying to help. Keep on living a lie, let the white media fool you into thinking that one or two laudatory articles about this or that immigrant means that these white supremacists love immigrants. We know that white supremacy turns on the people it pretends to befriend, and when they do, it will be sudden, without warning, and without remorse. Argue with the facts if you want, but reality always gets the last word. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Stephen 12, Faith Speaks Life, Yafet Jones, Walter Wilborn, and Latavius. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right. Thanks for the sound effects. Yeah, he was.
Cooking.
What are your thoughts, Shabaka, on what the professor just said?
Man, only thing I can say about that, Brother Che, it ain't never a dull moment here. Shit, that's what I can say, man. Never a dull moment here.
Yeah, he was cooking. He cooked on that. I mean,
yeah, Lisa Cabrera.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts? Lady Che.
But what? But what?
You got started yet, or were you going to talk
but
about
what?
it?
But well, I forgot the topic because I'm busy doing other things. What topic again? I mean, seriously, I'm doing something serious right now. Like, what? Just tell me the title. Just tell me the title, Romance. I heard it this morning. I know I heard it this morning.
The Caribbeans are saying that we're mean to them.
Nah, fuck them. They're gonna say that because everybody blaming us for their deportation. Like us having the thought, we didn't sign the motherfucking executive order. We didn't pay for the trip to come. It's not our fault. We have an opinion, and then you're getting deported. How is that our fault? You didn't fix your shit for the 30 years. Right. They have immigration lawyers. They have this for you. It's been made possible. But when you come and start talking shit, like, you know, we didn't do this, and you call us names or whatever, that's just showing a sign that you don't respect the time you had here. Instead, you shit on it, and then now you're mad and like you want to. What the fuck did you want us to do? We were just having an opinion. We didn't sign no.
No, Lady Che, they here to take. Like with me and Jesse crumb bombed on that broad.
We're not letting have jokes. Like, we're just joking amongst ourselves. They act like we had the power to say, you know, let's deport Haiti, man. Fuck them. So we saw that paperwork. Hey, we got the bread to fill up that gas tank. Just go ahead and drop them off at the island, and we'll give them $2,000 on GP where they sign up to go themselves. Come on, look where I got signed. Come on now. We're always getting blamed for some shit. That's all I gotta say about that. That's all I gotta say. I gotta go back on mute.
They act like we're CC Factory. We got the power. We got the power to deport their ass. Oh God. All right, so moving along, Lisa gonna give us an update on the Nolan Wells case. The Nolan Wells mother speaks out after receiving hate mail before his funeral.
Shit, she better get a goddamn gun and lock and load.
Mail.
Shit, fuck that.
And how she reacted. She received this live. So we're going to talk about
I'm gonna have to
Nolan Wells,
the other side of the room. And it's really dark.
Now, just before the
We
funeral,
lost Breeze.
received hate mail. Somebody mailed her a letter, and she pretty much responded, letting them know that she's not going back down. She's just doing what any normal parent would do, inquire about what happened to their child. And it was nothing but those white supremacists down there in Mississippi. It's so silly. So she just goes over what happened after she received the hate mail and how she reacted. And it just goes to show you, I never heard of any white child being unalive and somebody sending hate mail to the family. I mean, come on, that's something we definitely don't do. That is not our culture, and we don't do that. But on the other hand, these folks, they don't have no regard for anybody's life but theirs. So they would gladly do it. I think it's evil. And, I hope they put out the autopsy results soon, because I know a lot of people are anticipating what really happened or what their findings are. But I think what's happening, y'all, the state of Mississippi is afraid to put theirs out first because they know it's going to be different from the private autopsy. It's not going to match. See, they're going to do what's in the best interest of those 3 white children that was on the boat. That's what they're concerned about. They have no concern whatsoever about Nolan. But the private autopsy will be completely different. And like I told y'all last week, I'm glad the family got the autopsy done outside of Mississippi, because you can see it is a lot of corrupt things going on in Mississippi. Always been that way. And as you can see, things ain't changed that damn much in Mississippi, that's for sure. So I think that was a smart move on their part. So we shall see. Yeah, well, all I have to say is I have a feeling the private one is going to reveal a lot more than the one that was done in Mississippi. That's what I really, truly feel is going to happen. Thank you, James Mitchell, for the 440 gems. I deeply appreciate it. Please give me 1 second so I can get this. Hold on. Here we go. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Everything is so heavy. Everything is so heavy. Just been going through the motions, I'm a healthcare provider, so I talk about grief a lot. And now to be on the other side of this is, it's a lot. So I lost my mom a few years ago, and that was hard. This loss, this grief, this pain, it's different. It's insurmountable.
Family of Nolan Wells, they're preparing to lay their 18-year-old son to rest. Wells was found dead on July 6th in the waters off Mississippi's Horn Island, where he'd been celebrating the 4th of July holiday with friends. Now, 2 weeks later, his family is finalizing funeral plans.
There were hundreds of people out there. You've seen the video and the photographs. How somebody did not see him is pretty shocking to me, especially if he left one group that knows him to go with another group that clearly knows him. I don't understand how he got separated from everybody that he knows. It is early. They are actively still talking to people. They are gathering, photographic evidence and video evidence from people that were there. Even if I did not know him, if I'm just taking a video of the whole crowd, I could have captured him.
Someone mailed Christine Wansley a photograph, not a card, not flowers, a photograph of her standing at a press conference with her husband, grieving her 18-year-old son, with arrows drawn from Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump's eyes toward her face and dollar signs sketched
Al
beside
Sharpton, man, that bobblehead banana sucking
to her mother's
trick.
home, implying she's profiting off her own son's death. Her response, posted publicly: "Whoever sent this to my home, may the good Lord have mercy on your soul." Then 4 words that have already been shared thousands of times: "Please go touch grass." Tomorrow, Christine buries that son. Reverend Sharpton will deliver the eulogy. Hundreds are expected to fill Centerpoint Church in Ocean Springs. That's not the only development since we last covered this case. New GPS data has surfaced, showing a 30-minute gap between the moment Nolan's group reported their boat was taking on water and the moment they actually left the island without him. A crime scene investigator who's worked cases involving Tupac Shakur and the Zodiac Killer has gone on national television to say in
No,
her
they
own
ain't never
words
busted
that
the
it's pretty
Zodiac
shocking.
Killer.
Nobody in a crowd of hundreds saw what
No,
happened.
they ain't never
And
found the
Nolan's own
Zodiac
friend
Killer.
has pushed back publicly, saying this case is being spun into a narrative that isn't there. This is motive.
Yeah, that
and this
motherfucker
is
was out of
everything
San
that's happened since our
Francisco.
last update. Starting with the hate mail, a grieving mother shouldn't have had to open the day before her son's funeral. Subscribe before you go. Let's get into it. Almost 2 weeks after Nolan's body was found, someone had sent an anonymous piece of mail directly to her home. Inside was a printed photograph, the same widely circulated image of Christine and her husband Elmore at a press conference with Reverend Al Sharpton and Ben Crump standing behind them, hands on their shoulders in a gesture of support. Whoever sent it had drawn arrows from Sharpton and Crump's eyes toward Christine's face, and next to those arrows, multiple dollar signs. A crude, wordless accusation that the grief on display in that photo was somehow manufactured, that a mother standing next to her advocates was really just a woman cashing in. Christine didn't stay silent about it. "Whoever sent this to my home, may the good Lord have mercy on your soul," she wrote, alongside a photo of the hate mail itself. Bold enough to send this crap, but not bold enough to list your return address. She went further.
That was a coward-ass move. Whoever you are sending that letter, not nice letter, to Christine, Nolan Wells' mother, why would you do that? Huh? I know you wear your shoes on the wrong foot. And I can tell you wear your clothes backwards. And I know there's something that's ailing you, not wrong with you. Okay? Ailing you is a different level. Let me just say this. This woman done lost her child. And now y'all want to send letters. I knew it was going to come to this. I knew it was going to come to this. I felt it in my spirit that it was going to move. You need to move. I said when let me tell you something. You know why you need to move, Christine? You and your husband, Elmer, I won't say his name wrong, allegedly. I got to say alleged, because see, they don't like the shit right now that we're saying. So allegedly, I'm going to tell you, this is my opinion, why you need to move. They was not expecting you. They wanted you to accept that there was no foul play when this first happened. They wasn't expecting Attorney Benjamin Crump and his staff and Al Sharpton and Spike Lee and so many others, Tyler Perry and the young man Coburn. I said his name wrong, damn it, forgive me. The support that you have, baby, pack your bags and get the hell up out of Mississippi. I'm sorry. I think it's the best thing for you to do. Don't you leave that baby there by herself. Don't leave your child there, baby. Don't. I'm telling you, get up out of there. Get up out of there.
feel good. I don't feel good. I don't.
What is wrong with America? That's a rhetorical question. America has always suffered from the same problem, and that's hatred, racism, discrimination, and just evil. Nolan Wells' parents have been receiving hate mail because they want to know what happened to their son. Just like any parent would want to know what happened to their child if they died tragically, whether or not it was accidental or it was criminal. But because you have this young lady and young man who want to know what happened to their son, and they were hanging out with a bunch of white kids, all of a sudden you get hate mail. And people want to know why we make everything a racial issue. It has to be a racial issue that you would have a problem with a mother seeking answers for the death of her child, or seeking justice if there was some criminal activity involved. Every parent that's worth anything would want to know exactly what happened to their deceased child, their 18-year-old deceased child. And if you have a problem with a mother and father seeking answers for their dead child, then you are a serious cancer to this society. Like my boy Willie D would say, your mama should be ashamed and your daddy should have pulled out. I'm your boy Todd A. Smith with RegalMag.com, and I'm the host of the Regal Roundtable Talk Show on the CGM TV app. Holla.
So Nolan's mom, Christine, did let us know that she received very hateful mail in the actual mail. Like somebody physically took the time out of their day to take it to the post office and mail it out to them. Real bottom of the barrel. Clearly, what the heck? Why are people so obsessed with being hateful to the point that they will go out of their way to mail hateful mail to this family in the midst of asking for questions, which every person has the right to ask about their child who is no longer here, asking for questions, trying to seek clarity? Why would that be problematic? Why? It won't be answered. Of course, like she said, they didn't even provide a return address so that she could address them directly and let them know directly. Play with somebody else, okay? Play with somebody else. How about you play with yourself instead of taking the time to be hateful enough to the point that you would send that to this family, okay? Do better. Y'all don't understand that concept, but still, do better. It's bottom of the barrel that you have that much hate in your heart for somebody who's done nothing to you, not a thing. She has done nothing to you, and for y'all to take the time to mail that to her, it says a lot. People hate you for breathing, clearly. That's clearly what that is. That's what that's given. That it's a problem she's still breathing. That you have with her still being here, fighting for answers, which is all she is doing, is wanting to get clarity on what happened to her son and it making simple sense of what happened to him. She's not asking for anything that she is not owed as an American. Yeah, she's not asking for nothing out of this world crazy. Now, she did also announce that the funeral is private. She tried to hint around that, I believe, and that is why I definitely made the statement. If you don't know them, if you've never met Nolan, don't go to this doggone funeral. It is a private event. They are taking the time to make sure that if you are invested in this situation, that you have access by, the media being there. But for anybody to physically show up to this funeral that does not know that young man, weird. Why would you want to show up to somebody's funeral that you don't know anything about and have no connection to just to be in the building? Don't create additional problems for this family, okay? They're already dealing with a lot. And so if that is your mind state that you have to be told that, you need to work on your social skills, okay? Because you shouldn't have to be told, don't show up to a funeral to somebody you do not know just to be in the building, okay? It shouldn't have to be said. And for it have to be made directly does indicate that people were making it seem like they was going to be taking the time out of their day to go to a funeral for a young man they never met. She should not have had to have stated that, but she did go ahead and make sure that it was very directly known. It is a private funeral for people that actually knew him when he had life in him, because they're going to be celebrating the life he had that is no longer here. If you didn't get to live life with him, it's nothing for you to celebrate, okay? So don't be in the building. Don't be around the building. Let them breathe and say their final goodbyes as they are seeking closure for the life of Nolan Xavier Wells. I am Keisha. The channel name is Court with Keisha.
Nolan Wells was found 2 weeks ago. His family is still searching for answers. And unfortunately, a lot of the media coverage has gone away about this case, but we need to keep Nolan Wells in this story front and center, because now we're learning that Nolan Wells' mother, his family, has been receiving hate mail in the days leading up to his funeral. Nolan Wells, if you don't know, is the 18-year-old teenager who went missing during 4th of July weekend and was found dead days later in Mississippi. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was about to turn 19 years old, was about to play football, was a really, really good kid. Benjamin Crumb, the lawyer for the family, says the results of the independent autopsy will be turned over ultimately to a grand jury, and they're actively conducting an independent investigation into Nolan's death. Nolan's funeral is set for this week. His family is receiving horrific, horrific hate mail, and the answers that they're searching for still seem far away. Nolan's memory should be remembered, and the story should not just be swept away. I'll have more updates for you soon. Follow for more.
Did y'all see the hate mail that Nolan Wells' family received? It's an image of her crying at one of their press conferences, and they got $ with arrows from the attorney's eyes, pretty much insinuating that when they see her, they see $. Like it's all about the money. And her response to that was, "Whoever sent this to my home, may the good Lord have mercy on your soul. Bold enough to send this crap, but not bold enough to list your return address. This is America, where a grieving mother and father have to deal with this type of behavior because we asked a simple question of what happened to our son and accepted all the help we could get to find answers. Please go touch some grass." What I heard was, nigga, you's a bitch. You over here sending some motherfucking hate mail to my house, but you ain't want to leave the return address. Why you ain't leave the return address? Because we be happy to come visit, motherfucker. We be happy to stop by. Leave right now. Bitch, stop playing with me and my family. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all motherfuckers? Why the fuck would y'all send her some shit like this? Right. Trying to insinuate that they just in it for the money. When y'all know good and goddamn well, if she was white, y'all wouldn't be doing none of that shit. No. Y'all would be on her motherfucking GoFundMe, sending her some motherfucking money. But since it's a black family and people of color, y'all want to try to say, oh, they just care about the money. Fuck touching some grass. I'm about to have my foot up your ass. You in Denver? Yeah, they gonna figure out where the fuck you at.
They're in Denver.
They're gonna find you. Your ass gonna be exposed. You're gonna lose your job. You're gonna lose everything you work for because you want to do some dumb shit.
Wait, hold on. Did she say Denver?
Yes, sir, she did.
Oh, hell no. Somebody from Denver sent the threat?
Yeah.
These racist ass motherfuckers out here.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, I'm going to bid you all a good night. You know what I'm saying? Or good morning. All right, so get with us tomorrow night for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Today.
All right, Breeze. All right.
Thank you for coming up, Breeze. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
Yeah, okay. So I'll give you a call tomorrow, Jesse, or later on today. It's already tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Breeze. You gonna get with us tomorrow night, Breeze?
He's not with us no more. I think he went to work.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I still see his avatar up there. Okay, well, you know, invite the brother, you know what I'm saying? All right. And plan for a dynamic show. All right, Leonard Day Jodo, yeah, get up with us tomorrow as well, too. All right, I'm out from Sin City. And Raiders, change your motherfucking name or get out of town. All right. Okay, I'll talk to y'all. Okay.
Have a good
Take care. All right. Okay. Oh.
Lady Che. Lady Che. Earth Page and Lady Che. Oh, she's muted. She's probably busy doing something. All right, let me finish this up.
It's in a grieving family. Some bullshit talking about they just want money. Bitch, their son just died and nobody has answers to tell them how. So how are they just in it for the money? You need money to find answers. Do y'all not understand how investigations work? especially private investigations. And just so you know, they're going to find out who your dumb ass is because they tracking them numbers that was on the envelope. They're going to track it back to where it was sent from, and then they're going to roll them cameras back. And because motherfuckers really want to spend their time to figure out what type of piece of shit would send a grieving family some bullshit like this. So they're going to figure out who the fuck you is, and then you're going to be exposed.
People are now sending hate mail to Nolan Wells' mother. As you can see by this picture, it's her crying at a news conference with all Sharpton and Big Trump beside her, and they have like.
You hear me? I'm here. I just had to figure out the mouse. I was on mute. I'm right here, but I'm in the back. Okay. You can hear me, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Jesse. Okay, well, I see it's still here.
Yeah. Lady, I was muted. Lady Shay, I was seeing if you could hear me.
Yeah, I was muted too. Anyway, I'm here for it, but I'm all the way in the back.
Okay, did you hear the part about the threats coming from Denver?
Yeah, I've been listening to it. Just said I'm in the back.
Okay.
I'm all the way back here. I'm just trying to get ready for herders. Yes.
Okay.
Heard it all, but I don't know why she would know something like that. So maybe they'll confirm it.
Mm-hmm. These little things coming from the eyes. This is crazy and insane. Let this lady grieve. At the end of the day, she's trying to find justice for her child. And that is suspicious. So if I was her, I'll be in a press too trying to get information for my child and justice for him. At the end of the day, we don't know what's transpired. We're still waiting on the autopsy reports to come made. If y'all want to send somebody an email, how about y'all write y'all address on the letter and send it back to yourself? And hopefully this lady have security or some type of person protecting her, because you never know. People are so weird, they might try to attack her. In Mississippi, we know that Mississippi is known for racism. At the end of the day, leave this lady alone. And she can also say, if y'all thinking about coming to the funeral to see a celebrity, stay home. This is sad. Justice for Nolan Wells, and let this lady grieve in peace.
I agree. You know, this is a tough time for them. Nobody expects their 18-year-old to leave the house and never, ever come back. And then you find out they were unalive, but all the other people he was out with all went home. Yeah, you know, they have the right to do whatever they need to do to get answers about what happened to him. And not to mention the fact, these folks that were on the boat with him, those white teens that were on the boat with him, don't give a crap about him, because if they really did, they would be more than happy to tell the family and the authorities the truth about what happened. But the fact that they lawyered up and the parents lawyered up and they scrubbed the social media, that was all the proof you need to show they never cared about Nolan at all. They didn't care. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank James Mitchell for the 440 gems and Lisa Gibson for the 30 gems. I deeply appreciate your support for my channel. Thank you so much. So y'all, we're going to talk about tomorrow morning, Argentinian fans from Argentina that came to the World Cup, and they were using racial epithets and being complete racists at the World Cup. And then I'm going to proceed to show you what a piece of dump Argentina really is. Argentina is a dump. You know, they just have the nice area, and then the rest of it is pretty much one big old dump. It's ran down, dirt roads, shacks, these makeshift homes stacked on top of each other. They live like animals. So it is nothing new to know. It seems like the crappier the place, the more arrogant the people are. So we will talk about that, and you'll see their conduct. And they were being racist towards I Show Speed. He was there at the World Cup. And of course, the Argentina fans spotted him and proceeded to be big racist. And there's also a clip of a Argentinian man. He used a racial slur against an officer in Atlanta. And that man almost damn near beat the brakes off his ass. But yeah, the country that's not supposed to have any Black citizens. Yeah, that's how they act. Now that I see it, I don't care if I never see another living soul from Argentina for the rest of my life. Seriously, y'all are just as racist as everyone else from South America. And I think some of y'all are even worse. So I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Yeah, I can't wait to watch that video. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, about Nolan Wells' mother getting
check whistleblowers
from Denver, Colorado, of all places?
Well, that's what they said. Maybe they slipped up. Maybe it's not confirmed. It wouldn't make. It's not like it doesn't make sense, that would happen. Look, when the funeral was happening, we're in Colorado. Look who we're talking shit about. Yeah. So it makes sense. Why would they do it to the mother? Because they want to pick at her. We questioned it a little bit because the mother was acting a little like kumbaya.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would have sent hate mail to her. Like, I think I just had a opinion and they kept it pushing.
Yeah.
My beef was the funeral,
Right.
And it turned into politics and that's weird. But I think that the media makes it look like what it looks like. So it really can't really help it if things look cheesy and suspect, It's kind of like that's what it looks like. But this could be deceiving. It could be all wrong. So we'll see. Only time will tell. But we should let their parents be, because the parents did lose a child, or a grown ass teenager. Shit don't make sense either way you slice it. As far as like answers or whatever. And it gets worse. It's a worse look because Trump got on the case. And I'm not for shit for free or something. You don't do shit for free. So it does look kind of, it does appear like that because, we see every time or wanting justice that they took the money, and it is like, why can't we all get along? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes I forgive. And we're like that. Well, damn, we didn't realize justice went from solving a crime to fucking cutting the check.
Right.
So it's always been like that. So I think that it looks sus, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe we don't have all the answers.
Yeah. That's a possibility, Lady Che.
Mm-hmm.
Moving along, punk ass bobblehead Al Sharpton decided that he was gonna show up at the funeral, and he gonna offer $50,000 for tips on the death of Nolan Wells. And Tyler Perry put an additional $100,000 up, so that's $150,000 for any information that leads to the reason for the killing of Nolan Wells. So Tariq gonna give us
watch the piece instead of just the
I want to put a reward up for $50,000 for anybody that could give the information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of what happened. He was not on that island by himself. Somebody saw something and knows something. So I didn't come to make money. I came to give money. Stand up and tell the truth. Whatever it is, good or bad, we're not going to prejudge it, but we cannot end it until we know all the facts. So all you got to do is reach out to Attorney Crump's office, and National Action Network could do that if it leads to an arrest and conviction. And I guarantee you'll have it before the sun goes down. I just got a text, Christine and Elmer, you know that Tyler Perry said he would pay for the funeral. He must be watching because he said, I'm gonna match you and put up $50,000 more. So we putting up $100,000 for anybody that'll come forward. We just want the truth, that's all. We just want the truth.
First thing we got to talk about, did y'all see Al Sharpton? Lord, okay. Yeah, your boy Al Sharpton, ladies and gentlemen. Al Sharpton, there was a funeral for Nolan Wells. And Al Sharpton got up there talking about he has a $50,000 reward. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to give up $50,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction in connection with Nolan's death. All right. Yeah, I didn't see the funeral, but I heard it was a DNC rally. They turned the funeral into a DNC rally, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, listen. They're doing them. This is performative. And shout out to Tyler Perry. I think Tyler Perry covered the cost of the funeral. And I think they said
that funeral was all performative.
Oh, yeah. I told you I was watching it.
Yeah, we were both watching it. And I was like, oh, my God.
You were when I was on the Black Star part.
Yeah, and I was on the punk ass grill part, arguing with Democratic shills.
I was talking shit. Yep, that's what we do.
Tyler Perry added another 50,000 to, and now it's 100,000. Okay, but shout out to Tyler for covering the expenses of the funeral. Shout out to him. But this is performative. This is very performative. This is a procedural cart before the horse. Mm-hmm. See, a cash reward, family, that's meant to basically incentivize tips on an active, established criminal investigation where law enforcement is already pursuing concrete suspects. These white tea supremacists, man, they're on code. They haven't classified this as a homicide, even though we suspect that it is. Law enforcement has not, down there, they haven't classified it as a homicide. You see, so offering $500,000 for, quote, prosecution, that kind of puts the cart before the horse. You can't collect a reward for the conviction of unnamed, uncharged entities if the state keeps actively denying that a crime occurred. These white tea supremacists are very much on code with each other. They were hollering about the minute they pulled this kid's body up, they were like, oh, there ain't no foul play. We don't see no criminal activity. So they're just really on code with this thing.
Yeah.
So announcing a payout, before an official criminal case is open, it's just theatrics. This is just a lot of theatrics. And what it is, man, this is DNC election year optics. Yeah. This isn't an operational strategy to solve a crime. This is an optical maneuver established by the gatekeepers.
Yep.
See, when there's a high-profile tragedy that happens, a lot of these DNC figures, they'll step in to perform outrage, and they'll signal to Black voters in the political machine that they're doing something. So this creates the illusion of aggressive advocacy. You understand? While they really don't have to deliver anything. They don't have to really deliver no laws or nothing. It's just very performative. And listen, the white tea supremacists are very much on code with each other, as they always do. Who would the $50,000 be for? Because that means the white tea people would have to tell on each other. They're not really going to do that. If individuals in a tight-knit rural Southern community are involved in a cover-up, they operate on code. They're not going to break that code.
Right.
Damn sure not for Al Sharpton.
Right.
All right? Let's be real. These white tea supremacists ain't about to sit here and break no code of white supremacist solidarity for Sharpton, out of all people. Yeah? Give me a break. Come on, man.
Right.
This illusionary reward money. You know, when you make a high dollar pledge, you know, that makes powerful headlines, but they rarely, if ever, really result in an actual payout. You know, the legal fine print is required to trigger a payout, you know, arrest, a former indictment, a trial, a conviction, direct proof that one specific tip was the sole catalyst. When people make these rewards like that, usually they don't get paid. Nobody gets paid by that. Yeah. They pull a whammy bammy on people and say, okay, thanks for the tip, but it was some other information that came in that helped us convict this person, so you don't really get nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, then you got to testify and all that shit. Nah, ain't nobody doing all that.
Right.
But, you know, the dominant news cycle, you know, they have headlines about civil rights figures offering bounty money. When they do all that, that shifts scrutiny away from the state entities that possess legal authority. The Mississippi Department of Public Safety, the local sheriff's department, the Department of Justice and Civil Rights Division. See, y'all understand, a lot of these people are all working together. They'll have Sharpton and them dudes do all of this performative nothing burgers to keep the heat off the state because they're working on a big payout behind the scenes. You got to watch how these guys play, man. I done seen these dudes. They'll do all this performative nonsense. Oh, we're going to get a reward. We're going to get somebody. Ooh, we're going to get somebody. And behind the scenes, Crump and them dudes are working out some damn payment. Yeah. When they start doing shit like this, it starts looking real funny style. It starts looking very funny style. Ain't no good well Sharpton ain't got the authority to prosecute nobody.
Right.
You understand? So yeah, he could say, I give $1 million. They had to make it seem realistic. Just so $500,000 seems plausible. Ain't nobody, Sharpton ain't giving nobody no $500,000. That's his perm money. He's gonna get some rollers and some pink oil moisturizer. That's his perm money. He's not giving no damn money to nobody. Let's stop playing. Let's stop with the bullshit. All right. They have no investigative or subpoena power at all. These non-governmental organizations, they have zero legal authority. They can't compel witness testimony. They can't issue search warrants. They can't seize phone records. They can't perform forensic analysis on everything, nothing. So offering $50,000 without having the power to protect whistleblowers or to do anything with that legally or as far as law enforcement, this is just performative. You understand? So real leverage is basically, look, you file immediate federal civil suits to force depositions under oath. You retain independent real-world forensic pathologists before the evidence degrades. You leverage your political influence to force the Department of Justice and their Civil Rights Division to trigger a real investigation. Yeah, you understand? If you're gonna do something, because listen, I believe there's some foul play. Now, shout out to them, Kaepernick and those guys helping to pay for an independent autopsy, because you notice the state and the city of Mississippi down there, they have not released any autopsy information. That's very interesting. Y'all notice that? They haven't released any autopsy information. People are assuming, and they're not even assuming, they're trying to deflect into some shit where he probably drowned. I don't even believe that. I don't believe that. If that were the case, they would have released the autopsy saying, hey, we got proof that he drowned. But the state down in Mississippi, they haven't released the autopsy information that they found. Because I think they're waiting on this other independent autopsy report. I think they're waiting on that. Yeah. I think they're waiting on that so that it won't contradict whatever bullshit they come up with. So it's very, very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So all of this performative stuff that they got going on, it's all cap. It's all cap, ladies and gentlemen. This is them, the DNC, trying to say, hey, look, we were in front of the whole situation with Nolan Wells. We were all on top of it. Let me see. Let's raise your hand. Let me talk to the family in here. Raise your hands. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen, because I want to talk to the family. But yeah, this is like attaching an arbitrary cash number to a tragedy. You know, that's just a proxy. Yeah. You know, throwing money at a press conference, that gives a dopamine hit of, quote, action, but it's not really action. You know, y'all remember when George Zimmerman unalived Trayvon Martin, and they had them old op-ass, some of the old fake Black Panther dudes, some of those new Black Panthers, and many of them were ops. Y'all remember they had them doing a press conference? Yes, we got a reward for people who can find George Zimmerman. Yes, we have a reward. We y'all let us know. We gonna find him now. He hiding, but we gonna find him. Yeah, that was a little psyop. That was a little con game. Yeah, they weren't looking for no damn Zimmerman. And if you were looking for him, why the hell you do a press conference? Well, and also then again, these people were working with law enforcement and the whole shebang because they didn't want people hitting the streets like that. So they get their ops to get out there and act like they're being active. To make it seem like they're out there looking for him so that real cats ain't out there pounding the pavement trying to find him. And the fact that the media gave them a platform for that performative nonsense showed that they're all in on it. You understand? If you're going to get somebody, you're going to get them. You ain't doing no press conference. Yeah, you're not getting them. Zimmerman, we going to get you, Zimmerman. Oh, we's on the lookout for you now. Here's me good. You can run, but you can't hide now. Shut up. Stop. But all this bullshit, man. If a cat gonna get got, you get him. Yeah. Man, yeah, we is gonna get you, sucker. They talking all that old jive turkey 70 talk. Listen here, chump. Can you dig it? We is gonna get you, Zimmerman. And you can best believe that, sucker. Get the hell out of here. Lord. Notice they wheel out those, just like that old fake, what's that dude, Paul Bird song, that dude, they wheeled him out. And everybody saw that for what it was. That's why he had to slither back away. That the beige panther. He's hopping out here. Yeah, we're gonna have to do all this to the police. We're gonna have to let the police know we mean business. Like, dude, sit down. And dude, sit your ass down. We is the new Black Panthers. Yeah, dude, sit down. Yeah, ain't nobody going for that con game no more. Man, people start calling him out immediately. And he disappeared because, yeah, everybody saw it for what it is. They saw the con game. He's talking all reckless and what he gonna do to the police. Yeah, the police try to take my gun, I'm gonna light them up. You best not mess with me. You know, man, if this op don't get out of here, nigga. So everybody come join my Panther group because we gonna show these cops what the business is. Man, please, that's exactly what they want. They want you to go sign up so they can have your ass in a damn dossier somewhere at the FBI. That's exactly what they want. He's up there talking all that reckless shit and then telling people to come on down and register. Your ass be dumb as hell to do that. Yeah, a couple of them do that. A couple of them done that. Yeah, boy, people were pulling receipts out on dude left and right. Yeah, we called him Huey Fig Newton. Good Lord. Man. Yeah, doing all those theatrics. Nah. Yeah. Whenever you see all that, ain't nobody with that. They ain't with the business, doing all that talking and theater. No. Man, stop all that. Y'all raise the hand. Let me get y'all in here, man. We got a lot of folks in here. We got almost 1,000 people in here. Y'all hit the screen. Tap the screen and raise your hand. Let me get you in here. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see who we got. Oh, yeah. He was trying to get people to ride for immigrants and all that. Yeah, we the Black Panther. We just like the Black Panther from the 60s. And we need to be out here in these streets fighting for these immigrants because these is our brothers. Like, man, if you don't sit your ass down, the hell out of here. Man, if you don't sit down and shut the hell up. What's up? Is that Isadora? Isadora the Haitian? Isadora, what is it, Isadora? Let's get Isadora in here. This is Isadora the Haitian. Hello, Isadora.
Hello, Tariq. How are you?
I am good. And Foundational Black American?
I don't know. I cannot see the screen. Oh, I have to come back, Tariq.
Can you hear me?
I cannot see the screen. I will come back, okay?
Okay. All right, dear.
Okay.
Okay, she must have dropped some bushmeat on her phone. I don't know. Wipe that bushmeat off, sweetie. She got gorilla gravy smeared on her phone that she couldn't see it. She's gonna be all right. All right. Let me get y'all here. Raise your hands, man. Let's get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the hands up. Let's get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see who we got up in the building. What's up, Lottie Ways? What's up, Lottie? Over there looking like Al Green. Butters, what's up, Butter? Let's get Molly. Let's try Molly. I'm gonna just get random people in the joint. Is the museum open? Yeah. The museum is open tomorrow. Come down to the museum if you want to. Yeah, the museum is open tomorrow. Yep. The museum is open tomorrow. Come on down if you want to come down. Let me see. I'm gonna just try random people. I'm gonna get y'all on the panel, as she said. What's up, Yura?
Yora, hello.
Hey, Yura, how are you?
I'm doing fine, you?
I'm great. Well, where you calling from and what's your ethnic background?
I'm Black American. I'm calling from Tennessee.
Shout out to Tennessee. What's on your mind, beloved?
Okay, I have a question. How should Black Americans view Louisiana Creoles? Because I came from a panel just now and they're saying that they're not Americans, they're not Black Americans. I thought we always understood that they're their own ethnic group, but then I guess they're mad at us now. So they're saying that we're committing like ethnic erasure against them by saying that they're American. So just generally speaking, like, what's your opinion about that?
Yeah, Louisiana Creoles are Black. They got classified as Black right when that Louisiana Purchase happened. They weren't doing that French yet. They were like, yeah, y'all got all these little different categories. These are Negroes. And they got mixed in with all the other black people. Jelly Roll Morton was one of those Louisiana Creoles. Louisiana Creoles are black people. There's just straight up and down. On a census form, there is no Louisiana Creole. All right. Let's be very clear.
Somebody said that's not a Tennessee accent. I'm from New York, but I grew up in the South. So, and I've learned 4 languages, but I am Black American.
Okay. But yeah, the Creoles, yeah, they're black down there. They're definitely black.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, I like your platform. I've been following you. Well, I haven't followed you, but I've watched Hidden Colors. And congratulations on getting the funder for the movie.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate that. All right. Yes, indeed. Louisiana Creoles, they're black. Yeah, Creole are they're foundational Black Americans. You know, they're foundational Black Americans. Let me see. Let's see who we got. Because, yeah, they're not immigrants. Yeah, and they were classified as Negro. Let's be real. You look at some of their records and all that, they were classified as Negro. All right. Let me see. Somebody said old girl sound Caribbean. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't a Tennessee accent, but I wasn't tripping. All right, let's see who we got. Who is that? Loso. Let's get Loso Asaru. Let's get those hearts up. We got 27,000 hearts. You know, we got to do better than that. We need to tap that screen. We need 200 of them things. We need 200,000 hearts. All y'all got to do is tap the screen. Let's get those hearts up. All right. Let's get those hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise those hands. Let me see who else is in here. I'm going to just get random people because y'all not raising your hand. So if you don't raise your hand, I'm going to have to just push buttons. That's what I'm going to do. Hey, yes, it's me. Hey, yes, it's me. Uh-oh. Something happened to her. Original Blood. What's up, brother?
Hey man, I was tapping to get the hearts up and hit it by accident. I tried to cancel it.
It's okay.
But I just want to say to people that's out there, we got a job on our hands. I saw a video of Howard Hewitt, who he was saying that talking about Donald Trump being, crazy, but yet he didn't say anything about us getting lineage-based reparations. So watch out for these high-profile entertainers. Y'all know what Malcolm X said about them. He said they cannot be, although he's not one, but he would try to act as one. But he said they cannot be leaders. They're not leaders because they'll sell you out for less than an eighth of a penny on the dollar. So I just want to say that, and I land.
Thank you so much, brother. King Osa, what's up, King?
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?
I'm good, King. How you doing, brother?
Nah, man, I can't complain. Actually, I was listening in, and I think you're talking about the Nolan Wells case.
Yeah,
I do agree with what what you were saying in terms of a lot of the people who are connected to the case. I think you mentioned Ben Crump and Al Sharpton trying to sort of attach themselves for optics purposes and things of that nature. I don't disagree with that, but I have a theory though.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
I think my theory is that because independent autopsy was done, but see, they haven't released their results either, just like the state of Mississippi hasn't. And I think the reason why they haven't is because the death is accidental. But I think that they want to try to grift as much as possible.
Now, do you think the death was accidental?
I think it was accidental. Yeah.
Now, what makes you come to that conclusion?
Because because of the fact that Ben Crump's side has been quiet and they have not released anything yet. That's why. And if it was, and that's my theory, and if it was an issue, they would have already released it and say, hey, look, this is what happened. This person was unalived or murdered or whatever the case may be, but they've been quiet about it. That's why I believe it was accidental. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's the goal is to try to get as much money raised as possible. You know, you want to do the grift thing, and they're pretty good at it. You know, I mean, they're getting their money. I mean, it is what it is. But
Now,
I think,
so let me ask you this. Well, let me ask you this. The Carmelo Anthony case.
Mm-hmm.
What's your views on that?
Ooh, Carmelo. So I think that, I mean, you could make a case for self-defense. However, I think you can make a case for that. However, I think the main problem is that, I think the argument they used was disproportionate force. You know, you have this person who pushed you, and so you're using a knife to unalive the person who pushed you. And it's not considered proportionate force in the eyes of the law. That's what got Carmelo in trouble, really.
So you think he used disproportionate force?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think the same case in the Daniel Penny situation?
Daniel Penny?
Yep, where he choked Jordan Neely from the back.
No, I'm not gonna say that. I think that was different.
How so?
No, I mean, because correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going off my memory here. Wasn't that the guy on the subway train or something?
Yes,
the guy
it
that
was.
strangled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know the full details, but they tried. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that wasn't it just some random guy on a subway, and this Marine just came out of nowhere and just choked him or something.
Yeah, because Jordan was basically yelling to himself. He didn't touch anybody, didn't do nothing. They just yelling, and Daniel Penny came up from behind and choked him to death, and they said that was justified.
Yeah, I don't think that was justified. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. But they let him off though.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
That's my thing. If they let him off, Jordan, our good brother Carmelo needs to be off too. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Now, who's Nigerian in your family? Your mother, your father, or both?
No, my mother's American and my father's Nigerian.
Got it.
Yeah.
Where in America is your mother from?
She's from Chicago, Illinois. That's where she's from. I used to live out there too.
You used to live in Chicago. Mm-hmm. All right. Where's her grandmother from?
My mom's mom or my grandmother.
Yeah. I would say your great grandmother.
Oh, okay. Grandmother. Let's see. Jackson, Mississippi.
Really?
Yeah. And then great grandmother, San Francisco, California.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Have you been to any of the family reunions?
I have. Yeah. I have family in Jackson, Mississippi, because I lived out in Jackson, Mississippi for 13 years.
Okay.
And I lived in Chicago for 5 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. All right, King, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Why y'all saying y'all don't believe? Why y'all putting Cap up in there? How y'all don't believe him? King, they say they don't believe you, brother. Good Lord. I don't know. It sounds like old King had the cape on a little bit for the white tees a little bit. Sound like he had the cape on a little bit. All right. Let me see. Let's get those hands up. Let's get Misfits, the lovely Misfits in here. Let's get Misfits in the building. Misfits. Where you at, Misfits? All right, while we're waiting on Misfits, let's get 12 the Prophet.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, 12, how are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm FBA all day from
Love
Chicago.
That. Yep.
I'm excited to talk to you. I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're all family.
I know. Well, I wanted to come up because, I just wanted to tell you how inspirational you are. I mean, you've been transformational in so many ways. I would say all the way back from the Hidden Colors days. I had the opportunity to see the full Hidden Colors series on YouTube by accident.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very transformational for me. And I did purchase it, so I do have the whole set.
Love that.
But I'm looking forward to HC 6.
Yes.
And the thing that is impressing upon me is to encourage you to potentially do a soundtrack for FBAs with FBA music. There's this one song that's out, and it, you know, you may have heard it when you muted my mic. It's called "A Pimp Called America" or "A Pimp Named America" by this new artist from St. Louis called Ego Soul.
Okay.
He's spitting hard, but it's a FBA type related song. It give you FBA vibes. He's not talking about FBA, but it give you FBA vibes. But what I'm saying is, a lot of times I'm drawn to a lot of different channels because they're featuring some type of FBA music, and the root work music that you do, like the try a little root work.
Oh yeah.
That's
People like
banging.
that one.
So we
People
need a
love that one.
soundtrack to go with HC6. That's all I wanted to say. God bless you.
Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, Miss 12. Manac. I think that's
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me, Brother Flex?
I can hear you, man. How you doing, sir?
I'm cool, man. You're talking to a 60-year-old FBA brother from Ohio.
Shout out to you, brother. Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, first things first, I want to get some confirmation. They had the Wells funeral, and there was a closed casket.
Really?
I heard it was a closed casket. I need some confirmation, but let me land my plane with this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be very careful in my wording.
Yeah.
If that casket was closed, they brutally red-rummed him. That's just my conjecture. But Brother Flex, on that note, brother, keep doing what you're doing. I'm looking forward to HC6.
Yes.
Because this is what you giving us is the antidote. And it ain't gonna taste good to some people, but it's gonna taste good to me. But brother,
love that.
God bless you. God bless the people. And you know, I will talk to y'all later. Bless y'all. Thank you for having me, for X. Peace and blessings.
Thank you so much. Shout out to that brother. All right,
That's that 60 slang.
Oh, wasn't it 60 slang?
That's that 60 slang. I don't know what that is, but I know that's that 60 slang.
That's our FBA brother. He got the kind of voice that they use on PBS documentaries when they do slave readings.
Yes.
So we looked at the diary. We looked at the diary of Frederick
he's
Douglass,
speaking in code, because what is red rum?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We know what it is. Yeah, it's that documentary voice. I sure's gonna go 4 clicks to the north to find my freedom when I get to Canada and meet with Harriet Tubman.
He sound like he will choke the mess out of somebody.
That brother sound like he can barbecue some goddamn chicken real good, bro. If you having a barbecue, brother, invite me. I know that barbecue is busting.
So 2 things real quick. Did you hear how Trump made a big announcement and CNN, NBC, and I think ABC didn't air it?
What was it?
He was just talking about he's about to do something with the election stuff from them rigging it from China or something like that. And CNN made an announcement saying we're not going to show him tonight because this is the only president that gives wrong information.
Hilarious.
And so people are like, well, we're grown enough to decide if it's wrong or not. And he's like, I posted it on the White House site. And CNN is like, we're not showing him. So this is the first time ever in history that a president has made a big announcement and they did not air it.
That's interesting.
Yes. And then secondly, they are saying, I don't know how true it is, that Wells' mom, is AKA. I do know that, AKA, and somehow connected with Kamala. I don't know how true this is. And the boy was taking pictures of an altar and saw it. That's why you hear him saying, give me my phone. They reported him missing the parents reported him missing at 11:25, and he was seen at a pool party at 1 a.m. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Man.
All right, y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, beloved. Yeah, man, there's some funny style stuff going on with this thing, man. It is some funny style stuff. We love TikTok Shop, right? We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. All right, let me get some of them hands up. Let's get the hands up. Who's this? Free Thinker. Let's get Free Thinker in here. Get the hands up if you want to get on and tap the screen. All right. Get the hands up. Who's that? Free Thinker. What's up, Free Thinker?
It was by accident. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hit the button by accident, brother?
Yeah, but I did want to say this. It's important that everybody realize that our movement or delineation doesn't cost anybody anything.
At all.
We don't need anything from anybody, but yet it's still a problem for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we really got to put out there for them.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy. My man, thank you so much, Free. Change Agent. What's up, Change Agent?
What up, Doc? What up, Doc?
What's going on, Change? You from the D, right?
Hell yeah, you already know.
All day. What's going on with you, brother?
Few things, man. Real quick, I did call you probably a couple months ago trying to get my mom's quilt up there. And
cool.
I tried to email you, but I couldn't get through to you on the email.
Okay.
But secondly, about the case, the Nolan case, the thing that pissed me off the most is that people is acting like, oh yeah, he probably just drowned, and oh yeah, it's just regular shit, when nothing in this case makes sense at all. And the tethers, the white folk, whoever else is trying to jump on the bandwagon while this is happening, is just showing how racist this country is for real.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's my first thing. And then the second thing, to all the Black people in America, Black, whatever you claim, for now, let's just side that and get on code together, because we don't have no time for no type of division between us. We got to get on code. We can discuss who's this and who's that and all that later. We know who we are here. Do not let nobody change that. Also, last thing before I go, Tariq, I developed a platform for streaming. It's called Streamline. And I want to talk to you about getting on that, because I always see how you have problems on TikTok with the people jumping in and trying to do the battles and stuff while you're trying to talk. It can broadcast to several different social medias at one time. So I wanted to talk to you about that as well, maybe getting you to use that. So that's all. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
There you go. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. Freedom, FMP Freedom.
Yeah, how you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you?
All right. I just had a quick question, man, and then I drop down.
Yeah.
I want to know, why is it so important that we be under the umbrella African and not Blackness? Like, why we can't reconnect with people in the diaspora under Blackness? Why it's so important for us to be African to work with people? That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah, they need us to be African because us being generic Africans let everybody else come and eat off of us. See, Blackness is something that's really specific to us as foundational Black Americans. We made Blackness a cultural and ethnic identifier. We did that. And when they use the term African, because let's be clear, it was these non-FBAs running around telling people that they weren't Black. This con game that they're running now, they're full of it. Some of us are old enough to remember. I remember very vividly throughout the 90s, all up in the early 2000s.
I got a whole bunch of topics, so it's going to end up being a part 2. Do you have to lay down, Lady Shay?
I'm curious because I'm curious. This is my assignment, so I'm just curious.
Oh, okay.
Like, how many more you got? It's like 4 o'clock.
I know, Lady Shay, but we started late.
I know, but I got the boot camp later. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, then go to sleep, Lady Shay. You don't.
I can't. Later. So, that's what I'm just asking. How many more you got? Like, how many are you gonna do? How many have you done?
Lord, I think I'm like on the 4th topic.
I'm serious. For how many hours have we been in here?
Lady Che, we got into it with Shabaka, remember?
Okay, so how many more are you gonna do? Because it's getting late.
Lady Che, if you have to go, just
Oh,
go.
I can't go. I gotta pay attention. So, can you just tell me how many you're gonna do? Be
A
reasonable.
lot, Lady Che, a lot. There's a lot more topics. So if you got to go, go.
What's the next one then?
Lord, I'm not done with this one.
Why not? It's over with.
It's not over with.
Why isn't it?
Because it's not. If you
I
gotta
already
go,
got the gist of like 30 minutes ago.
Lady Che, if you have to go, just go.
I don't want to. I'm trying to figure out how many you got left.
I just told you a shitload. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You're not going to do that many in one night, though.
Randy.
What?
That's why it's gonna be split up into part 2.
But it's already at that.
Lady,
what?
If you need to go, just
no. I just need you to be reasonable.
Randy, nothing to be reasonable about.
It's gonna go on all night. Just say that. Fuck.
Damn.
Open the gate of the backstage in like 4 minutes. I gotta change up the fucking location of this thing.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. I remember from my work, my actual work.
Randy, you don't.
So I can't do the on in the back because let's just be reasonable.
Randy, why do you have to be here? Randy, why do you have to be here? Why do you have to be here? Is it mandatory that
because I'm on here. That's just what it is.
Randy,
I'm asking you to be reasonable.
Randy, and I'm asking you if you need to go.
I don't need to go nowhere. I'm just asking you to be reasonable.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Randy,
more reasonable shit.
Lady Che.
What?
Stop.
You're gonna tell me shit to stop.
Yeah, dude.
I've already stopped. I'm telling you, I'm
doing it.
I already stopped. I'm
Randy,
telling you, I'm moving devices.
No, Shabaka, this is not
Okay,
just.
okay.
This is not the RBA.
Stop. I'm moving devices.
As many topics as I like.
I'm moving devices, cuz I have to come back into the backstage.
Then do that, Lady
That's
Che.
what I'm doing. So stop talking. Just let me in. Jesus. I asked you a simple question. You answered it.
You're already in. Go out and come back
I
in.
understand, Jesse. That's what I'm doing right now. I understand. That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, then do that.
I am. So start
Why are
to
you still talking?
You're talking to me.
Randy, I'm trying to run my program now. You're the one that's
start the show. Start your shit
more topics and all that. Go on mute, or I'll mute you.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything.
You are. You're still talking.
You're talking to me.
Randy, just stop.
You stop. Press play. I'm listening to it. Press play.
Go on mute.
I am. I don't have to.
No, you're not.
The background.
You're gonna go out and come back in. Then
I'm going to in a second. Just press play. Just press play. If nobody's gonna know I came in and out.
How you're doing the shit that you just accused
Just
Shabaka
press play.
being salacious, Shabaka, Lady Che.
Jesse, just listen. I didn't stop. I did not try to interrupt the show.
Yeah, that's what
I
you're
have
doing.
stopped. Just stop and listen. Stop talking. Listen. I'm not trying to interrupt the show.
Especially when I was in my single days, I'd be at the club and I meet women, and they'd be like, "Yeah, I ain't black. I'm
I'm not
Jamaican.
trying to interrupt the show.
Oh, I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm Trinidadian. Oh, I'm not black." I would hear that shit all the time. I'm like, wow, okay, it's like that. We would hear that all the time, and even on social media, when social media started popping, especially on Twitter, these people would differentiate themselves from black and whatever African and Caribbean nation they were from. Oh, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian. They would say this. And then they would tell us on the low, we ain't really African. And you know what? We said, you're right. You're right. And now that we are agreeing with them, now it's like, oh, wait, nigga. No. Don't abandon us. Don't abandon. You see? Oh, these people were loud and proud with the flags all on their pages. They don't have them on that like that no more. A lot of them took them flags down. Oh, they done took them flags down. Now they're trying to cosplay as us. Oh, now y'all noticed everybody got a half FBA? Yeah, they mama or daddy is FBA. All of a sudden, everybody's got a half FBA lineage now. Have y'all noticed that? You talk to everybody, they half FBA now. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Maybe like 2 more
That's
minutes.
interesting.
I just lost the mouse.
Huh.
2 more minutes. Yeah.
Come on, let's get the hands up. Let's get the hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Man, yeah, those flags have disappeared. You don't see people displaying them flags no more. Oh, man, about a decade ago, oh, man, you look at somebody's page, it'd be all types of foreign African and Caribbean flags on there. They ain't doing that no more. They've kind of chilled on that. It was very, very interesting. Oh, it's very interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. Soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
All right, let's just say before you log out.
I can't
Log
do it
back.
yet. I can't do it just yet. I lost the mouse, and that's why I haven't switched over.
We got this little sister here that made a Discord server for Black people,
It'll start echoing.
and they play Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see how long.
Yeah, no, just as soon as I find the mouse, I'm gonna switch over. But I don't want to do it because it'll echo. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
It's
So
gonna
moving
take like 2
on.
minutes.
We got Black Gamer who can't understand why these folks are crying to be a part of her space for Black people. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
Dragons, okay, so she's into gaming, and that's okay. We got our game, and shout out to all our gaming brothers and sisters. They just went to DreamCon here in Houston. They had a lot of the gamers, the anime people. I say, you know what? I need to go and just do a coverage. If they have that here in Houston next year, I want to just bring my cameras out, just go interview people next year. But anyway, because my first time hearing about that. This sister couldn't understand though why when she made a safe space for Black gamers, right? That why the folks had a problem with it. I want to get into what is their issue with Black people having our own spaces. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Yeah, I gotta come up on here and vent. Why I made an all Black D&D Discord server, and I posted it on Instagram that I made this server. And literally it's, of course, white people, some of them, that's saying like how they don't like this idea. And you can just imagine some of the stuff that they would say. But what's not clicking for me is that why do people not understand what a safe space is? It's just a safe space for us to be able to play D&D and be able to share our experiences and things that we've been through. Because it's not just us playing Dungeons and Dragons. We sharing our experiences in there as well. I just don't understand what's the problem. You're mad about one space that you can't get into? Like if you join any Dungeons and Dragons game, it's predominantly a white table. And you're mad because I made a space where we can play together. It's not trying to say that some people don't have their outside games and you act like we in here talking about y'all. We don't care. Anywho, if you're Black and over 21, click that link in my bio to join. I'm just...
So let me address my sister here. Why they take issue with you having a safe space for Dungeons and Dragons for Black people. even though you have said that the majority of the Discord servers are white folks playing it. So you say, look, I'm going to get out of those spaces, create my own for black people, and then we're going to do our thing there. And I know why you did it, because you have a lot of anti-black racists who are gamers. I know that. So that's why one of the main reasons you probably did it. Some of you have called names, etc. in these places. But you have to understand that particular culture, my sister, has a colonizing culture. They feel that they have to be in everybody else's business, no matter who it is, whether it's black folks or whoever. They said during the time of segregation, Jim Crow, black people, you can't come over here because it is a whites only space. So black people said, okay, we create our own space. And even when we create our own space, they want to go to your space and they don't want you in theirs. Because for them, telling them where they cannot go messes with their colonizing culture. And we have to be very gatekeep a lot of our information. Listen, sister, if you got a special space for black people, you can't post it publicly on Instagram. You can't. You need to find a place or a particular group that you have made that's you can control on let's say those platforms. And then you can post to say, hey, this is what we got. Hey, come on, join us over here. Right? Now, I know you don't want just to let the masses of black people know what's going on. But here's the thing. They lurk on our pages, sister. You can have a thing that says, this is blickety black, black, black. And they will be the first one right there in the midst. You say, we're not even talking about them. You don't have to. They don't have to be the subject of anything you're talking about. Anybody talking about. You can be discussing black people all day, what we doing, what we not doing, where we going, where we not going, what we wearing, what we not wearing, what games we playing, what games we're not playing, how we dancing, how we not dancing, who you're dating, who you're not dating. They want to be in the midst of everything we do. They want to monitor everything we got going on. And when we put up a wall, literally, and say, you can't be monitoring what we got going on, they're like, oh, hell no. This is discrimination. This is reverse racism. Y'all want to be segregated. Y'all, like everything that they have done to us, literally, they complain when you say that, you know what, this particular space is for black people. But you know what I would say, my sister? Don't complain about it. Just don't let them in. That's it. Don't let them in. If your intention was to make that place a place where you don't have to deal with no racism, no nothing, and if you are the administrator of that, don't let them in. Who cares if they cry? They're going to cry, twist, tumble, all of that. Now, the only thing that I will say is I don't know how, what the rules are on that platform about keeping people out. I don't know. But the fact is, you should keep them out because you're discussing issues, or you should ask them a bunch of questions where they're going to have to admit some things before getting in there, right? It's very, very easy. Look, I'm going to give you some questions. Number one, in order to get in this Discord server, do you believe Black Americans should get cash payment reparations? Yes or no? Do you believe Black Americans should get land that was stolen from them in this country all the way back from slavery to now, whether it's through terror or whether it's through gentrification? Do you believe Black people should get their land back, right? Yes or no? Do you believe Black Americans should have an anti-Black hate crime bill? Yes or no? And based on the answers, and we all know what the answers would be, you could add other answers about the game. You could add answers about hate crimes. You could add all kind of answers, and they are telling themselves. They're telling themselves, right? And that's one way just to keep them out, to ask simple questions like that if you want to. But if you don't, I'm just suggesting things because, when those questions trigger them, they're not going to say yes. They're not going to say yes on any of that stuff. They're going to say no, and you give them a way to explain themselves, they're going to definitely explain why they're saying no. So our thing is this. Like, for instance, what I do. Everything I do is Black targeted, Black centered, here in America and globally. I don't target anything else but us. What I create is all us. It's going to be us. Right now, if I decide to create something outside of us, and I can do that, that's no problem. It's still going to have a certain influence and why. But you know what I'm saying. But everything I do is targeted with us. Period. So at least 99.9% of it, that gives me at least 0.1% to do something else if I so choose, because I'm a versatile guy. But they don't care about us having spaces just for Black people. We can have nightclubs, they showing up. We can have restaurants, they showing up. We can have events where we're saying, hey, we want Black people to come talk about racism. They're eventually going to show up. They want to listen. You have to understand. They want to monitor everything we do. Recently here in Texas, they just had a town hall with James Tallarico, supposed to be for Black people. And guess who's sitting in the crowd? The white folks. Now you would think, okay, I want to do this for Black people, talk to the Black community, and you got a bunch of white folks sitting in there monitoring, and then they get mad when Black people say certain things. Like, why are you there? That's supposed to be talking to Black people, right? They got to monitor everything we do, say, go, what we create, whatever. They got to monitor it. I don't have a problem with someone enjoying something we're doing, but those are far and few in between. We talking about those who like to just monitor what we do constantly as Black people. And that's what it is. So sister, don't even pay attention to it. If anything, if they come complaining, block them. That way they can't get in your group anyway. Just block them. Block them, because that's not the purpose. They got all kind of groups they can be a part of, but your group, no. Your group is for Black people, and that's who it's for. They got groups that they can go join. And it's no problem. And that's the thing. We don't even want to be in their groups. We don't want to. Whatever group they got going on, we not like, oh, you're not letting us in. I don't care. We don't want to be in your mail anything. Do you? But they cry when they can't get in ours. You know why? Because ours is always lit. Ours is fun. Ours, like I said, it's just the place to be. And they stuff just boring. Like no culture, no nothing. Like none of us fighting to get into that. Like, who wants to get into that? Do you see any of us fighting to get into their nightclubs and their spots? Like, hell no. Like, no, where's our spots at? That's what we want to be. But anyway. But yeah, sister, don't trip. That's just unfortunately part of the game. They just be annoying us like that, unfortunately. But don't let them in. That's it. Don't argue with them. Don't say nothing. Just don't let.
I just can't stay out of our spaces. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
When I tell you Trump ain't playing, he ain't playing.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts? Barely. It still sounds like you're far away.
All right.
Plug the headphones on or something. I can barely hear you, Lady Che.
Shit. Okay.
Now I can hear you.
It's because I had to, man, I swear the thing was sitting in the phone. This is obviously not gonna work for me. Hold on a sec, okay? This thing's overheating too. Shit. What's wrong with these goddamn coins? All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Hold on one second. I gotta fix the damn camera. All right, turn that off. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I was just gonna say that I play D&D like once a month with a whole black crew in person. I haven't played D&D for like 19 years. Same crew, same dungeon master. Everybody's black.
Yeah.
Fun fact. You know, and nobody knows that I once a month I creep off and play fucking D&D. And it's how you view this game for decades. Feels like, but it's fun as hell. It's fun as hell. And of course, I don't know what gave it a monopoly of it's only for the white kids or white teenagers play it or whoever. I mean, just because of Stranger Things, there's only like one black kid playing D&D and his sister once in a while does not mean that it was just purely white person appropriate. Like, come on now. You think white people came up with wizards and magic?
It was a
No.
black space. Why are they in a black space?
What is what in a black space?
Oh my god, cuz.
I can't hear you, cuz.
The whole video was about a sister creating a black space for gaming.
She wants to play D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, yes.
Yeah, she created a whole space.
She didn't have to though, but yeah, she did. She did. That's the whole point. That's why I'm going with that. Don't remember me, because I play D&D, like I said, once a month with all black people, like 6 fucking black people. Cuz, so I understand in person, not online, in person on an actual board with actual pieces. Okay, so I understand. But let me finish my statement. Please. I understand. What I'm saying to you is the sister created a fucking space. Anybody can make a space on the Discord. I got one. Okay, anybody can make one, and anybody can make a game and put one on there. The thing that was bothersome to her, from what I gather, is that white people won't let her just be in her game, in her space with other black people who are going to do, gaming in that, like, it's fantasy fictional gaming, right? Fantasy adventure gaming, and that's fucked up. And you look at Stranger Things, right? That's the game they were playing, Dungeons and Dragons, right? So it's like that. I don't know why Dungeons and Dragons seem to be like monopolized by the whites, because I don't really think they have an active imagination like that when it comes to wizards, monsters, and fucking adventure versus us. I had to play with people, the same black people, for like a good couple of fucking years. So I understand where she's going with it. And the only reason I use that as a reference is because if you had bothered to watch the show, Stranger Things, you will see that they're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and there's one black kid playing with the other 4. And once in a while, his sister gets in on it. But that's what they're doing, right? Starts out there anyway. So I say that to say this, that I think the sisters, she should just carry on and fuck what they're saying. The Discord was started by black people. So, all she got to do is just let a motherfucking moderator know, and that shit could end real quick. So, that's all I got to say. And thank you.
For that, Lady Shay. So, I'm going to move on to the next topic. Did Donald Trump join the boycott? So, we got the Asian boycott going on, boycott Asian businesses. And Black Alpha and Natural are going to give us an update on that.
So they got him fired up with them shutting down that birthright citizenship. So 21 Indians were deported in one day at various airports in Atlanta, Chicago, and San Francisco. They all attempted to enter on their F1 student visas at the airport through customs, and the CBP officers canceled all their visas right there in the airport and put a 5-year ban on them and deported them back to India.
Donald Trump is literally the first presidential crash out. I've been telling everybody that for the longest time. This man is a presidential crash out. Now, presidential crash out, that look a little different. That ain't Pooh Shiesty, okay? It's a little different. Donald Trump understands that his legacy has already been solidified. You're talking about the man that destroyed the Bush dynasty, destroyed the Clinton dynasty, and destroyed the Obama dynasty. Think about that. This is a man who walked off the set of a reality show into the White House, completely turned the game upside down. He's the person who had no political background and became the president of the United States of America. That ain't never happened. That ain't never happened. Somebody said, Ronald Reagan became the governor and then he became the president. Type of experience. This man wasn't a principal of a damn preschool and he became the president of the United States of America. And right now he's trying to crash it out. And then, fam, he wins the election. And let's be honest with y'all, there was some funny style finessing in the second time when Joe Biden ended up winning. And then they put all these charges on him because they didn't want him to win again or run again. And he beat all of that and then wins the next election in a landslide. Now he in office and he don't care what happens. All he wants to do is get whatever he feels like implemented. And you're not dealing with somebody who's in his 50s or in his 40s. Donald Trump at this point doesn't care. He don't care about nobody. He's already, I believe, a narcissist. You can go ahead and be a narcissist. I know people who are narcissists for less. All right. You got people who are the manager of McDonald's who walk around here like they celebrities. All right. This man done did all of that and he doesn't care what happens. He's like, yo, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. If I piss off some Democrats, who cares? I piss off some Republicans, who cares? He's 78. So when this man is out of office, he's going to be 80 years old. Family, this dude does not give a damn. It doesn't matter. That's why his laws and his beliefs and things he's trying to implement, they look so radical because it's coming from a place of he doesn't give a damn. It's coming from a place of I'm going to do what the hell I want to do. And now in this term, he doesn't have to worry about another election. He doesn't have to worry about appeasing anybody. That's why he went after the birthright citizenship. He didn't do that the first time. He did that the second time. This is why he has mass deportations. That's why he says just crazy things. He doesn't care, family. He doesn't care. He's literally a political crash out, straight up and down. And he wants what Donald Trump wants. He doesn't give a about political parties. He doesn't. How many times you see him going after other Republicans, fam? He be out here feuding with other Republicans, not even to mention the Democrats. So that's why foundational Black Americans, we've been looking at him, and we weren't looking at him on some, we on team Trump. We ain't on team nobody. But we've been seeing as some hustlers, that situation, oh, we can use that. Because when you try to get things done for your community by a career politician, that career politician is going to operate under the historical and traditional ways of government, which means nothing for Black folks, nothing for Black folks, nothing for Black folks. That's the one denominator that they all have. But when you're dealing with a crash out president who, quite frankly, has nothing to lose and a loose cannon, now there's some wiggle room for foundational Black Americans to use our political clout to get things done, because now's the opportunity when you have somebody who's under this type of established ilk, we can get things accomplished because he does not care about tomorrow. He only cares about today.
Just to let you know that, so now HUD Section 8 will check immigration status. Like Trump got the walls closing in on them. Everybody is going to be checking their status. So that birthright citizenship, it doesn't matter. They were so happy, so celebrating, and the walls is closing in. So now HUD Section 8 will be checking immigration status. And if they find out that there's illegal people staying there, then they're going to lose their housing subsidy.
Damn, cold blood. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, basically, sometimes they would tell the household owner that they have to remove all ineligible people in order for them to maintain eligibility. So how they going to do that? What if the wife got her ineligible husband there and he the breadwinner and HUD Section 8 ain't know they was there? She gonna have to go too. That's why I keep saying it's just best that they all go together. Stop. They trying to find a loophole to stay. They were so happy. Well, the kids, yeah, because the kids stay and we get to stay. Nah, y'all all need to go together. Yeah, because he cutting it off, the treasury, housing, everything. And he's making it where everybody is making them verify. The banking app is now the banking app, they got AI banking app asking them to verify now. So there's no way around it. And I don't know if you guys also, they found 200,000 tenants needing to be verified. And then they found an additional, this is all under Section 8, they found additional 25,000 that were already deceased. Now they deceased, but they were the actual people that got approved and is qualifying for Section 8. But these illegals or undocumented is still carrying on the paperwork, so they done found them. So they say if 6 folks live in an apartment and they find that 3 are illegal, then they say that the landlord is going to be responsible to pay back for all the ones that was illegal that stay in there. So, and they said that if verification comes back that none of them are legal, then the landlord is going to get sanctioned for all of the rent that was given. Because, you know, they paid them a certain amount under Section 8. So they not playing with these landlords either. So Trump is like, listen, he coming after the corporations, them for hiring these foreigners. He's coming after the landlords now because, it'd be a bunch of janky stuff going on in Section 8 anyway. So he's coming after these janky landlords. And he's like, yeah, if we find out that all of the people that's living on your premises are illegal, oh yeah, you getting sanctioned and they going to be doing all types of stuff to these landlords. So did you hear about that, Alpha?
No, that's the first time I heard about that. Man, hey, this guy is literally combing through every element of America. So we out here doing our certified foundational Black American regulating, which includes his ass too. But this lets everybody know that it can be done. It can be done. So do you remember when Kamala and Joe Biden just kept throwing their hands up and saying they didn't know what to do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't it funny how things change, right? Real funny how things change. Because they was telling us they didn't know what to do, couldn't do nothing, couldn't stop people from coming over at the border. Donald Trump done all of that. And by the way, family, nobody mentions in America no more that the border's closed. Out of all the things that's going on, he's wrecking shop. We said this. He closed the border, which stopped the people from coming in. Now, if y'all notice, everybody who was in here are getting checked. And he's cleaning the house with all of these different people inside. One thing I'll say, and I'm going to make this crystal clear for everybody. When you start talking about how Donald Trump and his administration is handling immigrants, illegal immigrants, people who come here to the United States of America unlawfully, that is a plus for not just Black Americans. That is a plus for all Americans. And I'm basing this off of the statistical data. The statistical data in which you just presented, sister, leads us to only one determination, and that is that the average American citizen benefits off of Donald Trump's immigration policies. And the only people who do not want to believe that, the only people who go against the statistics are the people who want illegals to vote for them so they can win elections because Black Americans ain't voting for them. That's it. You only see the liberals, the Democrats that are pro-immigration. That is it, because they're the only people who stand to benefit from it. Your average American citizen, no matter what background you are, you do not benefit from mass immigration. See, illegal immigration is one thing. Mass immigration is another. So we have mass illegal immigration. We've combined the two with the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration, which I said will go down in history as one of the worst administrations of all time. I mean, when you're flooding the country with all of these people, and Donald Trump and his different organizations have to spend this much time trying to rectify all of the bad deeds that they've sown into the nation, that just shows you how delusional and how ill-equipped they were to lead the United States. And let's be honest with you, Joe Biden could barely even remember who Joe Biden was, all right? Kamala Harris, let's be real, she was never suited to be in any form of high-ranking position in the United States of America. So I'm cool.
He spent his entire presidency tripping up the steps.
Trying to get on the plane. And by the way, Joe Biden, they say he got a book coming out.
Right.
Now, if you believe Joe Biden wrote that damn book, then you believe I'm a billionaire. Okay, he ain't write no damn book. Listen, your ass has to actually be able to talk before you can write a book. He ain't writing no book, fam. How many of y'all gonna buy the Joe Biden book? It's gonna be called How to Fall Up the Stairs. It'll be on book stands in November. Hell,
see now for dummies, dementia for dummies. I'm seeing a lot of people report that a lot of these Asian business now, which they do down here in North Carolina, they got a lot of Black people in the front house now trying to make people think it's Black owned, also listing their businesses as Black owned. I did tell you guys what to do, but listen, naturally don't mind. Send me a DM. Every business you know that is misrepresenting themselves, like Alpha had the op list, let's create this misrepresentation list and let me file these FTC complaints on their businesses since they want to misrepresent themselves as being Black American owned. I don't care if they're melanated. I've been arguing with some Haitian girl to my, we're all the same. Why y'all doing that? Y'all doing the white man's work. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit because when it originally started, it started because of Cyrus. And I don't see on no African or Haitian or Jamaican's timeline y'all talking about Cyrus, okay? But only when we talked about this wealth transfer, y'all want to get in now. Y'all too, I don't care if you melanated. See, people don't even know what they be posting. One of them posted 2 businesses down here that I knew for sure were African-owned business. One is an Ethiopian because I used to go there and I said, stop. I said, yeah. I said, he's melanated. I said, but he is African. I know that for a fact, and his name is Mr. Ben. Y'all don't know what y'all be posting on here, and y'all don't know who knows who. I knew 2 of the people y'all posted on here, and y'all tried to say they was Black American, and you weren't, because I live down here near the damn beauty supply store. So y'all send me the DM or everyone that y'all catch that is misrepresenting themselves as Black American, and I will file the FTC complaint. So we're going to have a whole Rolodex for these people. We got a Rolodex for the ops. We got to have a whole Rolodex just for Black American-owned businesses. But send them to my DMs, everyone that you catch, and I'll file the complaints. That's what I wanted to say, Alpha. You have anything, sir?
Oh, man. Hey, let me tell you something. Now we're about to turn this up to a whole nother level right now. I'm glad you said that, my good sister. Let me tell y'all, the reason why you see all these things from the chop suey community is because they're afraid. Why would they have to do all that? Try to put some Black folks in front of y'all.
I'll be right back. I gotta cool the phone down.
All these people here who are trying to make things look like that's because the foundational Black American blackout is affecting them. You wouldn't have to do anything if everything was all good and dandy. If everything was fine and smooth, you wouldn't have to do nothing. So now the chop suey community is running around here trying to fool people to come into their establishments because they looking into them damn bank accounts and them dollars is gone. Shout out, recipes Gangsta Boo. Gangsta Boo said, where them dollars at? I'm gonna tell you where they at, Gangsta Boo. They right here in foundational Black American pockets, but they not in Lucy Lou's, they not in Jackie Chan's. That's the difference between foundational Black Americans and everybody else. We put our mind to it and then we went out and we did it. And if you see right now, those love letters to foundational Black Americans that they were always putting out, now they're coming out straight up and saying, hey, we may go out of business next weekend. See, the love letters done turned into the please save me letters. You've seen a lot of people come out and say, save me, please. We running out of time. We running out of business because you're running out of money. And foundational Black Americans ran you out our communities. You see what's happening, family? No longer are you seeing these people come out with them same old daring us videos. The dare us videos went to the don't say that to Black folks videos, which went into the Black folks come save me videos. But every last one of them has something to do with Black folks because everything that goes on in this country got something to do with Black folks. You put your business in my neighborhood, then all the grants that the W man gives you don't mean nothing. It still is reliant upon Black Americans walking in your store and patronizing with you. It don't matter. So when you look at all of that, now those loans that they be getting from the dominant society, who gonna pay them back? Your business is about to go out of business. So now we done messed up the system again. Fam, I be telling everybody how this grassroots is powerful. Y'all know Black Alpha, I'm always putting it on 10 for the community and letting everybody know just how strong we are. As a matter of fact, we're untouchable, unbreakable, unmatched, and stronger than ever. We are extremely strong with everything we do, family. We're making all of these people who got all those damn loans now go into them damn bank accounts, go into them pockets, look into that cash register and say, me no have money. Me no return money. So now the loans ain't gonna come too swiftly no more. With my mustard fried rice. Yeah, and everything nice. Everything other than some green money. Okay? That's about it. You ain't gonna have no 20, no 50, no 100, no nothing. Your ass gonna be broke as a joke. And if you think about it, they the joke. And we laughing at them. Fam, it feel good when we flip things back on people. Don't it, fam? Don't it just feel good when we flip it back on them? All the folks that thought they was gonna laugh in our face and play in our face, y'all notice now, they just all shook up. They all shook up, all nervous, they wobbling, they hurt, they scared. They out here all messed up. FBA, we don't care. I ain't seen not near video of a foundational Black American coming out there saying, come on, guys, let's stop now. We need to do better. No, we are doing better. Remember all the we need to do better videos, fam? We're doing better. And you know what better means? Better equals bettering yourself. See, that's what it is. Everybody talk about do better. Do better means exactly what we're doing. A blackout is better. Okay, one more time, fam. A blackout is better. So if you're doing better, it's because you blacking ass out. That's the feeling that we got right now. And we capitalizing on it. And what I love the most is you're seeing emotionless Black people. One more time. What I like the most is you're seeing emotionless Black folks. You don't see Black Americans running around here all emotional, y'all. Think about it. How many times did you see emotional Negroes 5, 6, 7 years ago? If the damn wind blew, there was somebody on there crying, praying, begging, so upset, so hurt. We ain't doing none of that. You know what we doing? We saying bet. When the Carmelo Anthony situation popped off, Black Americans did not respond the way that Black Americans responded in the early 2000s. No, we didn't. No, we did not. No. When the Cyrus Belton situation popped off, Black Americans didn't respond the way we would have during the Barack Obama administration. No, we didn't do that. No. Black Americans simply looked at the camera and we said, okay, bet. And then we got with other certifieds. And then we put this certified creed on the table and we stepped our game up. And family, literally less than a month after, you're seeing Jackie Chan crying on TikTok, begging us to stay. You don't never dare no FBA in this generation. Let me tell y'all what it is, family. A lot of these people who come to the United States of America, a lot of these minorities, or should I say minorities, a lot of them think that they came here and the African American is waiting on them. That's what they think. They thought when they got here, it was going to be the African American that votes blue no matter who. The yes, we can Black folks. They didn't expect that they was going to get here and these certified grassroots regulators was going to be in full control. This is a culture shock to everybody across the nation that if you come to the United States of America and the moment you put your foot in the sands of our beaches, you're not coming over here dealing with the yes, we can Negroes. You're dealing with the hell to the no regulators. And there's a big difference. All the yes, we cans, they asses right now is somewhere hiding, begging for Kamala Harris to come save them. But Kamala don't come back no more after she ran into Black Alpha. Checkmate. So there's a whole new breed of Black folks here, and we got a whole different energy, and we took all the certifieds from the past and we put a twist on it. So when you see these regulators now, and you get that culture shock, and you looking at that W who told you that when you got here, everything was going to be okay, and you could just steal from them Black folks, and they're going to go pray, and they're going to hold your hand. And when you looking and wondering why that ain't happening, you thank foundational Black Americans. And you can thank foundational Black Americans when we reunite you with your homeland when your ass gets deported. And I fully support it.
New tonight, the Gabbard family addresses their son's arrest for allegedly trying to lure children to his Waikiki hotel room. Bhakti Gabbard, who is Senator Mike Gabbard's son and former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard's brother, was arrested and charged yesterday. Honolulu police claim he offered several children, including a 9-year-old boy, gum and money to join him in his room. The children refused and walked away. Senator Gabbard and his wife had this to say about the arrest. Quote, "Our oldest son has had mental issues in the past, but has been doing well for the last 10 years. Several days ago, he started acting erratically as a result of smoking pot. His wife kicked him out of the house, so he's been sleeping on the streets. He gave away his car to a homeless person, lost his ID and phone, and has no money. A family member took him to Queens Hospital ER to have a psychological evaluation. He was admitted for a 72-hour hold at Queens while they continue to monitor him and decide next steps." Gabbard is being charged with custodial interference.
I want to talk about, are you guys familiar with Tulsi Gabbard? Are you guys familiar with Tulsi Gabbard, ladies and gentlemen? The politician Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, for those who don't know, Tulsi Gabbard, she represented Hawaii's 2nd congressional district in the U.S. House for 4 terms through 2013 and 2021. She served in the Hawaiian Army National Guard. She was deployed to the Middle East, and she ran for 2020 Democratic presidential nomination. She was going up against Kamami. Remember? Y'all remember she was going up against Kamami? She switched parties. She was a rising Democrat figure. She was actually the vice chair of the Democrat National Committee. Then she left the Democrat Party in 2022. She became an independent. Some people, they tossed her out, so they got rid of her. Okay, they made it seem like she left on her own, so they got rid of her, and she got out of the Democrat Party, became an independent. Then she joined the Republican Party in 2024 after endorsing Trump. Trump appointed her to the Director of National Intelligence last February. And that position, that coordinates America's intelligence community. You understand? So she was in charge of, or partially in charge of, the surveillance and intelligence and national security threats and all that stuff. Okay, now follow me. Oh, she worked for Bernie Sanders over Hillary, so they never liked her. Okay. So yeah, she was the big dog for a minute. She resigned this year, saying that she wanted to retire because she wanted to support her husband doing some kind of treatment that he had for some kind of rare bone cancer. So, she was clicked in. This woman had a very serious position. Man, it was a story that came out about her brother. Did y'all hear this? Oh, buddy, her brother, he's a 55-year-old dude named Tariq Gabbard. He allegedly approached several children, including a 9-year-old boy, at a hotel pool area in Waikiki. And according to the police, he was asking the children for their names, and he wrote them down in a notebook, and he was offering kids gum and money to come with him to his hotel room. The children were like, oh, hell no. So they reported it to the police. So they arrested him. They charged him with like 2nd-degree custodial interference. They gave him an old bullshit ass charge. Yeah, so this dude was on some Chester shit. And remember, Tulsi, she was like, against a lot of the LGBT stuff. Okay, got it. But now her brother out here trying to get with little boys, allegedly. I got to watch what I say. And I love TikTok Shop. But that charge, 2nd-degree custodial interference, what the hell is that? What kind of I'm whitey and I say so charge is that? That's why, man, don't let people run this game that black people commit all these crimes. Man, the people in the dominant society, they do some heinous crimes, and boy, they dust off some little weak ass charge for them. What kind of charge is that? Custodial interference? That sounds like somebody who just blocked somebody from taking their kid to school or something. That sounds almost innocent. Wow. Well, they got a whole different playbook for the white tea people, don't they? Now, the thing is, man, they started running around yelling about his mental health. Their father is a Hawaiian state senator. He issued a statement talking about how his son had a mental health episode and, it was drugs and, he has delusions and, no. Notice these Hunter Biden, all of the children of these politicians and the relatives of these politicians be whacked out of their mind, freaky, crazy cat shit, and they give them slaps on the wrists. Yeah. Now, when black people do some kind of crazy crime, but the book gets thrown at them, they blame the whole community. Oh, they got to be stopped. They throw maximum force at them. But boy, these white tee passing people, oh, it's a tragedy, it's a crisis. Oh, they just need some help. Or they're sanitizing the narrative before the ink on the police report is dry. And custodial interference, none of that groomer talk. I mean, this dude was going after little bitty kids, wide open. Yeah. This dude is trying to lure kids in with literal candy. That's old school perv behavior right there. But yeah, they're not using groomer and other words that we can't even say on TikTok. The media, you know what the media is calling this? If you look up the story, they're calling it the stranger danger incident. They're not using the terms that they used on Diddy and people like that. Oh my goodness. Now Diddy, he was with consenting adults with his little freaky ass girlfriends who were begging to get piped down. They were begging for freak offs. And he's sitting his ass up in a damn prison now because of his freaky girlfriends wanting a freak off. And this dude is sitting up here trying to get at kids, and they're talking about it's a stranger danger incident. And he needs help. Hell out of here. Man, stop this. Ain't no media circus. They're not dragging this through the media. They're not criminalizing the whole family and the whole community. None of that stuff. They're not doing an overcharging with no RICO. I don't give a damn what you think about Diddy or whatever. Diddy should not have got no damn RICO. I ain't afraid to say that was a bullshit charge Diddy got. He should not have gotten no RICO charge for that. He's just doing freaky shit, tricking off with them little weird chicks he's dating. That's not RICO. That's not a RICO. They were trying to do that RICO so they can take his money. Luckily, he didn't get convicted with the RICO. That was a money grab that kind of backfired. But yeah, they're not hitting this dude with no damn RICO. And how long has he been doing this, by the way? How long has this Gabbard dude been trying to get at kids? This dude's sister is in charge of security in the country. So she had to know something. Yeah, your sister is in charge of national security and intelligence and all that. But your brother is up here trying to lure kids into a hotel and you didn't know? Really? Come on now. How safe are we? If the brother of the person in charge of national intelligence is doing this, you see? Well, like I said, man, the white tea supremacists, boy, they come from a degenerate culture. They come from a damn degenerate culture. And black people, stop beating up on yourself so much. Man, we need to stop doing all these crime. We need to, no, it ain't that you're doing a bunch of crime. You just get criminalized more. The dominant society, they do crimes all the time and they get slaps on the wrist. They don't get the same treatment for their crimes. Their crimes get swept under the rug. What's up, Cheryl Laura? How you doing, beloved? What's a lot of y'all in here, man? Come on in here. Y'all want to chop it up? Shit, there's a lot of you in here. Hop on in here, family. Let's see what's on your mind. Raise those hands. A lot of y'all in here shouting out, respect to you. Let's get the hands up. Let me see what's on your mind. Let's see, happiness. I'm going to get random people in here. Happiness. Mo. I'm going to just hit buttons, hitting buttons. Let me see. Stick to the books. I'm hitting buttons. I'm just hitting buttons. Who's this? Who's talking? The hell is that? Mo, is that you?
Yes, sir.
What's up, Mo? You doing some deliveries? You work for a Postmates? What you doing, brother?
No, man. I was just on another panel.
Okay. Yeah.
With that Winnie chick.
Okay.
And the whole panel, most of them Republicans, talking about democratic business, and it's almost just delusional kind of psychobabble. And FBA was the main problem, talking about FBAs are working against Black people, but the hosts and most of the people on the panel voted for Trump, and it was just mumble babble, kind of.
I don't get it. I'm lost. I'm very lost. I don't get it. I'm very lost.
Well, they were talking about you and the FBA movement. And
there's no FBA. What FBA movement? There's no FBA movement.
Well,
what I got to do with any? What do I got to do with anything? What the fuck I got to do with anything? I'm at home with my children. What the fuck I got to do with any of this?
I have no idea.
Why was I even brought up?
Because one of the guys was saying that he's been on several panels and challenged you about reparations and FBA delineation, and just it was all about anybody that believes and supports you is crazy, and we're the ones that's working against the Black community. It was kind of wild.
So now something don't sound right. Something don't sound right. Okay, first, there is no movement. FBA is not a movement, it's a lineage. So if you don't move, you still gonna be FBA. So I don't know what all that other shit is.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either, brother. You know, that's why I left the panel, because it was just crazy.
But when Wani, I think what's her name? Is it Wani? Because Wani is FBA, so, and she's cool.
No, I still got her. Wani. She said she voted Republican. I was on the panel, and I got off once she started talking about she was a Republican, and then there was a guy that was talking about reparations and FBA, and she kept cutting him off, saying that anybody that's claiming FBA, we are saying that you follow people like Tariq, and you guys are going to be the problem and be the cause of FBAs or indigenous Black folks not getting reparations. It was just kind of crazy.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means.
Yeah, it was all kind of retarded, bro. And, you know, the guy was talking about, you know, I guess he trolls you and gets on different panels to debate you.
Who?
I think he was Lonzo.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, he's over there on her panel right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
And then a guy Hick 007. They were both talking about getting on different panels to debate you. And, you know, all the people that were on this particular panel were talking about anybody that claims FBA or, you know, saying anything about FBA, you know, that we're the problem. And most of them voted Republican. So it was just kind of crazy. So I got off the panel because it was just psycho.
You got it. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of that. Yeah, FBA, let's be clear. FBA is not a movement. Delineation is a movement. Foundational Black American is a lineage. You don't have to claim it. It's not a group. You don't have to claim it to be a Foundational Black American. Either you are or you're not. It's not something you have to make a declaration or announce. Even if
Are you the buck breaking guy?
Yeah, hold on. Who is this, beloved? What's your name, dear?
Oh, just call me Jay.
Hey, Jay, how are you?
I'm good. You're the buck breaking guy, right?
I made the film Buck Breaking about white supremacist culture and their degeneracy. Yes, I did.
Okay. You know, I can't believe I met the man behind the meme.
Right. Oh, you must be one of them 4chan people. Jay, where you from, dear? Where you from?
I know I've been on 4chan, but
what's with the fake laugh? Why is this forced fake laughing? What's that about? It's very corny sounding. You're forcing yourself to laugh. Why are you fake laughing?
I support Black women, of course. I'm just saying the buck breaking meme. I can't believe I met you.
Right. But yeah, the fake forced laughing sounds desperate. Now, what's your ethnic background? Where you from, dear? Jay, where you from, man? Oh, she got out of here. Yeah, you calling up with that fake forced laugh. Yeah, your white supremacist brethren are mad because we exposed their history in the film Buck Breaking. Yeah, y'all just trying to cope. And she hung up. Yeah, you can try to cope with your fake forced laughing. Yeah, that movie whooped y'all ass because it exposed your degeneracy. It exposed all that stuff. Buck Breaking, huge film, by the way. The film did very, very well. All right, let's get Happiness. Happiness, hop on in.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing this evening?
We're good, Miss Happiness. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Yes, ma'am. What city you in, dear?
Well, I'm in Central Kentucky.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yes, indeed. And your ethnic background?
Oh, I'm FBA, baby.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What you do out there in Kentucky?
I do a lot of things. I work and I live.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. So
Yes,
what's going on
ma'am.
with you, dear?
Not that much. I was just down in the comments or whatever, and I got pulled up or what have you. But
Yes.
it's always nice to hear your voice. I just, I appreciate your work, and you have a wonderful evening. Okay.
Thank you so much, beloved. Yes, indeed. That's the lovely Miss Happiness. Miss Happiness, lovely sister, very lovely sister. Her face is lovely. I say that. I don't know what sometimes y'all be having a cute face and y'all be face fishing. You put your face real close to the camera, and then the body, it's kind of, you do a full body picture, that body looking kind of weird, but we never know. You got to see the whole thing before I can give full props. But she's very cute. Carl, what's up, Carl?
It's Carla.
Oh, hey, Carla. How you doing, Carla?
Hey, I'm good. So, Liz, thanks for pulling me up. I mean, I guess I don't have a lot of competition at 3:30 a.m. where I am.
Yes, indeed.
But I'm glad. It's always good to get a chance to come up on your stage because I found it interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Before you ask, I think you would describe me as FBA,
Okay.
with my heritage and background here.
Yes.
Everybody's in America for generations upon generations and so forth.
There we go.
But my question to you is, does it appear to you that the Democratic Party is afraid of Trump deporting their potential new base? Because for the longest, Black Americans have been their base in terms of the group that's the voting bloc that's been the most loyal to them, and it numbers that can really make an impact. I get the impression that they want to bring in a bunch of new folks, new citizens to the country. So that they will be loyal to the Democrats, so that it can dilute the strength of the Black American vote, so that they don't have to listen to us. It will dilute the little bit of power that we have. It's because they don't want to be beholden to our demands. So how they get out of that is create a whole new base. That they can count on, just like they do, or they used to think that they can do with us. But now they're seeing that we are not just a done deal, an automatic, we can just tally those votes up without campaigning to these people. So I wanted to know what you thought about how that puts us in a conundrum into who do we vote for. We can't sit on the couch for the rest of our time here. Either the Democrats have to come around and finally agree to give us the reparations finally, because I don't think we are in a better position right now to demand them, frankly. I think that we are in the strongest place right now. And if they don't give them to us, then we can't fuck with them. Yeah.
Very, very good question, beloved. Thank you so much. Let me answer that. The Democrats, they do use immigrants as a buffer and a political smokescreen. And mass immigration, that's an artificial buffer. They keep flooding us and flood the conversation with immigration debates and sanctuary city policies and border policies and all of that stuff. So it's a big distraction all the time. It allows them to absorb all the political oxygen in the media cycle so they don't have to dedicate a single platform, a press conference, a legislative session, anything specific to the foundational Black American tangible agenda. You understand? So you're right. They don't want to start getting rid of the immigrant class because that's used as a political buffer that they need where they can dilute our political leverage by using that people of color umbrella. See, they learned this in the 60s. In the 60s, we had them by the balls. Like John Henry Clark said, man, we could have made all types of demands in the 60s, which we should have. We should have bunkered down hard, but we're trying to fight for everybody. And we kind of weakened ourselves and they said, oh, let's roll with that. Let's do the benign neglect against these foundational Black Americans. Let's not even address them, always address them within the context of a people of color umbrella. And here's the thing, we as foundational Black Americans for decades, we've been the most loyal, the most high margin voting bloc for the Democrat Party. And instead of paying off that political debt with targeted tangibles, that party uses immigration to fuel that people of color, BIPOC umbrella, lumping us with every incoming immigrant population, knowing that it dilutes all of our distinct historical claims. It allows politicians to say, yeah, we're going to help you. We're doing a lot for minorities. And then they keep funding all of these people who have hostilities towards us. Ivy, what you doing over there, dear?
Hey, Brother Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good, beloved. How are you?
I'm doing great. How's the family?
Everything is good. What's going on, beloved?
Nothing, just wanted to touch bases with you guys. Shout out to the family tonight. It's always good to get with you guys and touch bases.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to encourage my FBA family tonight. You guys be encouraged, stay grounded, stay confident. Once again, guys, we are in a spiritual battle. Lock in with yourself, get to know yourself. So when you are approached by a white supremacist or a tether, you can have that confidence to back you up. I really don't have too much to say. It's just always a pleasure to congregate with you, Tariq, and the family. I just, once again, want you guys to just be encouraged, stay positive, stay prayed up, and don't go anywhere without your ancestors, guys. And that's all I got to say, guys. Just be encouraged.
Thank you so much, Miss Ivy. Appreciate you, dear. Bamba, what's up, Bamba? Mr. Bamba? Yeah. Bamba, unmute your microphone, Bamba. All right, Bamba ain't saying nothing. All right, let's get your hands up in the chat room. In the comments, raise your hand. Raise your hands in the comments so I can go ahead and bring you up. If you're ready to get up, let me bring you up. Let me see who we got. We got Troy. What's up, Troy? Hop on in, Troy. Come on in. Mr. Troy. What's up, Troy?
What's going on, Mr. Tariq? How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Troy, what's going on with you, bro?
Nice to meet you, man. I'm a big fan. I'm 24 years old. You put me on knowledge, sir.
Oh, love that. Love that. What city you in, brother?
Oh, I was born in Long Beach and Carson right now.
Oh, shout out to the LBC.
Yes, sir. But I want to talk to you, sir, because I'm a huge baseball fan, and there's not enough FBAs in baseball. But this past week at the home run derby, FBA player named Jordan Walker came in Philly against the Philly home crowd, getting booed by a full white crowd and walk their best player down. Cool and collected, and at the end celebrating on. He was like, I don't care if they booed me and labeled me the villain. I'm here to represent. And I want more black kids to be in the game. And I just really appreciated it because I was like, wow. It just inspired me because I'm like, I need more FBAs in my sport, for real.
Love that. Real talk, man. Thank you, brother. Yes, indeed. All right. Yeah, we used to play baseball all the time. They had to try to dilute that by getting Cuban and Dominican players and all that. And, the game ain't been the same. The game ain't really been the same like that. You understand? You don't have those baseball superstars like that. You don't have them like that. Let me see. Yeah, they're trying to dilute that to a certain degree, and we see how that turns out. When we ain't in the mix, things get weakened. All right. Let me see. Raise the hands, family. Let me get y'all in here. Let me get you in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get T-Town. I'm going to get a bunch of folks in here. I'm going to just hit these buttons. I see Kels. Who we got? T-Town? Mr. T-Town, what you doing over there, brother? You over there sound like a plumber. Kels, what's up, Kels?
Can you hear me, Tariq?
I can hear you, Kels. How are you?
Can you hear me good? Because I got on my TV reflected.
Okay, I hear you, brother. I hear you perfectly.
Oh, perfect. Well, I want you to play the explain the music on me, so I'm going to be real brief.
Yes, sir.
I told you for years I've been trying to get on your lives, and I finally got you on here. But I wanted to know what you were saying about the dude. His name is Kai Kerr the Third, which helped me remind me of him as the Triple K. But since I just want to tell you, he unalived himself. He was a deputy in Louisiana or down there, and he offed himself. He talked about Breonna Taylor. He offed himself because of police brutality and stuff. He talked about Breonna Taylor, Philando Castillo, and all that. So he unalived himself. So what do you think about that? And then I got one more question. What did you talk about the African that had to get up out of here, and he was a priest and he offed himself because he didn't want to go back to Nigeria? Did you talk about that already? I'm pretty sure
I haven't. No, thank you, but I haven't heard about that. I'm kind of lost. I'm very lost. I'm very lost and confused, brother. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about any of that, what you were talking about, to be honest. So I'm a little lost, but it's all good. All right, 20 Thumper. We love TikTok Shop. Yes, we do. We love TikTok Shop. 20 Thumper, hop on in.
Oh, no.
Oh, you didn't mean to get on 20?
No.
It's okay, dear. How are you, by the way?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, okay. Well, what you doing up this late?
I'm watching the broadcast. I really enjoy your content.
I love that, dear. What city you in, by the way?
I'm in Central Valley, California.
Oh, love that. There it is. Okay, Miss Thumper, we're not going to put you on the spot. Thank you, dear.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic.
What if I told you the NBA was built on a lie, and the black men who proved it never got paid for doing so? What if I told you a group of black players were the best basketball players in the country? Everybody knew it. The crowd showed up to prove it, and a room full of white men in suits still sat around a table and quietly agreed to keep them out. Not because they were not good enough. They were good enough, and the white men at that table knew it. They kept them out because letting black players in meant splitting the money, and they had not built this league to share it with anybody who looked like them. This is not a story about the NBA eventually doing the right thing. This is a story about a group of black men being robbed. Robbed of contracts, robbed of salaries, robbed of the league-wide recognition and generational wealth that their talent had already earned. While white owners got rich off the same game those black men were perfecting. And the most infuriating part, the moment that made the whole lie impossible to deny, it happened in front of 18,000 witnesses, and the league still did not budge. By the end of this video, you are going to understand exactly how the NBA's so-called integration really happened, who it actually protected, and why the men most responsible for forcing it never saw a dime of what they were owed. Picture Chicago Stadium, February 19th, 1948. It is freezing outside, but inside, 17,823 people are packed into a building that had never once drawn 9,000 fans to a basketball game. They are not there for the main event. The headliner that night is the Chicago Stags versus the New York Knicks. What is happening before that game, the so-called warm-up act, is what people came to see, because everyone in that city knew something was about to go down. On one side of the court, the Minneapolis Lakers, the best professional basketball team in the country. Their center, George Mikan, was a 6'10" monster who dominated the game in ways nobody had ever seen before. The Lakers had just won the National Basketball League title. They were the gold standard of the sport. On the other side, the Harlem Globetrotters, all black, over 100 straight wins, and not allowed, not even considered, for the Basketball Association of America, the league that would soon become the NBA. The owners of that league had a story they told themselves and anyone who would listen. Black players were not coachable. They did not have the competitive drive. They could not handle the complexity of professional level plays. They said this out loud. Owners and fans repeated it like it was fact. And because there was no written ban, just a quiet agreement between powerful white men, they never had to defend it in public. That night in Chicago, the Globetrotters were about to make them defend it on the court instead. Halftime came, and the Lakers were up 32-23. Mikan had been unstoppable in the first half, dropping 18 points while holding Globetrotter center Reese "Goose" Tatum completely scoreless. In the locker room, Abe Saperstein, the Globetrotters owner, made a decision. Instead of one man on Mikan, they would throw two, and every time they got the ball, they would push the pace, run hard, and wear the bigger Lakers down in the second half. It was a chess move in the middle of a boxing match. The second half was a different game entirely. The Globetrotters chipped away. Then they took the lead. Then the Lakers clawed back. With seconds left, the game was tied at 59. Marcus Haynes, one of the greatest ball handlers who ever lived, got the ball and did something almost unbelievable. He dribbled. For what felt like forever, nearly 90 full seconds in real time, weaving between defenders, staying low, protecting that ball like it was the most precious thing on earth. The Lakers could not take it from him. Nobody could. Haynes waited until the moment was exactly right, then dumped it off to Irma Robinson. Robinson caught it, squared up, and launched a mid-range jumper just before the buzzer sounded. Swish! Globetrotters 61, Lakers 59. The place exploded. 18,000 people in a building that almost never sold 9,000 tickets for basketball. They had just watched a team the NBA refused to acknowledge walk into the league's own backyard and beat its best team. Now here is what the owners did next. And this is where the story goes from exciting to infuriating. They called it a fluke. They said the Lakers had been without two key players that night, Jim Pollard and Swede Carlson. They said it did not count for much. They minimized it, dismissed it, and moved on. The unspoken policy stayed in place. Not a single black player made a BAA roster that season, or the next. But here is something they could not explain away. The crowd, almost double the record for a basketball game at that building. The money was right there in front of them, and they knew it. One historian put it plainly: basketball's moguls quickly understood the dollars and cents meaning of that victory. Talented Black players improved the game. Fans would pay to see them. That was not a secret after February 19th, 1948. That was a fact sitting in the middle of the room that everyone pretended not to see. And this is exactly how they get away with it: telling one story in public while doing something completely different in private. Hey family, real talk. YouTube has shut down channels for telling exactly these kinds of stories. So I need you to find us off this platform. Go to blackstories-untold.com, join our mailing list, and make sure we stay connected no matter what they do. Now, back to what happened next, because the story was not done. 1 year later, February 28, 1949, the Globetrotters and the Lakers met again. This time, 20,046 people showed up, breaking the record the first game had just set. The Globetrotters came back from 6 points down at halftime and won again, 49-45. Twice. They beat the best team in professional basketball twice. The NBA still did not open its doors. But the full picture here is even bigger than 2 wins, because these games were happening inside a structure that was rotten from the very beginning. And to understand that, you need to understand who actually built the Globetrotters and what he was getting out of all of this. The Harlem Globetrotters did not start in Harlem. They started on the south side of Chicago in 1926, launched by a Black basketball player and jazz singer named Tommy Brookins. A white booking agent named Abraham Saperstein soon took over the business. Saperstein was 5 feet 3 inches tall. He grew up on the north side of Chicago, the son of Polish Jewish immigrants, and he turned the Globetrotters into the most famous basketball organization in the world. He also turned them into his personal empire. At a time when the BAA and then the NBA were quietly refusing to let Black players in, Saperstein had the only platform for elite Black basketball talent in the country. He knew it. He used it. According to historians, the NBA's ban on Black players was at least partly kept in place for Saperstein's benefit. He wanted first pick of every promising Black player coming up, and since the Globetrotters were a bigger draw than the BAA, he got exactly that. Think about what that means. The league was not just keeping Black players out because of racism alone. They were doing it partly to protect the business arrangement of one white man who controlled Black athletes as a resource. The players slept in their bus when hotels refused to let Black people through the door. They stayed in tiny 10 by 10 rooms at a rooming house called Ma Pearsall's on the segregated South Side, while the Lakers relaxed at the Morrison Hotel downtown, the same hotel that had just turned away a Black actress and told her to find somewhere for colored people. The night before the biggest game of their careers, the men who were about to expose the NBA's dirty secret were sleeping in a building where the beds sagged and the rooms barely fit a person sideways. And this is where everything connects. Saperstein fired the entire team once when players threatened to strike over pay. Future Hall of Famer Marcus Haynes, the same man who dribbled the clock nearly dead in the 1948 game, later said openly that Saperstein underpaid him. When the NBA eventually started wanting specific Black players, Saperstein did not step aside. He sold their contracts. The New York Knicks paid him $12,500, about $167,000 in today's money, to acquire Nat Sweetwater Clifton in 1950. The players had no say. Saperstein controlled the transaction. He was not liberating his players into the NBA. He was selling them. Now here is the moment the whole thing cracked open. And it did not come from morality. It came from money and ego. By 1950, the NBA's legitimacy problem was becoming impossible to ignore. The Globetrotters had beaten the best team in the league twice, in front of record crowds, proving publicly that Black players were not just equal, they were elite. The unspoken argument for exclusion had been exposed as a lie on the court, in front of tens of thousands of witnesses. Then Ned Irish, the president of the New York Knicks, decided he wanted Sweetwater Clifton to play center for his team. And when the other owners pushed back on integration, Irish made it simple. He threatened to leave the league. That was enough. The quiet agreement that had kept Black players out since 1946 collapsed. not because owners had a change of heart. It collapsed because one franchise decided the cost of keeping the agreement was higher than the cost of breaking it. On April 25, 1950, the Boston Celtics drafted Chuck Cooper in the second round. When the pick was announced, another owner interrupted the room. "Don't you know he's colored?" Celtic owner Walter Brown's response, as the story goes, was something like, "I do not care if he's striped, plaid, or polka dot." Whether those were his exact words or not, and historians have noted the quote may have been polished over time, the sentiment was documented. Brown broke ranks. The Celtics made Cooper the first black player ever drafted in NBA history. On May 24, 1950, the Knicks purchased Sweetwater Clifton's contract from Saperstein and signed him to the league's first contract with a black player. On October 31, 1950, Earl Lloyd of the Washington Capitals stepped onto the court and became the first black man to actually play in an NBA game. All three men eventually made it to the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Lloyd in 2003, Clifton in 2014, Cooper in 2019. But do not let the Hall of Fame plaques clean up the story. Integration did not happen because the NBA grew a conscience. It happened because a black team from Chicago had made the league look like fools for 4 straight years in front of paying crowds that kept breaking records. The owners could see the money, they could see the talent, and they could see that the argument they had been hiding behind was dust. The Globetrotters exposed all of it, and then got nothing for it. No franchise, no ownership stake, no formal acknowledgement. Abe Saperstein spent years trying to get an NBA team of his own. He believed the league owed him after years of sending Globetrotter doubleheaders around the country to prop up attendance for struggling NBA franchises. When the Lakers moved to Los Angeles, he believed he had been promised that market. He was denied. When the Warriors moved to San Francisco, he applied. Denied again. So he started his own league in 1961, the American Basketball League, and became its commissioner. That league introduced the three-point shot, a rule the NBA adopted in 1979 and uses to this day. Saperstein died in 1966 without ever getting the franchise he wanted. But here is what that whole arc actually tells you. The NBA used the Globetrotters to fill seats, to prove the sport could draw massive crowds, to make money, and to benchmark what elite basketball looked like. Then, when they finally decided to integrate, they bought the players directly from Saperstein like they were inventory. 2 of the first 3 black NBA players, Clifton and Cooper, came straight out of the Globetrotter system. The league was built in part on black excellence and black labor from the very beginning. They just refused to call it that until the embarrassment became too expensive to absorb. And Saperstein himself was the twist nobody wanted to talk about. He gave black players the only serious platform available to them during the era of exclusion. He genuinely elevated players, helped Jesse Owens financially when the Olympic legend fell on hard times, and put black faces in authority inside his organization. But he also held his players' futures in his hands and sold them when the price was right. He fought to keep black players out of the NBA as long as it protected his business. Some civil rights voices at the time called the Globetrotters out directly, accusing them of performing buffoonery for a white owner who profited from their talent. The players were caught between a man who gave them the only game in town and a man who made sure no other town ever opened its doors. That is the full picture. Not just the NBA's lie, but the system around it. The interlocking arrangements between white power brokers that kept black athletes performing for someone else's gain, no matter which direction they turned. The Globetrotters beat the Minneapolis Lakers on February 19, 1948. They proved the merit argument was fiction. They drew the biggest basketball crowd Chicago had ever seen. They did it again in 1949. And the NBA, exposed, embarrassed, economically threatened, quietly dismantled the ban 2 years later and called it progress. Progress, as if they had not spent 4 years watching the proof walk through the door and turning it away. The men who broke that barrier, Cooper, Clifton, Lloyd, they are legends. But the men who made that barrier indefensible, Irma Robinson, who hit that buzzer beater, Marcus Haynes, who dribbled the Lakers into exhaustion, Goose Tatum, who went up against the greatest center of his era. Those men never played a single NBA minute. They did the work that cracked the wall open and watched other men walk through it. That is the story they erased. Not because it was minor, because it was too powerful. Because it showed that Black excellence was never the question. The question was always, who controlled the doors? This was Black Stories Untold, and as always, thanks for watching. If you want more stories like this, click the video on your screen now.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I got a glimpse of Nolan Wells' funeral. Man, that was sad. So, look like the services are on as planned for today. And of course, you got them folks online complaining about everything, you know? And y'all kill me for one thing. Why are y'all always online talking about why does it have to be about race? You know, you're a day late and a buck short. You made it about race 400 years ago and you never stopped making it about race. So why are you, my question is, why are y'all complaining now? Okay, and you sound stupid to me. You can't build a country on racism and then turn around and say, why does it have to be about race? Well, you need to turn to each other and ask that question. What you coming to us for? We didn't start racism. Your people did. You need to talk to your own people about that, not us. So anyway, let's get into this story. So this morning, and it looks like one of them little short Mexican men. I mean, I could be wrong, but you'll get a glimpse of them. Who went to the ICE building, a building, you know, where ICE is in Manhattan, New York. He poured some substance down on the, you know, the ground right in front of the door, and then he set it ablaze. Now, cameras are everywhere. So, of course, they caught the whole thing on camera, and you'll see that. And all these ICE agents came running out, and they were able to get him. Now, they said this particular immigrant has a criminal background. Then my question is, why is he here? Somebody didn't do their job. Why is this person here? And he had a criminal record. Okay. And not to mention the fact that obviously he's still not afraid to commit more crimes anytime he practically firebombed the damn building. So you will see all of this. Leslyn Lacey, thank you so much for the super chat. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you so much for your support, and I appreciate it. Thank you. So, y'all, we're going to get a glimpse of this. Well, not only is this dude going to jail, because he did this at a federal building. If ICE is there, then it's federal, right? And not only did he do this at a federal building and you got a police record, oh, honey, they going to lock you up. And then when they get done, they going to ship you right on out of here. They going to expedite your behind out of here. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Guys, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Get away from there! Oh my God, get away from there! No, 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 get away from there! Oh my God! Get away! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Early this morning, around 8:30 a.m., there was an explosion inside a garbage can here. Now, this building is significant because you have senior law enforcement officials, including the FBI, based out of here. Our sources are telling us, and my colleague Richard Esposito, that it was an anti-ICE motivation. A suspect is in custody. The suspect had in their possession 2 firearms, including what looks like a long gun, but it was an airsoft gun. So those weapons are designed to shoot plastic bullets. So they are non-lethal, but they look just like the real thing. That long gun, my sources tell me, was concealed in some kind of a shopping cart, and law enforcement immediately apprehended the suspect, but not before there was some kind of ignition, because you saw black smoke and white smoke pluming out of the area where the explosion went off. No shots were fired, according to my sources. That is the latest that we have. And again, I'm right here on the scene. Huge police presence right now.
All right, Anna Schechter with all the latest details live from the scene in downtown Manhattan. Anna, thank you so much.
We have breaking news. A suspect is in custody after smoke filled the outside of a Manhattan immigration court. In a statement, the FBI says a person with a history of, quote, anti-ICE activity set off what it's calling an incendiary device. Now the FBI's New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating. Let's bring in Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky for more. So, Aaron, what do we know about this so far?
This happened this morning outside 26 Federal Plaza, which houses immigration court. It's also where immigration applications are processed, and it has been the scene of protest before. You'll remember elected officials have been arrested inside that building trying to observe ICE proceedings and immigration proceedings that have come under controversy of late. But it was on the north side of the building where this apparent smoke device or some kind of firework with an accelerant, an incendiary device of some kind, detonated. The federal police, which are in charge of securing the building, along with ICE police and the FBI, raced to the scene. They took an individual into custody. I talked to some police sources who said that this individual is known to them, known to have anti-ICE type views, may have even participated in protests before. He's now in federal custody.
You see a lot of barricades that were already there. Is there a lot of security around this building? What's
Always.
that picture like?
That the barricades that you see are there all the time now because that building has become such a focal point of immigration protests. So there is a ring of those fences around the entire perimeter of 26 Federal Plaza. Entry is controlled. And you see there that the device, that's the individual in custody, the device went off outside the building, but in a place where people would gather. So there were a lot of people there who were all pushed back. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like anybody was seriously hurt.
You can always tell when we are not the suspect because nobody gets killed They don't shoot anybody. Okay, if it was one of us that did it, they would have came out guns a-blazing and swear up and down you were such a big old threat. But they came out, this guy set the whole front of that building in front of the door ablaze, and nobody came out drawing guns, did they? None of them. So we know what that type of law enforcement is exclusively for us.
It's crazy. Some guys had all fireworks.
More than fireworks, they were really ammunition. This is serious stuff.
Yeah, I heard it when I.
At about 8:30 this morning, 26 Federal Plaza along Worth Street. What is reported to be fireworks at this time were set off by a man apparently pulling a cart. He was also apparently carrying an airsoft rifle. The FBI is currently investigating, as is the NYPD and their bomb squad. You can see investigators at this point looking at that cart. Again, this happened outside of 26 Federal Plaza. This is Worth Street between Broadway and Lafayette about 8:30 this morning when this incident happened. No injuries were reported, and again, the investigation is still ongoing.
Major breaking news this morning after a man firebombed the federal building in Lower Manhattan. Now, the media is reporting it was a smoke device being emitted from an incendiary device. Yeah, it's a firebomb. And we've got video showing exactly what happened. The police have arrested an individual. They say they have a suspect in custody. The individual, of course, they say, it's a history of anti-ICE activity. Now, I want to jump straight to the video and show you exactly what we're dealing with before we get into all of the finer points of the news here. I've got this breaking news report from ABC7. And then, actually, what I will do first, I'd like to show you the actual fire. This video right here. Let's show you this right here. This was taken. Now, some people are saying that they may have seen the man with a gun. And there are reports the police did recover a weapon, though we don't know exactly in what capacity. So you can see here, this is the federal building in Lower Manhattan, and you can see there's a massive fire. And look at these people right here. It looks like that individual just lobbed a firebomb and is now being captured by police. This is wild. Wow. I would describe this as low-grade terror. I think that's a fair assessment. The goal, of course, you're not going to set this gigantic concrete and steel building ablaze, but you can terrorize, though, those that work in the building for ICE and other federal agencies by starting a fire of this magnitude. and then lobbing mortars, explosives into it. Now, you can see here the steam rising up as an individual is deploying a fire extinguisher. And the media's initial reporting was smoke seen rising. Smoke. Yeah, this is an insane video. I'm going to jump back to the beginning for you guys again after we get to the individual arrested. But in the beginning, this individual right here, watch this. Yelling, waving his arms, and then throws something into the fire before running. And it looks like a cop here then grabs him. More cops running up, and you're going to see the explosion right here in a second. With this woman, I assume that she's law enforcement as well. These people running past the fire, this is absolutely insane. So we do have more videos. I'll play this report for you. This is the official report from ABC 7.
Welcome back. We want to update you on that breaking news that we just told you about at the top of the newscast. The FBI investigating a scare outside 26 Federal Plaza, Lower Manhattan, which is home to Immigration Court and Homeland Security.
Law enforcement told people in the area to shelter in place after police say someone released some sort of incendiary device made up of fireworks and flammable materials outside of the building. Now, officers, they quickly secured the area just after 9 o'clock this morning before we came on air. And as you saw in the video, they did have one person, it looked like in custody, waiting to find out more information about that person. But police have told us the person in custody has a history of anti-ICE activity.
We can tell you that one person was treated for a minor injury. An Eyewitness News crew is on the way to the scene. So we're going to bring you any update as soon as they come in and that live report as soon as we can.
Okay, now that's absolutely crazy. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Even if you are anti-ICE, when you took it to that level, oh no. Antithesis, thank you for the 1 month membership and your support from my channel. Antithesis, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for that and your support. Again, Antithesis, thank you for the super chat out supporting. And Loveline Turner, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you all for your support. Wow. Yeah, well, it's crazy out here. And, you know, I don't know what kind of person does this, you know? And like I said, just from the looks of him, you can tell he's foreign. He's very short. Like you see those Mexican men real short. That's what he looks like. He could be from somewhere else. You never know. And the end of an empire. Yeah. Yeah. You know, remember, we're going to see things we never seen before. And we're definitely seeing things we never seen before. All right, y'all. Now, it's supposed to be, I think, a tropical depression. It might be upgraded, heading towards Florida. It's supposed to reach Florida, I believe, in 48 hours. So we'll see, because storms seem to be like amplified this year. That's for sure. And I know they're anticipating us getting a storm up here in the Northeast. I think starting tomorrow. So y'all, thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. Now, one thing I do want to say, they said that Tyler Perry passed out after seeing Nolan Wells's body. I said, wow, it's that bad? Well, if he got beat in the head like they claim, it probably is bad. It probably is. But yeah, they said Tyler Perry, they showed him the body because, you know, Tyler is paying for the whole funeral. And they said they showed him the body just before the services started. And he passed out. Yeah. So, wow. That is deep. So y'all, maybe I will talk about that tomorrow morning. You know, I saw his whole football team walk in together, and that was the last part I saw, was his team arriving, and they all walked in together to the funeral. So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and conclude. Have a wonderful afternoon. I mean, not unless something earth-shattering happens, then I probably won't be back until tomorrow. So everybody, don't forget to pick up your hair products and have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family. Very worst time during a heat wave. So that's a very dangerous thing. And when you are without power, probably the worst place you can be is inside your house, where there is no air circulating. And, you know, most people that have lost their lives in Europe have chose to stay inside of their homes, and they ended up losing their lives during a heat wave. And when you have no power, it's even worse. I know, you know, everybody, your situation is different, you know, but if you're able to get out and you know the power outage is going to be longer than 24 hours, it might be in your best interest to get out of that home, at least for that amount of time. Now, I'm telling you something that I've been through. You know, back in 2024, we lost power. And it was the high 90, I think it was like 99 degrees, and we lost power. And they let us know it was not coming back for several hours. And my family, we made the decision to go and stay at one of the local hotels for overnight. And I am so glad we did. That was probably the best decision we could have made. And we found one that was pet friendly. So we were able to get Loretta out of the house as well, right along with us. So, you know, in our case, it was just one night. But when we came back, oh man, the house was so hot, but we were able to cool it down. But it is no joke when you are in over 100 degrees and you have no power. It is no joke. And some of these people have gone through it several times. It's not like it was just one time and that was it. No, some of these folks have gone through it on several occasions this summer. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
America, help me. We have got a power outage right now, and it is so extremely hot, we could die. I don't know how you do it. It is so hot here for my British body. In southern Utah, it's around 110 degrees Fahrenheit right now, which is around about 43 degrees Celsius, which isn't even as hot as it gets. But right now, today, there's been a power outage. So everything is off. ACs, refrigerators, entire power is now gone for the whole of this town and some of the surrounding area. It is insane when you think about how reliant we are on the government, AC, power. We are so reliant, and we have to remember we live in the middle of the freaking desert.
We need a generator.
We need a generator now. Now I realize I need a generator. But we are so reliant on the luxuries that allow us to live this far in this amount of heat. Obviously, people have done this before us, but those people of the past were were built are a lot tougher than we are now. That is for sure. But yeah, it's 110 degrees outside. The power has gone off, so everything is hot. We are literally just hiding away in the car right now to have the AC on. It's so hot outside. It literally feels like walking inside a giant oven. But for us Brits, 75 degrees Fahrenheit is hot. That is a heat wave. We're 110 right now, but man alive, this is hot.
A frustrating start to the weekend for thousands of people in parts of San Francisco. Power went out shortly before 10 o'clock this morning in the city's Richmond neighborhood and areas near Golden Gate Park. At one point, more than 9,000 customers were without power. NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith joins us live now. Christy, you've been looking into this. What's the latest out there?
Well, power came back on for everyone here around 4 o'clock this afternoon. The traffic signals are on again. Earlier today, they were dark. And earlier, thousands of people had to spend at least some of their day without power. Traffic signals were out, and so was the power early today for thousands of customers in San Francisco.
It's just kind of an inconvenience. So if I had to do work today, then I don't have internet power. And yeah, it's just an inconvenience.
Royal Market and Bakery on Geary Boulevard had to put a sign on the door explaining they had no electricity.
Scale is not working. Register is not working. There is no internet, nothing.
At this store, also on Geary, the person working had a candle lit and tried to make do without power.
Before 10 o'clock in the morning, the power is gone, and I put a sign while the ATM doesn't work, and I put a sign to only cash.
Across the street, another posted signs on the door saying they were temporarily closed due to the outage. PG&E says crews were conducting a routine operational procedure between two substations around 9:45 this morning. A protective device on the system activated and led to an outage. It says initially about 9,400 customers in the Richmond and Golden Gate Park neighborhoods were affected.
This is all frozen or refrigerated stuff is going bad.
It was supposed to be a busy Saturday morning for businesses, interrupted by darkness.
It is very frustrating.
Now, customers say they were told they should get their power back on by about 12:30 this afternoon. That was delayed until 4. PG&E says they are investigating the cause of the outage. Reporting live in San Francisco, Christy Smith, NBC Bay Area News.
We got this cute ass email from Kana just now. There's another heat wave coming, and they're going to purposely shut my power off again. I'm one of those lucky people that lived in the 4 to 5 neighborhoods in Queens. I know they did it in Bronx too. They always do it lower income areas. That being said, please make sure you nickel and dime them the way they do to you. So I had to throw out about $500 worth of groceries, and I filled out the reimbursement form. I took pictures. Up to $280, I don't think you need to submit pictures. So if you were in one of the areas where they, again, shut your power off, make sure you are submitting those forms because you have only 30 days to do so. And I know you're going to look at your bill and it's going to still say, oh, you had a spike in energy those 2 days. And it's going to be like, well, what the fuck? You cut my power. How is that possible? Because they're a corporation. And don't sit there blaming Mandati, please.
It is the hottest freaking day on record. And my power is out. And I was just running around outside in 100 degrees to try and set up a generator so at least my refrigerator has food. And so I bought these Unifree cooling wipes. The package came with green and purple. Forgive my heat stroke mine. But I'm gonna open one of these up and see how good they are. Hold on. So it's nice and long and it is cool. It smells of like menthol, which is one of the ingredients, and aloe. I'm gonna just sit here and chill out with this. Right now it is hugely helping, but something cool. This is nice and portable for around the back of your neck, on the insides of your wrists if you get too hot. These packages are super nice to carry with you. Leave them in your car, leave them in your purse as moms. I'm gonna sit here and enjoy the coolness of these. I'll link them below.
The devil is a liar. Like, I don't know what they got going on here in America, but I find it really odd that I'm in Georgia with no power. My mom and family is in Wisconsin with no power. It's people all over the country with no power. We don't have anything to do with this mess. Whatever they have going on, they need to leave us hardworking Americans alone. I'm so frustrated. I can't even find my car charger. I'm just sitting here like, what in the world? Now I got to dig out flashlights, candles, try to catch the store, all before it get too dark. Like, this is crazy. I am not in the mood for this at all. People, please be safe and stay prayed up. I love you all.
Year 2 of having to evacuate our house for 4th of July. Last year was because of lightning strike. This year, it's because there's no power in the middle of a heat wave. So there's power out for over 200,000 people. And guess what? They're telling us our restoration time is Wednesday late at night. That's ridiculous. So anyway, we're back at my in-laws with the kiddos. They're having fun. Freya's on the couch and Augie's doing whatever he's doing. He's already hit his head several times here. I don't like spaces that are not child-proof, but, you know, my in-laws are really nice people. My mother-in-law just brought me a cup of coffee a few minutes ago, so I'm not complaining. Maybe a little bit. So the gossip is the first storm actually knocked out some of the shingles of the roof right on the ridge, which is right above my bed. So last night, there's another thunderstorm, and I'm anxious with thunder and lightning these days after, you know, having been in the house when lightning struck. So I'm over there just being like, oh, did you just put that in my coffee? Don't do that. That's not a good idea. Toddler mom life. No, yeah, you can put it in your cup. I'm in bed and I hear drip, 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 and it's dripping straight into the bed because the roof is leaking into the bed. So yeah, I slept on the couch. Well, sleep is not exactly the most accurate word, but Augie was fine. So there was that. Mike kind of fixed it, but the paint is now peeling off the ceiling. And we're going to get more rain and more storms today and tomorrow. And hopefully one day we'll get to go home. But for now, I'm on vacation, so life's good.
that was super cool.
What if I told you that the next global shortage won't be oil, it will be electricity? And this story is the first warning. I read the news so that you don't have to. And as you can see, the headline says, heat dome and storms over eastern US send power prices soaring. Come in, let me tell you exactly what's happening. So over the past week, temperatures across the eastern United States pushed towards 40 degrees. So as a consequence, over 130 million people were placed under extreme heat warnings. What else happened? Thank you for asking. Electricity prices exploded and thousands lost power. But here is the sentence that made me stop and think. Quote, demand is growing faster than the new energy supply is coming online. Now, beloveds, you're thinking, was that some environmental activist? No, that was the CEO of one of America's biggest electricity companies. And I know there's been a lot of discussions about air conditioning, temperatures up and down, but this isn't just happening because of air conditioning. This is the electricity grid that is suddenly being asked to do way more than it was built for. Air conditioning, electric vehicles, new factories, and AI. You're probably aware about modern AI data centers consume enormous amounts of electricity. Some use as much power as a medium-sized town. So then what you have is every summer heat wave, it becomes a stress test. Can the grid keep households cool while powering the technologies that governments and companies are betting the future on? That is why wholesale electricity prices jumped more than 240% in New England and doubled in New York. Utilities, yes, it wasn't just Mum Dani. Utilities even asked people to turn their air conditioning up, switch lights off, and wait until the morning to use their washing machine. It wasn't some big conspiracy. Basically, demand had outstripped supply. I think this is where the conversation changes, because for decades, electricity is something we've taken for granted. You just flip a switch, boom, it's done. Now it's becoming a source of economic resource. Countries aren't just competing for things like chips and all of these high-tech gadgets anymore. They're also competing for the power that is needed to run them. And the thing is, if we don't also build this new generation and upgrade our grids quickly enough, these higher prices, these blackouts, these energy rationing during times of extreme weather, that's not going to be unusual anymore. It's just going to be
everyday life.
And I have never felt this way.
It's been a grueling 36 hours for Nancy Dukes. She says her power went out Friday morning. I was inside Nancy's house for less than 5 minutes and started sweating. It's that warm inside. Nancy's been living like that since 9:30 Friday morning. A blank electric meter at Duke's West Side house. She has Cleveland Public Power. And when she tried reporting the outage to CPP Friday, no luck on the other end.
After about 40 minutes, I said, they're not going to answer.
Her phone's since died and her food's gone bad. Most of that food is in the trash. What she's salvaging sits in a cooler refilled with ice by her son who lives upstairs. But the heat melts it faster than they can keep up.
I can smell it. It's really bad. And that's just, I'm telling you, yesterday that stuff was good.
CPP posted Saturday that crews are working to restore power.
Look at everything flying off of it.
They're hitting each other.
Oh, God. Oh, look at the rope. Ah!
Yep, there it went.
And now we have no power.
You would have loved, no, you can't go down there. You would have loved our last doctor.
Those fires hanging down.
What if I told you that the next global shortage won't be oil, it will be electricity? And this story is the first warning. I read the news so that you don't have to. Everyday life.
When it rains, it pours. Well, my friend's AC went out. Keep in mind, we're in the middle of a heat wave. It's been 100 plus degrees for the last 4 days. And her AC went out. So last night she came and stayed at my apartment. My apartment lost power. And also, I live on the 15th floor and the elevators don't work. So that's the whole thing. So we are trying to make things work. So what are we doing? We're at her apartment, literally making our own AC with ice, water, salt, and fans. Literally fans everywhere. Everywhere. And we're in the middle of a heat wave. And who knows when my power is coming back on or when our AC is going to be fixed. So say a prayer, watch this video, because we may need to be able to afford a hotel room for the next month of our lives.
Yeah, well, this just goes to show you, no matter where you are, this just goes to show you, no matter where you are in this country, you need to have some type of plan if your power is going to be out for a few days. You know, it is no joke. Yes, the electrical grid is old, Wanya. You are right. And on top of that, we got something we never had before, and it's all these data centers. And with each home straining the power grid with all these ACs and central air that's blowing, and then you got this data center that's usurping damn near all of the power during a heat wave. So yes, you know, this is going to be tough on a lot of people, but y'all, this is a precursor for what's to come. Because if you pull up stories on the power grid, it says that there have been major power outages every single month in 2026. Every month there's been a major power outage where hundreds of thousands of people are without power across the country. So, yes, I mean, things are changing. You need to have that plan B. You need to be able to keep yourself dehydrated. If you can't leave your house and go somewhere cooler, you need to keep plenty around to keep yourself hydrated. You know, if you're hydrated, you could probably make it through. But y'all, it is going to be, the summers are going to be tougher and tougher. It is no longer going to just be a few days in the 90s and then most of it through the 80s. It's not going to be like that. You're going to be going through heat waves just like the Midwest that got the heat dome right now. They're saying it's going to go on until the very end of this month. So that being said, like that British guy in the beginning that lives in Utah, you're going to be in for something. just dealing with the next few weeks over 100 degrees. Yeah, and y'all are in more desert-like conditions, so I can imagine how bad it's going to get. I remember one year, this was probably more like around 2015, the Arizona desert went all the way up to, I think, 127 degrees. That is insane to me. And do you know some people live there? I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I could not be in those kind of temperatures. So y'all, it's going to be a tough summer for a lot of people in America, especially the ones losing power. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Make sure you pick up your hair products. And we're going to talk about tomorrow the Tate brothers that landed in Miami and got detained because there's a warrant out for them in the UK. So they didn't make it beyond the airport. And we will speak on that tomorrow. So thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful day. Stay safe. And look, we are on our own. We do not have this government. We never have. And so whatever we do, we're going to have to do on our own under the circumstances that we're in. So try to prepare yourself the best way you can. Shalom, family.
Yo, Zay, what was that? Did y'all see? It was a video of a dude.
Hey, what's up, brother Tariq? Can you hear me?
Zay, what was the? Can you explain what was in the video, man?
Oh Lord,
I saw the screenshot. I wasn't gonna click it. I just saw this man, Big Bussy, spread. I said, okay, that's all. I scrolled right past it. I don't. What was the context of it?
So, brother Tariq, please don't drop me right away. I got 2 quick points, but the first quick point, I'm gonna talk about the dude spreading his pussy in the middle of the road. He was getting arrested. And the dude just, I don't know what he had hidden in his pussy, but forgive me, Chad. I love TikTok Shop. But he had something spread in there, and the cop, like one cop was coming up with a glove to do a cavity search, and it was like 4 or 5 cops around him, and the video was some dudes filming it. And they were the commentary that these dudes was giving was hilarious. I was trying to post a full video. And my second point was, did you talk about Dr. Umar? He was on there talking about how he posted some video talking about how FBA, something about FBA, and it was just like very out of context. And I was hoping that you would address that.
I haven't seen it, so
It was like yesterday. He posted some videos saying that he was saying that China, India, and all these other countries and Africa are uniting, and all FBA is doing is talking about lineage or something like that. He was taking major shots at FBA, so I was hoping you would address that. That was all.
All right, thank you. And are you in Japan?
No, I'm not in Japan. I'm in New Jersey.
Okay. I see these Asian letters.
I know people in Japan. I got people in Japan. I got people in China. I got people in Vietnam. I got people in India.
Now, those letters on your profile, what are those letters? Are those Chinese or Japanese letters?
They're Chinese and Japanese. So the full context of my name is the Pharaoh Zay, and then Narigame, which means wave man. I'm just a wave man because I'm a swordsman.
Okay, there it is.
That's all.
All right, man.
Yes,
I appreciate
indeed.
you. Thank you so much. Yeah. You know, look, people trying to talk. Listen, this delineation has whooped everybody's ass. All the people, this delineation has whooped ass, family. You understand? I want y'all to understand that. This delineation has whooped ass. And this is why the Democrats are tripping. Because again, like I said, the Democrats, man, they need a generic minority voting bloc fueled by us. Now that we're not going to be a generic African minority people of color voting bloc, we're very specific. Now they're panicking. We didn't snatch the rug from up under them. You understand? So this is why they got to get some act right. This is why they don't want that save act shit. They don't, oh Lord, no. Keeping that buffer class from coming in, trying to fill in the gaps for them. They do not want to come to the table. You're going to have to come to the table and talk to us and talk about these tangibles. You understand? Because let me tell you something. This is why they started to co-opt our language. The Democrats are really panicking. This is why they've been sending people in our mix to infiltrate our talking spaces. They want to suppress the movement that's happening right now. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, FBA is the lineage, delineation is the movement. There's a reason why intelligence agencies, these left-wing think tanks, and some right-wing think tanks too, a lot of these people are tripping on the delineation movement. All right? Let's be very clear. And just for the record, FBA is not a movement, it's a lineage. That's all it is. FBA is a lineage. That represents the people who come from the descendants of the people who are here at the foundation of America. That don't mean we're part of an indigenous tribe and all that. People keep trying to conflate what our lineage is, and that's by design. I want y'all to understand something. A lot of that forced confusion that they try to put on us, that comes from these intelligence agencies. That comes from some of these think tanks. See, the institutional gatekeepers, they fear us distinguishing ourselves because when we stand on lineage business, that establishes a permanent, unchangeable bedrock for political demands that can't be co-opted, diluted, or redefined by outside groups. You see, for a long time, these political think tanks and the establishment, they relied on grouping all Black people into one monolithic category. This allowed them to offer symbolic gestures while ignoring specific historic debts owed to foundational Black Americans. Delineation destroys their whole strategy. When we draw a hard line and demand tangibles based on lineage, that movement forces the political entities to actually do the damn work. So what they do is send a bunch of operatives to poison the algorithms. That's why we see all that weird trolling, all these weird accounts, all these weird pages that sit up all day, every day, just trying to discredit foundational Black Americans and our lineage and try to use me as a proxy. There's a reason why you see that. That's not random. Those are not just random haters. You got like literally hundreds of accounts all on social media where people literally all they do is put up anti-FBA stuff, all y'all pretendians, all y'all hate Africa, I hate FBA, just dozens of pages trying to use me as a proxy. Tariq is MAGA and all. These are intelligence agencies doing this. These are people trying to poison the algorithm. That's the name of the game. The name of the game is to poison the algorithm. Why? This is the most powerful grassroots awakening since the 1960s, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? This delineation movement has the energy, the focus, the structural disruption of the civil rights movement in the 60s. But it operates without the traditional vulnerabilities. It's entirely from the grassroots. You understand? It doesn't rely on corporate sponsorships, no mainstream media validation, nothing. That's why people are like trying to pretend that there's all this secret funding. This is a psyop. The CIA must be funding this. This FBA shit is everywhere. It must be Illuminati must be funding this. It must be funded by Israel or some shit. Russia must be funding this. This is too big. It's just everywhere. Yeah. You dig? They act like there's some big check written by, because it's the power of the grassroots is so phenomenal. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. Yeah? But this grassroots movement is so damn powerful. These folks are trying to pretend that some major entity is secretly funding it, which makes zero damn sense. No, this is the spiritual thing. This is a spiritual movement, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? This is a spiritual movement. See, it can't be bought out financially. It can't be starved out. There's nobody to assassinate. I love TikTok Shop. You see? It's decentralized. Just everybody's getting on code. I love TikTok Shop. We're standing on lineage business. You see? So these political agencies and intelligence agencies, they are deploying their operatives precisely because they have no financial leverage over the movement. So the only weapon they have left is digital psychological warfare. Just flood the digital space with a bunch of people talking crazy, trying to put disinformation out there. Yeah? And coordinated disinformation, that's the ultra metrics of success. Listen, if the delineation movement, because they love, you know what the tethers love, they love to get up here. The FBA is only online. It is only online. That's some shit from a think tank. That's them trying to minimize it. If the delineation movement was only online, okay, why are these people, they keep giving me these damn restrictions. Okay. It gave me another restriction. I don't know why. Okay. What they say? I love TikTok Shop. I don't know why. We must be speaking truth to power. We're exposing a lot of stuff. I love TikTok Shop. Dude, we are spitting a lot of truth. I've been getting restrictions all day on this thing right now. I don't even know what I said wrong. But you speak truth to power, boy, they start hitting you. I guess we talking too real right now. All right, we talking too real right now. Listen, like I said, if this was just an online trend, nobody would care. Institutions wouldn't spend millions of dollars and thousands of man hours combating something that's powerless. The presence of highly active single-purpose sock puppet accounts whose sole mission is to discredit the movement, that's the highest proof of how effective it is, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? They are actively trying to poison the algorithms because the organic algorithm heavily favors the truth of delineation. So all of these operatives that's crying about foundational Black Americans all day, every day, that is proof that the delineation movement is winning. And again, attacking me is I'm just a proxy because they got to put a leader on. Ain't no leader of nothing. Ain't no leader of nothing. You understand? There is no leader. That's why they keep trying to force a leader. Everybody keeps saying there is no leader, which is not. But they have to attack something. You understand? And the fact that everybody gets on code, the code is the leader. That's why, you know what? That's why I want y'all to notice something. Because I keep saying these people want me to attack Godfrey. I saw somebody in the chat room just now. mentioning Godfrey. And I see some of these weird accounts just hell bent on trying to get me to attack Godfrey. Now, Godfrey, I don't watch all of Godfrey stuff, and I'm cool with Godfrey. Like I said, Godfrey says some things that I've disagreed with, and some of the guests on his show, I've broken down some of their arguments. But there are people who want me to attack Godfrey, just go in on Godfrey, and I won't do that because I'm cool with Godfrey. It's respectful, and I don't just flip on people. Yeah, I can disagree with them without flipping on them. But I notice a lot of these folks, these weird accounts, want me to attack Godfrey and just why won't I attack Godfrey? Why don't you attack him? Why don't you go in on Godfrey? You know what that's about? Because I look at some of these accounts, I'm like, well, damn it, are you attacking people who go after me? And no, you're not. But here's the thing. You know what this is about? You know because I look at patterns here. You know what that's about? All these little weird accounts saying that shit. The fact that I'm not attacking Godfrey, that disrupts the whole leadership bullshit that they try to push, because there's a lot of people of the lineage that's been going in on Godfrey. So now that I'm not going in on him, so people can't say that folks are going in on Godfrey because of me, because that's what a lot of people like to do. They like to say, well, everybody attacking, he got attacked because of Tariq and them. That Tariq group be attacking everybody. They be doing what Tariq be saying. People has been on Godfrey's bumper. But you can't say I'm doing it because I haven't done it. So that disrupts that whole we are group shit. This is proof that we ain't no goddamn group. Some of the families been going in on them. Okay, and that people have their own opinion. See, that's why they want me to do it, so that they can say that, yeah, everybody's following me to do it. No. No, people have their own opinions. People form their own opinions. You understand? That's disrupting that whole leadership bullshit. You understand? Come on now. So yeah, we see the play. Yeah, we see the play. Oh, Flacco's wide hip ass, he's been saying a lot of slick shit too. Yeah, Flacco's been saying a lot of slick shit, and he really knows better. You know, we'll deal with Flacco in due time. All right? Yeah, Flacco's just been straight up disrespectful with some of the little shit he's been, because I done sat down with Flacco's ass multiple times. So he knows better. Yeah, Flacco's moving on some op shit. You know? Man. All right, let me get some of the family in here. But like I said, listen, man, listen. Like I said, y'all raise your hand. But family. You know, they're using a lot of modern COINTELPRO tactics out here. You know, they try to send people to infiltrate spaces, create division, spread a lot of disinformation. Just like a lot of grassroots movements in the past, there was a lot of institutional infiltration designed to basically create paranoia. Yeah. But today's paid trolls, their job is to poison the algorithm, just to get on these pages and just say a bunch of bullshit over and over and over again. Yeah. But it's not working. All right. The code is the leader. All right. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get you in here. Y'all raise those hands and let me get everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me see. Man. Let me see. 35 people in the chat. Let me see. Who is this? I see a Somali flag. Is that a Somali flag in here? Okay. All right. I'm looking in the request queue. Let me look in the request queue and see who we got in here. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's see, vibes only. Let's get vibes only in here. All right. Gokuda, you don't be saying shit, Gokuda. Gokuda be wanting to come on and don't be saying shit. All right, Gokuda be like, let me up, and get up and don't be saying shit, brother. All right, let's get let me see who I got in here. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get some of the family in here. All right. Let me get Y, a person named, hold on. Person named Y. Let me see. Let me see, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me get Black Vanguard in here, Black Vanguard Soldier.
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Long
Hey,
time
man.
no see.
My man, how you doing, fam?
Good. Yeah, I've been in Japan twice last year. I've been in Japan in February, and also I've been in Japan in September last year. I actually visited brother Xavier when we went to Japan in September.
Shout out to Xavier. Yes,
I got his contact information if you want, so you can connect with whenever you go to Japan.
Absolutely. Where'd you stay when you went out there?
Well, I've been all over Japan. I was in Tokyo, Yokohama, Sagamihara. I went all over Japan. The best part to go to Japan is like outside though. It's actually budget wise, like Yokohama and Sagamihara.
Okay.
It's like an hour away from Tokyo. Yokohama's like an hour away from Tokyo. Just like Tokyo, it's like the third biggest city in Japan. Now, I must warn you though, you do got a lot of Nigerian scammers. You do got a lot of tenors out there in Japan, especially in Tokyo and the Shinjuku area and the Kabukicho area. It's like the Hostro area in Japan. We love TikTok shop.
Yeah.
Let's give you a warning, heads up. You got a lot of Nigerian scammers out there in the Shinjuku area, the Kabukicho area out there. As everyone actually explained to you once you get out there in Japan. Now, the best spots to eat out there, you got this foundation Black American couple that actually lived in Japan, I think, for 10 years. It's called the Soul Food House up there. That's a foundation Black American soul food spot. It's real good out there. So you should check that out, though, soul food.
Do they have a lot of like toy stores out there?
Yeah, they got a lot of them out there in the Azabuja area, Minato City area. They got them in Akihabara area in Tokyo.
Okay.
They got in the Shinjuku area. They got all over Tokyo. Tokyo is a big city. Tokyo is just like New York City.
Yeah, I heard. Do they do any light shows at night anywhere?
Yeah, they do. In the they got this hip hop district in the Roppongi area. That's like the hip hop district out there in Japan, Roppongi.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How far is that from Tokyo?
Oh, it's in Tokyo. Tokyo is a big city with a lot of districts in it.
Okay. Oh, I want to go there. I definitely want to go there.
Yeah,
what
but
do
check
they,
out
in the hip hop spots? What do they have over there? Like record stores, clothing stores, what?
Yeah, they got record stores, clothing stores. They got clubs out there. They got the nightlife. But you got to be careful with some of the bars. They do some of the bars with the Nigerians that try to bed you in. They do a lot of scamming and finessing out there to give you a heads up.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch out for their ass.
Yeah,
no doubt.
They lure you to the bars out there, then they tab you up and charge you more than what the drinks is worth. And also is that they be spiking your drinks and all that. So be careful when you run to the Nigerians out there in the Shinjuku area, the Kabukicho area in Tokyo.
No doubt.
But I can send you Xavier's number, Xavier's contact information though, because I got his contact information where you head down there to Japan.
I got it. I got it on my WhatsApp. So yeah, I gotta holler at Xavier and see what's going on with him. No doubt.
But it's a cool place though. Japan, in Tokyo, I've been all over Tokyo. When you get a chance, you need to check out Osaka. It's like 2.5 hours away on the Shinkansen train over from Tokyo. It's real close. They got the high-speed bullet train. You get there and from Tokyo, Osaka within 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah. My wife asked, is there a company or some kind of service where you can drop your luggage off to the service?
Oh yeah, they got all that though. You can drop it off once you go on the train system. So let give you a heads up. The taxis out there are very, very expensive out there in Japan.
Oh damn!
The cheapest way to do that is the trains. The trains are super fast out there. They on point. You get from point A to point B real quick out there in Japan. A lot of people out there in Japan, they actually walk and they actually catch buses and trains out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but Tokyo is the place to go to. Though. It's a lot to do out there in Tokyo. They got vending machines in every street corner out there in Tokyo. Though you'll love Japan though.
Okay, my man. Well, good looking out, brother Vanguard. Thank you so much, brother. They were giving Vanguard a warning. They're like, because he was talking about the Nigerians, I guess, and they're like, oops, that's bullying and harassing. Good freaking great. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. James, what's up, James? James.
You know, if mom or dad would ask.
Okay, he's over there talking to his baby mama. He's trying to get them child support payments lowered. Right? If you love me, why I ain't got to pay all this money? You know my check don't reach that far now. Oh, Lord. All right, let's get some. Yeah, that's carry your luggage, right? That's a good service then. Let me see. In Tokyo, you can have the airport deliver your luggage to whatever hotel you're going to. Okay. Well, like when we go on the train and go to different spots. Yeah. Look it up. You just look it up. Yeah. Okay. All right. Raise your hand. Raise your hands, family. Y'all hear me, right? Somebody said no sound. There's some sound now. Hold on. Yeah, there's sound. All right. Who said no sound? Okay, there's sound. Pharaoh. Yeah, Pharaoh, there is sound, brother. Your phone is janky, brother. They can hear me. They can hear me. Is that owl outside? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we got a big ass owl that be outside our house every night. But that's a good thing. Owls are good luck. It's a big ass owl, too. All right. What's up, Mika? What's going on with you, Miss Mika? All right. Let's raise those hands. Yeah, that owl is a guardian. Yeah, we got that owl. It's bringing that good energy. All right. That's a spiritual thing. You know? Let me see. You hear? Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, you can hear it. Because I got my window open. So, yeah, it be chilling outside my house. Yeah. We got a lot of theme parks out there? Oh, yeah. Let me see. Raise your hand. Raise your hands. Y'all raise those hands. I don't see no hands. Yeah, that owl is an ancestor. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Pigtails in power. All right, pigtails in power. Pigtails in power. They don't have no chickens around. Hell yeah. Oh, let me get Vic. Where's Vic? Vic, hop on, Vic. Let me get Vic. Where you at, Vic? Vic, hop on in, Vic. Mr. Vic, hop on in, sir. Hold on. Mr. Vic, hop on in. Your phone is taking a minute to load up. There you go. What's up, Vic?
Hello.
What's going on with you, Vic?
Hey, how you doing, sir? I'm sorry. I'm new to TikTok, man. How you doing, sir? Just want to say hello.
Yes, sir. What's going on with you, Mr. Vic?
Give me like 15 seconds of whatnot. I just want to say, man, keep it a good work. You're one of my role models.
Yes,
you know what I mean? My birthday was yesterday, so I just turned 41.
Happy birthday to you, player. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
Did you hear about this chick named Spice? She's Jamaican. She was on Cam Newton's show. He has a podcast like Shannon Sharp, and where they sit down and whatnot. And she talked about dance hall birth hip hop.
Yeah. I think I've seen her.
I swear to God.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, dude.
Tariq, I'm sorry. I went up.
Yeah, they love telling that lie. Thank you for the call, by the way, brother.
Yes, sir.
They love telling that lie. We've debunked that with the movie Microphone Check. We've debunked that lie from top to bottom. They always try to latch on to our shit, man.
We'll work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please do not forget, most importantly, to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. It is extremely important that you do that. Please do that, and thank you very much. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news and stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in California again, discussing Gavin Newsom as usual. Why is that? Well, it's personal. I live here in California, Los Angeles to be exact. So I really not just simply want this man out of office, but I want Steve Hilton to be my governor, right? So this is personal. But secondly, when you refer to Gavin Newsom as Gavin Newsom, he really is a scummy person. And the scumminess, as far as news that comes out proving this, is endless. So that's just what my assignment in life is to do at this moment in time, is to keep exposing the scumminess of Gavin Newsom. I want to start here first, though, as we allow some more people to come into the stream. And thank you very much to Papa Onaya Shelley. Off top, son, he said, get up out of that evil place. I appreciate Papa Onaya Shelley for putting some money into the Help TD Escape LA Fund. The Escape LA Fund is open. Thank you very much, Papa Onaya Shelley, for putting it on that fund to help me get out of here. Because look at this kind of foolishness. Once again, I live in Los Angeles. And as we allow some more people to come into the stream, this is how, you know, folks have woken up in the morning in LA, right? If you live in West Hollywood, you woke up to this terrible news as it pertains to infrastructure breakdown here in the city. Look at this here, and then we're going to get back into the meat of today's show.
Now with a Fox News alert, and you are looking live at a massive water main break in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. The major flooding, just look at that, turning roads into rivers. Los Angeles County Fire is on the scene. Multiple streets were closed down, including major roadways like Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard. An investigation into this incident is ongoing, but not something you see every day in California, especially right before rush hour traffic is set to begin. Guys, over to you.
Again. All those businesses are going to be damaged. Thank you so much, Carly.
You're welcome.
Kai Trump might be the...
Just another day in LA, ladies and gentlemen. Just another day in LA. But now let's get back into really the heart of today's show, right? And the scumminess of Gavin Newsom. As we've been discussing concerning the investigation into Newsom's wife, Newsom is a liar. Gavin's a liar. And I want to establish that before we get into the $250,000, because it all ties in. He's been lying on Trump, saying that Trump is the one that's investigating him and terrorizing his wife and his family and those in his orbit, right? We all know and understand that to be a lie. Let me prove that to you for those of you who are new to the information. Now, as many of you know, these investigations into Newsom did not start with Trump. Investigations into Newsom have been going on since the Biden administration. And even under the Biden administration, his DOJ was even investigating Ilhan Omar, all concerning finances and funny money, okay? But as it pertains to this specific investigation into Newsom's wife, this started here out of California, not with Trump, not in DC. That's why you didn't hear Trump speak about this. And Trump is good for dragging Gavin Newsom, but you haven't heard him say anything about this stuff because it has nothing to do with Trump. As you can see here, the investigations emerged out of Sacramento and not from the main justice, according to the source, who said they involve whistleblowers. The investigations involved the taxes of Newsom's wife, Jennifer Sybil Newsom. All right. So whistleblowers, somebody snitched on Newsom's wife to federal prosecutors here in California. And now here we are with the investigations, to which now we even have Newsom and his wife hiring private attorneys because, yes, things are getting very real. But once again, as I've established, none of this has anything to do with Donald Trump. So then why is Newsom blaming Trump for this? Outside of the fact that everybody blames Trump for everything, right? As you can see right now, my face is looking a little on the warm side. It's hot in my office. I don't have a private office. My office is in a building, right? And there's air conditioning in the building, but for some reason, the air conditioning doesn't hit in my office. And because that is a fact that it doesn't hit my office, you all know who I have to blame for that, right? Trump. When you live in California, you blame Trump for everything. The air conditioning is not coming into my office, to which I have a rag in my hand to wipe myself down with, because some way, somehow, Donald Trump is stopping the air conditioning from flowing into my office. All right. This is just the norm when it comes to liberals. But outside of that being the norm, for Newsom, this was all about money. Everything with Newsom comes back to money. Look at this here. Boom. Gavin Newsom raked in $250 in donations after funding plea amid DOJ probe. All right. These people know no shame. The Newsoms know no shame. Let me read this article to you. This is completely absurd. It's been a month since California Governor Newsom sounded the alarm on a federal investigation into the governor, his wife, and their associates. And he's netted some serious dough in the process, according to campaign finance records. Within hours of releasing a video accusing President Donald Trump of weaponizing the Department of Justice, Newsom's Political Action Committee, Campaign for Democracy, sent out an email pleading for money to help with his potential legal defense and political strategy. Okay? He immediately started begging for money. But get this, the cash plea appears to have worked. Newsom raised $250,000 in the first 2 weeks from the PAC and 2 associated accounts. He lied on Trump, not just because that's the thing to do, but because he just needed some quick cash. He needed some quick cash. Once again, he's hiring a private attorney for him and his wife. And as you can see here, it clearly reads out, that's where a good deal of this money is going to. Right? It's going to his potential legal defense and political strategy, right? Political strategy of how to get out of this mess, since he does plan on running for president in 2028. Now, as we scroll down some more, the article continues to read, the campaign team for Newsom, who is considering a 2028 presidential run, told the Sacramento Bee that the email was a major factor in the money raised. Raising roughly $250,000 from a single email in minutes demonstrates the strength of Governor Newsom's grassroots network and his ability to quickly mobilize supporters when it matters most, a spokesperson said. What this really highlights is how quickly Gavin Newsom is able to generate up to millions of dollars solely based off of a lie. Off a lie. He's got $250,000. A quick, what was it? 5-minute video lying on Trump, saying that he's terrorizing and investigating his wife and his friends, netted him $250,000 in a matter of minutes. That says a lot about not just how scummy he is, but as well as those who are following him and support him as well, how gullible and foolish that they are, right? But let's carry on. Let's scroll down just a little bit more. Look at this here, and look at this man's face. Can we zoom in? Excuse me. Can we zoom in just a little bit? Let me full screen it for you. This guy has scum written all over his face. Does he not, ladies and gentlemen? Scum is written all over Newsom's face. That's why his name is Newsom, ladies and gentlemen. Trump did not give him that name for nothing. That was not for nothing. But let's carry on with the article. Let me zoom out of this picture just a little bit and let's move on. Look at this here. As of June 30th, the governor's war chest had about $14.4 million on hand, according to the Wednesday filings. The DOJ probe has the latest, the DOJ probe has been the latest twist in the governor's potential bid for the White House, helping him position himself as the anti-Trump candidate. But that's the issue. And this is why in the end, Newsom is going to fail. You see liberals, they're not smart at all. Trump is not running in 2028. He's not running for president in 2028. So being the anti-Trump president doesn't mean anything moving forward. It means absolutely nothing. But these people don't learn. Once again, their motto is just simply blame Trump, blame Trump, blame Trump. Everything is Trump's fault. But this will be your downfall. Because once again, he's not running for president. And you don't have any policies to run on, just like Kamala Harris didn't have any policies to run on. So don't be surprised when J.D. Vance, or me personally, fingers crossed, Marco Rubio becomes president of the United States in 2028. Sources have told the California Post that an angle of investigations have been particularly focused on Newsom's wife, Sybil Newsom, and her taxes. The Post revealed in March the governor helped funnel more than $4.4 million from special interest and wealthy individuals to California Partner Project, one of Sybil Newsom's pet projects. Once again, the Newsoms stay corrupt. Any and everything with these wicked, horrible people always and consistently comes back to money. How much money can the Newsoms swindle out of taxpayer dollars, to which Jennifer Newsom, Newsom's wife, definitely has done, which is one of the main reasons she's been investigated? How much money can they swindle out of big business, what I believe is called their behestment payments, right? Where essentially there's it's not even a legal loophole. It's a law that allows the governor to, for whatever the reason being, whatever pet project he has, he can solicit donations from big business. And what you've noticed is that there's a pattern is that whenever he solicits these donations from certain businesses, all of a sudden they find themselves having contracts with the government. You know what I'm saying? Everything with this man comes back to money. Even in the midst of an investigation, that could mess around and put your wife in jail. But they don't care. Just run me my money. Give me those campaign dollars so I can do God knows what with it. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. But I cannot leave without shouting out my man, Roger Wood. I appreciate you, Roger Wood, for contributing to today's show. Roger Wood said, $5 prediction. The water main break will flood the LA County building holding all the recent mayoral mail-in ballots. No evidence, no crime. There you go. No evidence, no crime. And for those of you who are tuning into the stream late, this is what Roger Wood is talking about. Roger, I think you're onto something. I don't put that, you can't put anything past liberals. You really can't put anything past them. No evidence, no crime. Once again, I'll play this one more time in closing for those of you who are coming into the stream late. Look at this here.
Fox News alert, and you are looking live at a massive water main break in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. The major flooding, just look at that, turning roads into rivers. Los Angeles County Fire is on the scene. Multiple streets were closed down, including major roadways like Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard. An investigation into this incident is ongoing, but not something you see every day in California, especially right before rush hour traffic is set to begin. Guys, over to you.
Again.
Like Roger Wood said, No evidence, no crime. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And most importantly, as I always beg you, please, 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 please do not forget to follow me where? On Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and will be pinned in the comment section as well once the stream is over. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
You're watching police-worn body camera footage of authorities in Tampa, Florida, trying to quell a so-called teen takeover. A phenomenon sparking growing attention across the country.
I need to turn to their vehicle. We need somewhere to put these 10-15s in.
Largely organized by groups on social media, crowds of young people often swarming a public area, where sometimes things can quickly spiral out of control.
If you take part in criminal activity, expect criminal consequences.
From chaos erupting at a popular beach in California, leading to over 400 arrests during July 4th celebrations, to some teens running amok in the streets of Chicago.
This car just ran through a whole crowd of Chicago police officers.
These unauthorized gatherings can be reckless and dangerous, and we want to make sure that their lives are protected.
Videos of these takeovers going viral. Some even turning criminal and violent with shots fired.
The teenager facing charges in the teen takeover in Raleigh.
At our nation's capital, a recent violent fight at a Chipotle garnered national headlines. 4 teens were arrested. The polarizing incidents leaving some concerned business owners closing shop early.
It's one of our busiest days of the week, so it is a hit and it's not fun, and especially as a small business.
And parents worried about their kids' safety.
He was struck in his chest, a quarter of an inch from his heart.
The trend becoming a cultural flashpoint on cable news.
Teen takeovers, turning streets into crime scenes and a whole lot more.
It's not just at night. You know, these are happening in the middle of the daylight, too. I mean, just completely brazen.
Many of these so-called teen takeovers never result in violence, but authorities worried about the community, sparking talks about public perception and safety, from imposing curfews to calls to punish parents for their teens' behavior.
Parents, if you don't control your kids, the district will.
But do these viral videos tell the whole story?
It's not the gathering itself that's creating the conflict. And I think that's what gets lost when we start to use the teen takeover label, that something is going to happen or that conflict is part of it. And that is not always the case.
We're in Detroit. Lawmakers and community leaders there seek answers and solutions.
The impact really has just been more of an overwhelming concern and kind of wondering why the young people are gathering.
Turning to teenagers themselves for help.
Us teens are not bad like how y'all trying to make it seem.
It feels great to know that we have a voice at the table, that they are listening to us.
Detroit, the Motor City, famous for Motown, has increasingly grappled with teen takeovers. In May, a teen was shot in the midst of a gathering in downtown Detroit. He spoke to our affiliate, WXYZ.
Somebody pulled the gun out and started shooting.
Just days later, Metro Detroit News posting this video of another takeover, teens flooding a local park.
Enforcement alone is not the answer. Our young people want to be invested in. They need structure and occupied things to do.
Earlier this year, Mayor Mary Sheffield launched a program dedicated to try and stop the growing problem.
We are not going to police our way out of violence and crime, but we are going to treat it from a holistic public health approach with both intervention, prevention, and enforcement.
Sheffield has turned in part to some of the teens who've attended these gatherings to find solutions, like 16-year-old Denisha Tidwell.
It was surprising in a way because who would have ever thought the mayor would want to speak to a bunch of teens? Us teens, we got to get our point across.
Denisha attended a teen takeover this spring after seeing a flyer for the event.
I don't think teens were looking for violence. I just think they wanted to go down there and respectfully just have fun and enjoy themselves. Some teens may have had the wrong idea going down there.
The gathering isn't the problem, or it's not a problem to be managed. It's a signal about what is missing and where that is missing.
Professor Amithia Franklin has studied and attended some teen gatherings in Chicago. She says the gatherings show what these teens really need.
They are leaving their neighborhoods because their neighborhoods do not offer what they're looking for, right? Safe public space, somewhere to be with other young people.
Teens' extracurricular activities have been scrutinized for generations, from car racing immortalized in Rebel Without a Cause to teenagers breakdancing in Beat Street, to videos of young people going viral forming flash mobs over the last decade.
Teen takeover, using that label, is something that's the label itself is new, but we've had previous labels. So teen takeover is just the current iteration of those things.
From city to city, the response to the so-called takeovers has varied. In Detroit, Sheffield says her administration has allocated $2 million in youth programming.
Having the voice of young people engaged in city government empowers them to really act differently and to empower other young people to do the same.
Young people increasingly making their voices heard from over 50 teens in the Bureau of Police Commissioners Youth Advisory Panel.
We bring concerns from our community, from our youth perspective, to the police. And with that, we want to better enhance the relationship between youth and the police department, and also rebuild that trust between the youth and the police department as well.
To the mayor's youth cabinet.
We asked all these existing advisory councils, youth advisory councils, to elect 1 or 2 people to sit on this mayor youth cabinet. We kind of have the voice of the masses when it comes to the city of Detroit. It's like the leaders of the leaders, pretty much.
The city recently launching what they've dubbed the Occupy the Summer program.
We are offering Friday marquee events that include concerts, free giveaways, different activities. We also have late night basketball leagues and pickup teams for young women and young men. And so 6 days a week for 10 weeks, there is something in your neighborhood, in your area, East Side, West Side, Southwest Detroit, that is happening.
Delineation, now an intern for the city, recently organized a sanctioned event called the Teen Kickback with teens downtown.
It was more organized. It was a safer place. Teens weren't running all over the place, unorganized.
They want us to see them. They want to be seen. They want places to gather. They need more outlets.
Feel what? System.
Okay, now this is another video she had. Again, she was getting the clout, so she got to follow up. A lot of the tethers around the diaspora, they were running around liking the video. Oh yeah, you tell them, girl. So she got to follow up. So now she's responding to a comment. Okay, and the comment says the African continent is trying to steal from us. We won't have it. Okay, so I guess a brother or sister, commented the African continent is trying to steal from us, and we won't have it. Probably referring to stealing FBA culture, vernacular, like she's been doing throughout these videos. You dig? And so this is her response, okay?
What? System failures and struggle?
Wait, hold on. Let's play that back.
Feel what? System failures and struggle?
Oh, no, she didn't say system failures and struggle. Oh, Lord.
We come with customs, creativity, and the same resources your country's been surviving on since they touched our coast.
I hate to go here, but they always do it to themselves. Lord, let me say this before I give this eulogy. The West has absolutely run amok in Africa. The West has sabotaged and assassinated leaders, stole resources, X, Y, and Z. However, the West has not done anything to Africa that they have not done to their native foundational Black American population. Okay, whether it's still our resources, our intellectual resources, our culture, traditions, and customs, You dig? Whether it is assassinate our leaders, X, Y, and Z. Everything they did in Africa, they did it to us. And many times they did it to us first. Now, with that being said, let me address this. She says, still what? System failures and struggle? Ma'am, you are from the Democratic Republic of Congo. System failures and struggle? Are you trying to act like this is the home of system failures and struggle? Let's just do a little research on Africa. Ma'am, system failures and struggle. A damn third of the continent is living in extreme poverty, ma'am. Hold on. The extreme poverty rate in Africa is high and complex, with recent 2023 data indicating 35% of the people in sub-Saharan Africa live in extreme poverty, ma'am. Okay, a third of your people on the continent of Africa live in extreme poverty. However, this figure varies significantly by region, with Central Africa having a rate of 54.8%. Okay, that's where Congo is, the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's in Central Africa, so damn near half of the population in her homeland live in extreme poverty. And it says in North Africa having a rate of 3%. Okay, so that just goes to show you that Arabs in North Africa ain't living like y'all living. They on the same continent and they ain't living how y'all living. And they've reduced y'all to sub-Saharan Africans, which is another form of disrespect. You dig? And by the way, family, the extreme poverty line, when we say extreme poverty, let it note what it means. The extreme poverty rate definition used is living on less than $2.15 a day, family. So half of the people living in her region are living on less than $2.15 a day. Family, I'm in Georgia. You can't even get a gallon of gas for $2.15. You can't even get a gallon of gas. That shows you the level of system failure and struggle, the fact that half of your damn population is living like that. Okay? Let's be clear. And I'm going light, family. I'm going light. You know what? She's talking crazy. Let's go to her country. Let's go to the Democratic Republic of Congo, because I was trying to be light with just giving the regions. Okay? Let's be clear. If you go to the Democratic Republic of Congo, okay, poverty rate in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, has a very high poverty rate, with estimates from 2024 showing approximately 73.5% of the population is living on less than $2.15 a day. Ma'am, don't you ever fix your mouth to talk about system struggles and failures. Your people are living in squalor, 3 out of every 4 people. And that's the light note, because it says some reports indicate even higher figures, with the World Bank noting 78.94% poverty rate at the international poverty level, which is $2.15 a day. Okay? You dig? And it says people living in multidimensional poverty head count ratio, that's like poverty dealing with food, water, X, Y, and Z, is 83.64%. Yes, ma'am. Only 19% of the people in the Democratic Republic of Congo have access to electricity. 19%. That means 81% of the damn population ain't got no electricity. We can't even hear from them on TikTok. Hell, they ain't, let alone Wi-Fi, they ain't even got no electricity. You come from a lineage of systematic failures and struggles. Y'all sitting over there, man. Y'all got child soldiers running around the Congo. They're running wild around the Congo. They're running wild. Dude, that's probably why your parents wanted to get you over here. You said you came over here at 5. Hell, at 6, they might have put a damn chopper in your hand over there in the Congo. You talking about systematic failure and struggle. Whenever you bring that up, you better mention your homeland very first. And you better stay on that topic. You sitting over here imitating foundational Black Americans, and you didn't forgot the real struggle you come from. You better thank a foundational Black American for being the reason at 5 years old you didn't have a damn Uzi in your hand. Okay? Based off your systems in the programs y'all got going over there. And then she said they come here with customs and traditions and culture that was used to build America. Ma'am, y'all ain't coming here with nothing. They kill me with this notion they're showing up at the border with some damn cotan in their hand. You ain't showing up with nothing but trying to seek asylum. That's all you were doing. Seeking asylum. You came over here dead broke, dead bummy, struggling, trying to get out your homeland. Your parents probably made up a damn lie talking about somebody was trying to kill them. Or hell, it might have been the truth. Somebody was trying to kill them in their homeland because that's the culture. That's the struggle. That's the system over there. You dig? And you came over here seeking asylum. They love to act like they came over here with a damn bag. Oh, we come over here with all these customs and traditions. If you came over here with all these customs and tradition, why did you start off in your first video talking about how you have to assimilate? Hell, if our traditions really came from you, you should fall right in line. Why are you assimilating? Why are you going out cosplaying? Why are you afraid to eat your cultural foods out in public? If our foods are really your foods, because they're not. We have a different culture. This is a different system you're in, and you know it. Stop the capping, stop the double talking, and just pay homage to foundational Black Americans who made it possible for you to be here, man. But let's continue.
People are still digging into Africa for diamonds, coal, iron, and your favorite chocolate, but y'all calling us the thieves.
Oh, Lord.
How ironic.
Ma'am, and let's be clear. Let's be clear. Y'all are doing the digging. I want you to understand, when you look at the damn Khotan mines and the mines over there, it ain't no damn Asians in there. It ain't no damn white people over there. You're doing the digging. Your leaders are taking those natural resources and they're selling y'all out. That's the reality, family. Them damn dangerous ass Khotan mines, you don't see no damn white people over in them damn Khotan mines. You see nothing but people from the Congo over there working for 5 cents an hour. Y'all are doing that, and your leaders are allowing you to do it so they can take those resources and sell them out because they don't care about you. They don't care about you. You know, white people over there just digging. Y'all are doing the digging and you're selling it for cheap. Hell, you're selling it for free. You just want a green card. So stop it. Knock it off.
If anything, we're in the right to say y'all are the cosplayers because you guys have stolen everything and then taken all the credit for it.
Cosplaying what? How are we cosplaying you? You haven't named anything, no customs, no traditions that we emulate. All of you named with some natural resource. What, we cosplaying Khotan? We cosplaying chocolate? That's all of you named with some natural resources. And by the way, family, they always talk about the natural resources of Africa. The United States is one of the most minerally rich countries in the world. Let's be clear. Africa has minerally rich countries. The United States also has minerally rich countries. They act like the United States has no natural resources. Now, the United States has a lot of natural resources. It's usually ranked within the top 5 of natural resource countries in the world. Let's be clear. And again, if we're actually cosplaying your culture, you wouldn't have to assimilate. See, what you're saying makes 0 sense. We're taking your stuff and cosplaying you, but then you're coming over here talking about you have to assimilate into our culture. You're sitting over here speaking in foundational Black American vernacular. Why don't you just use your regular Congolese accent? You dig? Why don't you go out and eat your fufu and your natural foods and practice your traditional customs, traditions, and cultures? Why don't you dress how they dressed in the Congo? Since we really got our dressing style from you, you should fit right in, but you don't. You stick out like a sore thumb because your culture ain't our culture. You dig? Let's finish the video.
That's just misdirected anger. You're mad at broken promises,
Gaslighting.
broken systems, and you throwing the heat at the wrong people. And if you feel threatened, ask yourself why our presence makes you so loud. And anybody stitching my video, hey boo, I just want to let you know that when you misconstrued information, you make a fool out of yourself.
Okay, so as you can see, just ending with more tether babble and basically gaslighting. And they always, whenever we critique them and get on their ass, I'm sure she'll make a video about me making this video. They always pass off, oh, we hating on them and you got misconstrued anger. Ma'am, you're projecting. You dig? There's just nothing but tether projection.
If you walk the streets of Oregon today, you might think you're seeing a localized tragedy, but you are actually witnessing the absolute breaking point of the American dream. While the rest of the country quietly celebrated a 3% decline in homelessness last year, Oregon saw its own numbers detonate by 19%, surging to over 27,000 unhoused individuals. But the most terrifying part isn't the sheer volume of tents lining the highways. It is the hidden demographic that has suddenly spiked by 62%, and who they are changes everything we know about this crisis. The 19% anomaly defying a national victory. To understand the sheer magnitude of what is happening in the Pacific Northwest, you have to look at the massive paradox that emerged in the early months of 2025. The United States, after years of agonizing post-pandemic economic recovery, finally registered a collective exhale. Data from the Department of Housing and Urban Development confirmed a national 3% decline in homelessness. Across the country, emergency policies and localized safety nets seem to be slowly pulling vulnerable populations back from the brink. But then, the data from Oregon was released, and it completely shattered the national narrative. Oregon did not follow the country toward recovery. Instead, it bucked the trend catastrophically, suffering an explosive 18.9% spike in its homeless population in a single year. To put a face to that percentage, that equates to roughly 27,200 human beings waking up without a roof over their heads on any given night. It was the second largest statistical surge of any state in the nation, trailing only behind a region devastated by the apocalyptic physical destruction of a major hurricane. But Oregon's disaster was not brought on by extreme weather or a sudden natural cataclysm. It was a purely economic storm built entirely by human hands and structural policy failures. This staggering figure of 27,000 individuals is not just a statistical anomaly, it is a blaring siren indicating that a foundational pillar of society has collapsed. But the most perplexing question that continues to haunt economists and social workers alike is why this is happening right now. The state of Oregon has poured hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars into emergency housing services, shelter expansions, and systemic interventions over the last several years. By all traditional bureaucratic metrics, the state is actively fighting a war against poverty. So why is a state with such massive emergency funding failing so catastrophically on the ground, while entirely different regions of the country begin to recover? The answer to that question lies not in the amount of money being spent, but in a deeply entrenched structural bottleneck that is suffocating the state's largest cities, rendering every emergency dollar completely powerless against the rising tide. The Multnomah collapse. To truly comprehend the gravitational center of this crisis, you have to look directly into the epicenter of the collapse, Multnomah County. When the federal data was initially captured in early 2025, the county reported a devastating 43% surge, pushing its unhoused population to 10,500 people. At the time, that number was considered an absolute worst-case scenario. But the situation deteriorated with a speed that local governments were entirely unprepared for. By March of 2026, updated local metrics revealed a reality that is almost difficult to process. The number of unhoused residents in Multnomah County had exploded to an incomprehensible 18,500 souls. You cannot simply read a number like 18,500 and grasp its gravity. You have to translate it into physical space. This is not a scattering of individuals resting on park benches. This is the equivalent of an entire mid-sized American town being aggressively erased from the residential grid and relocated overnight. It looks like entire city blocks vanishing beneath sprawling oceans of blue tarpaulins and makeshift wooden framing. It looks like overwhelmed emergency infrastructures buckling under the sheer weight of human desperation, where paramedics and social workers are stretched so dangerously thin that the system itself is beginning to fundamentally fail. It is a visual landscape of systemic abandonment. Yet as the visual reality of this urban surge becomes increasingly inescapable, a toxic and deeply pervasive myth has taken hold of the public consciousness. The idea of homeless migration. A widespread belief dictates that these thousands of people are out-of-state opportunists, flocking to Oregon's cities to take advantage of progressive social services and lenient civic policies. But the hard, empirical data aggressively destroys this narrative. Extensive local tracking proves that over 80% of the unhoused individuals currently suffering on Oregon's streets have lived in their respective local regions for more than 3 years, and a staggering 50% have lived there for over a decade. These are not opportunistic outsiders. These are the very people who used to pour your coffee, teach your children, and build your neighborhoods. They are locals who simply could no longer survive the brutal mathematics of skyrocketing median rents and stagnant wages, violently priced out of the very communities they spent their entire lives helping to build. The 62% blind spot. As catastrophic as the urban collapse in Portland is, it still distracts from the most haunting revelation buried inside the recent federal data. When we think of homelessness, society has been conditioned to visualize a very specific chronic archetype. An older adult, likely battling severe mental illness or decades of substance abuse, navigating the streets alone. But the most terrifying metric in Oregon right now completely shatters that preconceived image. The fastest growing segment of the unhoused population is not the chronically ill adult. It is youth. In a single statistical year, Oregon witnessed an absolutely devastating 62% statewide increase in unsheltered youth. This 62% represents a fundamental shift in the very nature of the crisis. These are unaccompanied minors, high school teenagers, and incredibly young families who have fallen completely through the cracks of the American economic floor. Because they do not fit the traditional visual profile of homelessness, they are tragically invisible to the average commuter driving past the downtown encampments. They are the hidden demographic, desperately attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy while enduring unthinkable instability. They are doing algebra homework under the dome light of a freezing sedan parked behind a big box retail store. They are teenagers washing their hair in the sinks of public park restrooms before catching the morning school bus, carrying the heavy, silent trauma of their reality in their backpacks. To understand how this youth demographic spiked so aggressively, you have to look at the invisible collapse of the doubled-up safety net. For years, thousands of fragile, low-income families in Oregon managed to stave off the streets by couch surfing, cramming 3 generations into a 1-bedroom apartment, or sleeping on the floors of extended relatives. But as inflation squeezed the working class and housing costs pushed even stable households to the brink, those generous relatives could no longer afford the financial liability of extra mouths to feed. The doubled-up safety nets abruptly snapped. Families were abruptly handed eviction notices, pushing mothers, fathers, and young children out of crowded living rooms and directly onto the literal concrete. The 62% spike is not just a housing failure, it is a profound moral failure, representing an entire generation of youth whose developmental years are being permanently scarred by the trauma of street-level survival. The geographic illusion. Just as the sheer weight of Multnomah County's collapse threatens to extinguish any sense of optimism, the data offers a sudden, violently unexpected twist. If you leave the suffocating density of Portland and drive southeast into central Oregon, specifically into Deschutes, Jefferson, and Crook counties, the narrative abruptly flips. While the state was drowning in a 19% overall spike, this predominantly rural and mid-sized region achieved what felt statistically impossible, a 19.1% drop in homelessness by early 2026. This was not a clerical error, nor was it the result of pushing unhoused individuals across county lines. This was the mechanical result of a hyper-targeted, community-driven intervention that actually worked. By combining rapid rehousing initiatives, aggressive local funding, and the opening of localized permanent supportive housing, these central counties managed to pull nearly 300 vulnerable individuals entirely out of the cycle of homelessness. They expanded safe parking programs, optimized transitional shelter beds, and created an environment where city planners and social services operated with a unified, localized agility. For a fleeting moment, this 19% drop provides a profound, desperately needed glimmer of hope, proving that with the right combination of political will and immediate resource allocation, the crisis can actually be reversed. But this isolated rural victory demands a brutal reality check. The mechanics that saved 300 lives in Central Oregon are incredibly difficult to replicate in the sprawling, bureaucratic labyrinth of the state's largest metropolitan areas. While a town like Bend can pivot quickly to open a localized shelter or expedite a specific zoning permit, Portland is paralyzed by massive structural bottlenecks. Decades of restrictive zoning laws, exorbitant system development charges, and a sluggish, convoluted permitting process make rapid expansion in the urban core nearly impossible. The terrifying question that emerges is whether the rural playbook is actually scalable to the magnitude of 18,000 people, or if Central Oregon's success is merely a geographic illusion, a temporary, isolated lifeboat floating on the edge of a sinking ship. 2035 and beyond. The fleeting hope of rural recovery completely disintegrates when you shift the lens away from the present and look toward the looming macroeconomic horizon. The crisis we are witnessing today, with 27,000 unhoused individuals, is the result of being roughly 140,000 homes short of current demand. But that deficit is only the beginning. According to the state's own rigorous housing analyses, in order to simply keep pace with projected population growth, aging demographics, and economic expansion over the next 20 years, Oregon must produce an absolutely staggering 440,000 new units of affordable housing. This 440,000 unit deficit is the economic tidal wave currently forming off the coast. Meeting this demand requires the state to build approximately 36,000 new homes every single year. Yet, recent data shows that the state is permitting less than half of that requirement, with multifamily housing developments actively stalling out due to soaring construction costs and restrictive local policies. If this massive gap between required construction and actual production is not radically closed, the 10-year forecast for Oregon is apocalyptic. We are looking directly at the permanent solidification of a deeply bifurcated society. The emergency interventions of today, the tiny home villages, the expanded shelter beds, the safe parking lots, are meant to be temporary transitions. But without an overwhelming surge in permanent brick-and-mortar development, these temporary sites will unavoidably calcify into permanent shanty towns, creating a permanent underclass effectively exiled from the traditional housing market. This is the ultimate heavy warning hidden within the data. The tragedy currently unfolding on the streets of Oregon is not the climax of the story, it is merely the prologue. If local and state governments cannot bypass their own bureaucratic inertia to launch an immediate, wartime-scale intervention in permanent housing infrastructure, the math is absolute and entirely unforgiving. Without a historic mobilization of resources, zoning reform, and construction, the heartbreaking metrics of the mid-2020s will not be remembered as a crisis. They will be remembered as a golden era, a time when the problem was still small enough to be solved compared to the insurmountable devastation of the next decade.
Stop us if you've heard this before. Another scorcher in Denver
today. Yesterday, we hit our 26th day of the year at or above 90, and it's only getting hotter this weekend. We start with a live look this morning from lllegal, looking out over the city. It'd be a hot day to be at lllegal, but maybe you can get yourself in the water there or somewhere else today. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Meckles. Let's send it right over to Weather Impact Team meteorologist Jaden Knowles, who will start off with kind of the same story over and over again. And look, I mean, even at this hour, we're already looking at mid-70s in some parts of town. That's wild.
I mean, already the warm and hot temperatures, the low to mid-70s right now, 74 degrees here in downtown Denver, 72 at the airport. Let's take a look statewide. I mean, Grand Junction, you're at 75 right now. We're expecting the 90s all across the state and even warmer and hotter temperatures as we head into your Sunday as well as Monday. Live radar right now, really not much going on. We were tracking a couple of stray showers just northeast of Grand Junction early this morning, but noticing we're not seeing anything across the entire state. That will change as we head into this afternoon, at least for the high country. We're still tracking monsoon moisture, but for us across the front range, really no rain chances in my forecast. Next 12 hours, getting up to the low 90s. I have 95 degrees in the forecast and even hotter temperatures as we head into Sunday and Monday. We'll talk more in detail about that in my full forecast. Jenny?
All right, Jaden, thank you. To our other top stories today is the debut of Denver Summit FC's temporary home in Centennial. After a construction delay, the team will finally get to play at that new stadium. And if you don't remember, it's going to be a hot one. They take on the Portland Thorns at noon with Colorado native Lindsey Heaps, captain of Team USA, now eligible to play for the first time. As the team and fans get ready for the big matchup, a local artist is creating an interactive piece as a welcome gift.
The intention behind this mural is to obviously make it an activation for the fans for tomorrow. So making sure everybody can collaborate on it and just kind of put their piece into it too. And then they're planning on actually putting this up in the stadium here, right where the players walk out. So every time they go out to the game, they kind of look at this and are reminded of the community.
The Summit are supposed to play at that Temp Stadium this season and next season, while their permanent stadium is built at Santa Fe Yards in Denver. RTD is now considering some budget cuts up to $62 million that could reshape bus service across the Denver metro. That same proposal could eliminate Denver's free mall ride. It would also cut several services in Broomfield. With every scenario, Route 53, Route 228, and 2 flex ride services under every scenario would be eliminated. But deeper cuts could also remove 6 of the 10 services that reach the city. Route 53 is an interesting story. That one was supposed to provide transportation to the Grove at Cottonwood, a new housing community for adults with disabilities. The uncertainty comes just weeks before move-in day, and now people who rely on public transportation might have to think of other options.
It's a huge consideration because if she doesn't have public transportation, she's basically isolated.
RTD says these are only proposals for now. The full board is expected to consider that budget plan later this month. A man has died after a shooting in Green Valley Ranch. Police say this happened at the area of 48th and Argonne Street just after 5 o'clock last night. The man was taken to the hospital where he died. Officers haven't arrested anyone yet, or at least they haven't shared an arrest. And if you do know anything, please contact Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. A contractor for ICE is in custody, accused of shooting a protester outside the ICE detention facility in Aurora this week. Aurora police say a GEO Group employee named Brandon Booth shot and injured a woman as he was arriving to work. According to police, GEO workers, again, are contracted to work at that ICE detention facility. So the GEO workers were waiting in their cars because of a protest happening outside the facility. 2 protesters got into some kind of argument with those workers and took pictures of the workers' cars. Booth is accused of then shooting at 2 protesters after they walked away, hitting one of them. She was injured, but the woman will be okay. A spokesperson for the GEO Group tells 9 News that company placed Booth on unpaid administrative leave, and a judge has set his bond at $500,000. Colorado will not ban the commercial sale of fur, at least not for now. Yesterday, a CPW commission rejected a citizen-led effort to try to ban fur, coming just days after they approved new limits on hunting and trapping animals with fur. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez has more on this debate.
I pay taxpayer money on gas and equipment to trap.
For trappers in Colorado, Thursday's vote changed the numbers on a long-time trade.
Now I am limited to 2 animals a day, and we might finally get a snow, and I catch 5 animals, and now I have to turn 3 loose.
The Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission narrowly passed a new daily limit: 2 fur-bearing animals per hunter per day. Before Thursday, there was no limit at all on the 17 species covered, animals like coyotes, foxes, bobcats, and beavers. Today, a separate discussion played out over fur itself. Should the commercial sale be banned?
Delaney Rudy, Colorado Director for the Western Watersheds Project. I speak today to support a ban on the sale for fur bearer products. Wildlife should not be commercialized through the sale of their parts.
Some commissioners questioned how much impact a ban would have.
We were also told that the people that do harvest a lot, there's only about 10. So at most, there's 10 people in Colorado that are harvesting fur in some kind of a commercial market.
In the end, the commissioners voted to end rulemaking on the ban, meaning commercial fur sales stay legal in Colorado.
Yesterday was 6-5, today was 6-5. I'm happy with democracy working.
That was Colton Chavez reporting. Taylor Fresh Foods, the parent company of Taylor Farms, is issuing a voluntary recall of all iceberg lettuce now sourced from central Mexico that is sold in the U.S. Yesterday, the company released a statement saying the FDA thinks that a specific independent farm is the potential source of this cyclosporiasis outbreak, and that no other Taylor Fresh food products across the country are impacted. This recall comes during an escalating outbreak of this stomach bug. Federal health officials have told people to avoid lettuce altogether from Taco Bell restaurants across 5 states: Kentucky, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia. Nationwide, nearly 7,000 people may have gotten sick. Unclear if that is connected to this one produce supplier that we're talking about with the specific outbreak in the 5 states. But really, this is a countrywide story. This also isn't the first time Taylor Farms has been connected to an outbreak of cyclosporiasis. Back in 2013, 631 people across 25 states got sick by a salad mix linked to that company. Many of those illnesses were in Iowa and Nebraska from people who ate lettuce at Olive Garden and Red Lobster. The outbreak was eventually traced to a processing plant in Mexico.
Black America. What if I told you the Marine Corps did not just discriminate against black men? They engineered a system specifically designed to break them. A swamp camp in North Carolina. White drill instructors hand-picked for cruelty, heat, disease, and conditions calculated to make black men quit before they ever saw combat. What if I told you not only did these men refuse to break, they went on to embarrass the entire institution that built the trap. They fought in the bloodiest battles of World War II. They earned citations the Corps had no choice but to hand over. They forced the commandant to stand up and publicly admit he was wrong. The Marine Corps thought they had the perfect plan to make these men disappear. They were wrong. And this is the story of how wrong they were. Now, understand who was running the Marine Corps when this all went down. His name was Thomas Holcomb, 17th Commandant, and he did not hide how he felt. In April 1941, he sat before the Navy's General Board and said these exact words: "If it were a question of having a Marine Corps of 5,000 whites or 250,000 Negroes, I would rather have the whites. That is not a rumor. That is documented testimony. That is the man in charge." When President Roosevelt signed Executive Order 8802 in June 1941, banning racial discrimination in the defense industry, Holcomb ignored it for close to a year. The Marine Corps was the very last branch of the American military to open its doors to black recruits. Not just slow, last, dead last. And when they finally had no legal choice, they did not welcome these men. They built them a swamp. In April 1942, the Corps started construction on a segregated training facility called Montford Point. It sat on 5.5 acres in North Carolina, carved out of a peninsula in the New River. The rest of Camp Lejeune had miles of beaches for proper amphibious training. Montford Point had none of that. What it had was flooded forest, snakes, alligators, bears, mosquitoes so thick they blotted out the air, summer temperatures that hit over 100 degrees, winter cold that dropped below 10. The men lived in cardboard tents with concrete floors, potbelly stoves for heat, and outhouses for bathrooms. No recreation facilities, no proper equipment. Meanwhile, white Marines trained just down the road with everything they needed, and there was one rule above all others. No black man was to give orders to a white Marine, not ever. When these men arrived, their service record books were stamped with one word: colored. Did not matter if you had a college degree. Did not matter if you had been a doctor, a lawyer, a professor. You came in as a private, you stayed a private. 75% of those early recruits had some college education, and not one of them was allowed to become an officer. Holcomb made sure of that with Letter of Instruction 421, a formal written directive that blocked Black Marines from being promoted to lead white ones. This was not informal racism. This was policy on paper. Hold that thought for a second, because this story connects directly to a pattern that goes much further than one base in North Carolina, and we need you to hear what's coming. Hey family, real talk. YouTube has shut down channels for telling exactly these kinds of stories. So I need you to find us off this platform. Go to blackstories-untold.com, join our mailing list, and make sure we stay connected no matter what they do. Now, back to what happened next, because here is where things start to shift in a direction the Corps did not expect. In January 1943, Edgar R. Huff became the first Black non-commissioned officer at Montford Point. A month later, Gilbert H. Johnson, a 19-year veteran of both the Army and the Navy, became the first Black drill sergeant, and he was not there to make friends. Johnson was relentless, ferocious. He once described himself this way: "I'm an ogre, but fair." Fellow instructor Edgar Huff put it even simpler: "You've got to be better than any Marine at New River." These men understood something the Corps had not planned for. If Black Marines were going to have any chance of surviving what came next, on the base and off of it, they had to be built beyond reproach. The Black drill instructors pushed their recruits harder than the white instructors ever had, not to break them, to make them unbreakable. Meanwhile, off base, the harassment did not stop at the fence. Local business owners refused service to Montford Point Marines. Police officers in the surrounding towns arrested Black Marines and charged them with impersonating a Marine because they could not conceive that the uniform was real. These men were not even allowed to enter Camp Lejeune without a white Marine accompanying them. Think about that. They were Marines, and they were treated like trespassers on their own base. But by spring of 1943, over 1,000 men had completed training. The 51st and 52nd Defense Battalions were formed. Ammunition and depot companies were assembled. And on April 16, 1943, the first Black unit to deploy overseas, the 1st Depot Company, left Montford Point. The plan was simple: keep them away from combat, assign them logistics, supplies, ammunition loading. The racist assumption underneath that plan was just as simple: they would crack under pressure. They would run. They were not real Marines. The Pacific Theater was about to prove every single part of that assumption dead wrong. June 1944, the island of Saipan. The Marines were pushing inland against one of the most brutal defenses the Japanese had mounted in the entire war. Nambu machine guns, artillery, banzai charges in the night. Lieutenant General Holland Smith's forces were taking casualties faster than they could be replaced. His reserves were gone. He had nothing left. So he did what the Corps had sworn would never happen. He sent the Montford Point Marines to the front, armed, into live combat. Men who had been told their whole time in uniform that they were not fighters. Men who had been loading ammunition in the killing heat while bullets flew overhead. Those men picked up their rifles and moved forward. Robert Sherrod, a war correspondent for Time magazine covering the Central Pacific, reported that the Black Marines who entered combat for the first time at Saipan performed at the highest level. The detachment of the 7th Field Depot, the 18th, 19th, and 20th Marine Depot Companies, and the 3rd Ammunition Depot Company were included in the Presidential Unit Citation awarded to the 4th Marine Division for the seizure of Saipan and Tinian from June 15th through August 1st, 1944. That is not a participation ribbon. That is the highest unit honor the military gives. And these men were not even supposed to have been in combat. And this is where everything connects. Because this moment, Saipan, 1944, is the moment the entire argument for exclusion collapsed. The new commandant, Lieutenant General Alexander Vandergrift, had been watching. And after what he saw in the Pacific, he stood up and said this: "The Negro Marines are no longer on trial. They are Marines, period." The man who replaced Holcomb had to publicly walk back everything the institution had stood for. That is not just a quote. That is the Corps admitting it was wrong. But the story was not finished, not even close. Fall of 1944 brought the Battle of Peleliu, a coral island so brutal that some historians say it should never have been fought at all. And on that island, a platoon of Black Marines fought through enemy fire, captured an airstrip, and saved a company of white Marines who were surrounded and out of options. The white company's leaders refused to formally recognize the Montford Point Marines who saved their lives. They were rescued by men the Corps had stamped colored in their service records, and those leaders could not bring themselves to say thank you. That tells you everything. February 1945, Iwo Jima. More than 500 Black Marines landed on those black sand beaches. Ammunition companies, depot companies, under direct fire, driving trucks and bulldozers across a beach that was being shelled from 3 sides. For many of the white Marines around them, it was the first time they had ever seen a black face in a Marine uniform. But what those white Marines saw was not what the Corps had promised them. What they saw were men holding their ground in the worst conditions of the entire Pacific War. For their actions on Iwo Jima, the Black Marines earned the Navy Unit Commendation Ribbon. General Carl Mundy, 30th Commandant, later said they showed guts, determination, and boundless drive to succeed and excel. Brigadier General Edwin Simmons added that their role on Iwo Jima and the other battlefields made the simple statement, they were Marines and fought as Marines. 9 Black Marines were confirmed killed in action during World War II. 78 were wounded, and every one of them, every casualty, was a man who technically was not supposed to be anywhere near combat. Now here is the full weight of what this means. Thomas Holcomb retired from the Corps in 1943. He went on to serve as the United States envoy to South Africa from 1944 to 1948, the country that would soon formally introduce apartheid. The man who built the policy of exclusion inside the Marine Corps retired to work alongside one of the most openly racist governments on earth. Meanwhile, the men he tried to keep out were dying on Pelelu and Iwo Jima, winning presidential unit citations and holding the line when no one else could. When President Truman signed Executive Order 9981 on July 26, 1948, formally requiring military desegregation, Montford Point began its final chapter. On September 9, 1949, the camp was decommissioned. Integration became official, and in 1974, 3 decades after these men had proven themselves in the Pacific, the camp was finally renamed. Not Montford Point anymore, Camp Gilbert H. Johnson, named for the man who drilled these recruits into warriors. Hashmark Johnson, the ogre who was fair. Frederick Clinton Branch had become the first Black commissioned officer in the Marine Corps Reserve on November 10, 1945, the 170th anniversary of the Corps' founding. He had been told to forget about officer candidate school when he first asked. He persisted anyway. He completed OCS as the only Black man in a class of 250, and he resigned his commission in 1955. Not because he failed, but because the discrimination inside the institution never stopped. The Corps could not even keep the man who broke its own color barrier. That is how deep the rot went. In 1965, over 400 Montford Point veterans gathered in Philadelphia and founded the Montford Point Marine Association. They kept the story alive themselves because no one else was going to do it. Then in November 2011, 66 years after the war ended, President Barack Obama signed legislation awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the Montford Point Marines. On June 27, 2012, the formal ceremony was held at the United States Capitol. Obama stood before them and said that, despite being denied many basic rights, the Montford Point Marines committed to serve our country with selfless patriotism. The medal's inscription reads, "For outstanding perseverance and courage that inspired social change in the Marine Corps." 70 years. That is how long it took to say it officially. And as of January 2026, individual medals are still being presented to surviving veterans in their 90s and to the families of men who never lived to hold one. A Navy ship has been named the USNS Montford Point. Families of these Marines have walked its decks. But here is the truth you need to carry with you. The Marine Corps did not integrate because it had a change of heart. It integrated because Black men refused to be broken. They integrated because A. Philip Randolph, who built the first Black labor union in this country, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, threatened to march on Washington and told Harry Truman directly that Black men were in no mood to bear arms for a country that treated them like enemies at home. They integrated because men trained in a swamp, called colored in their own paperwork, denied the right to lead, denied recreation, denied recognition. Those men went to Saipan anyway. They went to Iwo Jima anyway. They bled anyway. And when the smoke cleared, there was not a single argument left standing. The story they tried to erase is not really about one camp in North Carolina. It is about what happens when a system designed to break people runs directly into people who refuse to be broken. The Marine Corps tried to humiliate them, and instead, they humiliated every lie the institution was built on. Over 20,000 men trained at Montford Point. More than 13,000 served overseas. And the Corps that swore it would rather have 5,000 white Marines than 250,000 black ones ended up needing these men to hold the line when it mattered most. That is the story they erased. That is the one they did not want you to know. Now you know it. This was Black Stories Untold. And as always, thanks for watching. If you want more stories like this, click the video on your screen now. They did not stumble into these images. They built them. 4 specific tools, 4 specific targets, all aimed at the same man, the black man. And Hollywood has been running them back for over a century. Number 1, the Beast. In 1908, Jack Johnson walked into a boxing ring and changed everything. He knocked out Tommy Burns in Sydney, Australia, and became the first black heavyweight champion of the world. And the reaction from white America was not just disappointment, it was panic. Jack London, yes, that Jack London, the famous author, publicly called for a, quote, great white hope to come take the title back. When James J. Jeffries agreed to fight Johnson in 1910, Jeffries said out loud that his entire purpose was to prove that a white man was better than a black man. Johnson destroyed him too, and when the results spread across the country, white mobs attacked black neighborhoods in dozens of cities. Men were beaten, some were killed, all because a black man was the strongest man in the world and refused to act ashamed of it. That is when the machine kicked in, family. They could not beat him in the ring, so they used the law. Johnson was prosecuted under the Mann Act in 1912 for transporting a white woman, Belle Schreiber, across state lines. He was convicted and sentenced. The law was being used as a weapon to punish him for being too strong, too free, and too unafraid. And Hollywood was watching. In 1915, Birth of a Nation hit theaters and told America that the black male body was a sexual weapon aimed at white women. That film did not just tell a story, it helped resurrect the Klan. Then in 1933, King Kong arrived. Scholars at multiple institutions have drawn a direct line between Birth of a Nation and King Kong, a massive, dark creature captured from his homeland, brought to New York in chains, and destroyed because he reached for a white woman. The racial subtext was not subtle, it was structural. The Mandingo myth completed the picture. During slavery, white enslavers invented the image of the hypersexual, physically unstoppable black male to make money. They promoted the strength and size of enslaved men at auction. It was an economic tool built on dehumanization. Kyle Onstott turned it into a novel in 1957, and Paramount turned that novel into a film in 1975, starring real-life heavyweight boxer Ken Norton. They went and got a boxer on purpose. Think about that. Here is the part that should make you stop. Today, black men make up 56% of all NCAA football players and 66% of all NCAA men's basketball players. They represent about 3% of the broader undergraduate student population at those same schools. Researchers at the University of Pennsylvania found that black athletes in Power 5 conferences are losing between $1.2 and $1.4 billion a year because of the so-called amateurism rules that prevent them from being paid. And the NFL, which is about 70% black, used a practice called race norming in its concussion settlement. They assumed black players had lower baseline cognitive abilities than white players. That assumption meant black retired players received lower payouts for brain damage they got playing the game. The NFL knew exactly what they were doing. The beast trope is not just a movie character, it is an economic policy. But the beast only handles one part of the job, because a man you can see can still be loved. To really erase him, you have to make him disappear. And that brings us to number 2, the ghost. The ghost is the black father who is gone before the story begins, or gone shortly after it starts, and whose absence is never treated as a tragedy. His death is not a wound the story grieves. It is a plot function. It clears the board so someone else can move. Look at Black Panther, released in 2018. King T'Chaka travels to Oakland, confronts his brother Njobu, kills him, and leaves Njobu's young son Eric behind, alone, in Oakland. He literally flies back to Wakanda without the child. That boy grows up without a father, without a nation, without belonging to anything, and the film turns him into the villain for the feelings that created. T'Chaka's decision to kill his own brother and abandon his nephew is treated by the film as tragic but justified. The dead man served his purpose. His absence built the villain. The villain had to die. And the king who made the choice was mourned and respected. Think about Dick Halloran in The Shining from 1980. He has the gift. He feels the child's fear across hundreds of miles. He drives through a blizzard to save a white mother and her son. He walks through that door, and Jack Torrance puts an axe through him. In Stephen King's original novel, Halloran survives. Kubrick killed him. His death was a choice made by a white director, and it served one purpose only: to raise the stakes for the white family's survival. His life had no value in that story except as fuel. Family, this is a pattern across decades of film. The black man either dies early to motivate a white protagonist, or he dies to confirm that his anger was always the real danger. Either way, his death is a tool. He never gets to live on screen, to lead a family that stays whole, to build something that survives him. He exists to be absent, and every child who grows up watching those films absorbs the message that black fathers leave. Black fathers die. Black fathers are not the point of the story. That damage is generational, and it was placed there deliberately. But there is something even more targeted than making him disappear. Because sometimes the black man speaks up with genuine truth, with real evidence of real pain. And the system has a specific answer for that too. They call him crazy. That is number 3, the crazy one. You need to understand where this starts, because it did not start on a film set. In May of 1851, a physician named Samuel A. Cartwright published a paper in the New Orleans Medical and Surgical Journal. In that paper, he proposed a new mental illness. He called it drapetomania. He said it was a disease that caused enslaved black people to want to run away from their enslavers. Read that again. He said the desire for freedom was a symptom of mental illness. Cartwright held the title of Professor of Diseases of the Negro at the University of Louisiana, which later became Tulane. He was not a fringe voice in 1851. He was published in a medical journal. His paper was reprinted. And he also invented a second diagnosis, dysesthesia ethiopica, for enslaved people who were disobedient, refused to work, or showed what he called lack of work ethic. His prescribed treatment for both conditions included, and I need you to hear this clearly, physical punishment. He wrote that whipping could cure the desire for freedom. He disguised brutality as medicine, and he created a template that has never fully disappeared. When a black man expresses justified anger, diagnose the anger, not the cause. Hollywood picked that template up and ran with it. In 2018, Black Panther gave us Eric Killmonger, and the writing team, led by director Ryan Coogler, made sure you understood exactly why Eric was angry. His father was murdered by the Wakandan king. He was abandoned as a child in Oakland. He grew up watching black people across the diaspora suffer while Wakanda, the most advanced nation on earth, hid its resources and did nothing. His diagnosis of the problem was correct. His argument was historically grounded. His grievance was real, and the film killed him for it. Not because he was wrong, because the film decided his response, his willingness to use force to end black suffering, made him too dangerous to let live. His conviction was framed as madness. His anger was framed as the illness. And T'Challa, the man who continued a policy of abandonment and watched the diaspora bleed, was the hero. Hey family, real talk. YouTube has shut down channels for telling exactly these kinds of stories. So I need you to find us off this platform. Go to blackstories-untold.com, join our mailing list, and make sure we stay connected no matter what they do. Now back to the list. The same pattern runs through Bushmaster in Luke Cage Season 2, also 2018. His family was murdered by the Stokes crime family. His pain was documented, specific, and historically rooted. The show called his pursuit of justice an obsession that drove him to insanity. The man with the righteous wound, diagnosed as the danger. Cartwright would have recognized the logic immediately. They have been running his playbook for 170 years, and they just updated the costume. But of all 4 tropes, the last one is the one that should make your blood run cold, because it is the most sophisticated, the most cruel, and the most deliberate. Number 4, the Predator. The other 3 tropes had white faces behind them from the start. Birth of a Nation, King Kong, Cartwright's Diagnosis, all produced by white institutions for white audiences. But the Predator trope found its modern form through a different mechanism. They built the weapon and then handed it to us to use on ourselves. In 1985, The Color Purple opened in theaters. Alice Walker had written a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel. about a Black woman's survival through extraordinary suffering. It was her story, her community, her people. When Hollywood came for the film rights, Walker was reluctant. She only agreed after consulting with friends and after securing contractual protections. She required that 50% of the production team outside the cast be Black, female, or from the third world. She wanted final script approval. Here is what happened anyway. Walker's screenplay was set aside. A Dutch-born white writer named Menno Magus was brought in as screenwriter. A white director named Steven Spielberg was handed the camera. Walker was reduced to an uncredited script doctor coaching actors on set. The story of Black women's pain, shaped by Black hands in the original text, was filtered through 2 white men before it reached the screen. Spike Lee said directly in film comment that Hollywood only greenlit the film because the Black men in it were depicted as one-dimensional animals. The NAACP officially called out the film for its stereotypical portrayal of Black males. James Baldwin criticized Spielberg for mangling Walker's vision. Black male professors called it a dangerous film in the Washington Post. Demonstrators picketed the premiere. And yet, the image held. The central picture that entered the culture from that film, that Black men are the primary threat to Black women, never left. It multiplied. Here is the part the data demands you understand. Black women do experience intimate partner violence at rates about 35% higher than white women. That is real. That pain is real. But researchers have found that when you control for socioeconomic factors, poverty, unemployment, housing instability, the racial gap in those numbers shrinks significantly. Domestic violence is not a Black male pathology. It is a human crisis driven by poverty and powerlessness that crosses every racial line. Hollywood does not make that distinction. Hollywood frames it as a Black male problem specifically, produced by Black male nature specifically, while white domestic violence at comparable absolute numbers receives no equivalent cultural campaign. And here is what makes this the sharpest blade of the 4. After 1985 proved there was a market for Black pain told through this lens, white Hollywood found something better than directing it themselves. They found Black creators who internalized the narrative and would produce it for them. The trope went internal. The supply chain got shorter. The fingerprints got harder to trace. They built the frame. They handed it to us. And now some of us police our own story inside their architecture without ever knowing we picked up someone else's weapon. Family, step back and look at all 4 together. The beast makes the Black man a physical threat, reduce him to his body, extract his labor, justify his containment. The ghost removes him from family, kill him early, make his absence the starting condition, teach children that his disappearance is normal. The crazy one discredits his voice, give him a real wound, then frame his response as the proof of his instability, so his testimony can never be trusted. And the predator turns his own community against him. Manufacture the image that he is the primary danger to the people he loves most, until the separation becomes self-enforcing. 4 tools, 1 target. And this did not happen by accident. Birth of a Nation was produced in 1915 as a deliberate political act by D.W. Griffith, who said openly that the film was a history written in lightning. Cartwright published his diagnosis in a medical journal because he needed institutional authority to enforce it. The Color Purple was produced by an industry that greenlit it precisely because it confirmed a specific image of Black men. These were decisions made by specific people with specific intentions, not cultural evolution, not storytelling instinct, strategy. And the reason this matters today, right now, this week, is because these 4 images are still running simultaneously across your streaming service. They are in the blockbusters your children are watching. They are in the prestige dramas critics are praising. They are in the shows that Black creators are being paid to make inside studios, still owned by the same class of people who built these tools in the first place. When you can name the trope, you can see through it. When you can see through it, you stop feeding it your belief. That is not a small thing, family. That is the beginning of building something different. You cannot replace a lie you cannot name. Now you know all 4. Say the names and stop letting them run. This was Black Stories Untold. And as always, thanks for watching. If you want more stories like this, click the video on your screen now.
I want to show you some other parts of the area as well, because other great context is just how many apartment complexes we are surrounded by right now. That a lot of families in this area, a lot of kids likely as well. In fact, I heard a kid earlier yelling for his mom in the car. So a scary scene to wake up to. And we know that because we've talked to people in this area. One of them, Donald Michael Crow, he says he has lived here for years and he is on his way out because he can't take it anymore. He says he wakes up to gunshots. What he feels like is every night. I spoke to another woman who feels like it's monthly. We haven't checked the data points on that, but it does just add the perspective of how often these scary scenes really occur around this area, how these people feel. Here's some other things that Donald told us about waking up in the middle of the night and it really feeling just common for him at this point.
I woke up to just bop, 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 bop. Every night is this way. I'm not surprised I wake up to gunshots every night. You wake up to gunshots in this area. It's loud and people are screaming at the night. People are fighting and stuff. So I was up till 1 o'clock and I heard the da, 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 da.
And this area, guys, he tells us that this nightclub is a really popular place for people to go to. They tend, he says, to start at the 7-Eleven, make their way over here. And he says it's just starting to get rowdy. When we told him 9 people were injured, again, 8 injured, 1 person dead. That's confirmed by Denver police this morning. He said he just feels sad and he's going to be saying a prayer today. We also caught him on his way walking to Walmart. He says he walks it every day, Ryan and Anusha. And at this point, he tells us he checks his back 6 times.
Wow. And, once again, they're waking up to, police on the crime scene and all of that investigation just at the very beginning stages. And actually going off of what Ali was saying, we've heard from other viewers, too, with concerns.
Yeah, it is really scary. And we know another shooting happened within a mile of that area back in January.
Yeah, you might remember that a teenager was killed and 3 adults were hurt while celebrating the capture of Nicolas Maduro back in January. We've heard from viewers asking about the reoccurrence of gun violence in this area. We are following up with police to get some answers. Of course, we will stay on top of this shooting that happened overnight. You can follow along anytime on our website, denver7.com.
A shooting overnight in southeast Denver killed 1 and sent 8 others to the hospital. It happened near the patio of the Ultra Lounge near Hamden and Dayton. That's near the Kennedy Golf Course. What happened overnight highlights nightlife changes Denver City Council are preparing to embrace upon. City Council may postpone a vote on a case where they're going to change the license of nightclubs in places like where the shooting happened. But if the changes do take place, it could perhaps deter events like last night. 9 News reporter Marshall Zellinger is live outside the nightclub for us now. Marshall, this nightclub was an after-party location for an earlier gathering in Aurora.
Apparently so, but this is the location where police believe at least 2 people fired shots, killing 1 and injuring 8 others. It was a little after midnight in the parking lot here near the patio of the nightclub right there. And if Denver City Council goes through and tries to vote on making changes to licensing places like this, the people who run places like this would be responsible for crowd control in a parking lot near a patio. The open sign was flashing long after Ultra Lounge was closed following a shooting near the patio in the parking area. Yellow markers counted dozens of pieces of evidence. It's the second deadly attack at this nightclub this year. A man was beaten to death in the parking lot in March. Today, the Public Nuisance Abatement Unit of Denver Police opened an investigation. If businesses are deemed a nuisance, they can have their operating license suspended or revoked. Reasons for that include unlawful use of a firearm, gang-related activity, and serving alcohol to someone underage or overly intoxicated. Changes to the licensing process for businesses in Denver is currently in front of Denver City Council. The major headline for those potential changes is that clubs could be allowed to stay open until 4 a.m. The relevant changes for a place like Ultra Lounge would be the following new requirements. Clubs like this would have to have video surveillance, which it appears this club does have. They would have to have a written security plan. They would have to post notices about banning weapons with clear signage at entrances that weapons are not allowed. And the business would be partially responsible for crowd control. Managers would need to make reasonable efforts to get crowds within 25 feet of the entrance to leave. The shooting near the patio appears to be within 25 feet of the entrance. I guess you could argue how far into the parking lot a business owner would be responsible for, because the ordinance would say 25 feet of the entrance. Where I'm standing to the patio right now is more than 25 feet from the entrance of the building. So there's a limit somewhere where it would no longer be the business responsibility. Reporting live in Denver, Marshall Zellinger, 9 News.
And Marshall, as you have been reporting on this, it's the bar owners and the businesses that have some concerns about this, while City Council had seemed to be on board.
Yeah, there's this potential vote to postpone voting on the changes, which we're still waiting for in the next few minutes, I believe, from Denver City Council. And I don't know if last night's event is the reason why they may want to postpone this for a few more weeks.
Yeah, a lot to think about there. All right, thank you, Marshall.
What I understand at this time is that just after midnight, we received a call of a disturbance at this location. And while en route, there was another call that was received of a shooting in the parking lot at this event. Officers arrived and found one victim that they did treat in the parking lot, and he was transported, but ultimately was determined to be deceased. There were 8 other victims that were either transported by medical or safety personnel or transported themselves to area hospitals. All of them, as I understand it, are in stable condition. What we understand is that there was another event at another location earlier in the day where there was a confrontation between 2 groups. Apparently that confrontation spilled over to this location later in the day where they confronted each other on the outdoor patio as well as in the parking lot, and gunfire ultimately erupted. So far at this time, we've not recovered any weapons, but the evidence suggests that at least 2 weapons were fired during this incident. Is there specific questions I can answer?
Were those 8 people injured just bystanders, or were they also involved with those 2?
We don't know. We're in the process of conducting a number of interviews right now, and so we imagine some of them may have been involved in the initial confrontation, but others may have just been bystanders. This is quite a large gathering that was here last night, unusual for a Sunday evening.
Were they all the victims, were they all in the same area on the patio?
Generally, so in the parking lot and on that patio area, I think that there were shots that were fired at both locations. I believe that they all sustained gunshot wounds of varying degrees of seriousness.
Talk about the difficulties of having so many victims come from one event, just the lack of resources and taking.
Sure. Obviously there were a lot of patrons that were here at this establishment, so that's a lot of witnesses to interview. Having to, have investigators go to area hospitals and interview witnesses as they're being treated. So quite a difficult situation. And really just kind of trying to piece together exactly what happened leading up to that shooting.
You had at least a dozen shooting victims over the course of your weekend.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about just the violent weekend we had and your message to the community?
Yes. Quite a troubling situation this weekend with, I think, 5 deaths, maybe 6. Certainly unusual in Denver, especially given our trends recently. But, what I can tell you is that, they are all unrelated to each other, but I think related in the fact that, significant impact on the community, significant impact on the families of those that were killed, and also on the families of those that were suspects in those shooting incidents. We are working with other city partners as community partners as well to really try to identify how we can respond to this. We do have connections with various violence interrupters that we dispatch into the community, to make sure that there are no retaliation events and any follow-on violence after an event like this. And typically we are successful. As you're probably aware, most of these shootings have not occurred in locations where we typically see violent events occur, but troubling nonetheless.
Was there a relationship between the victim who was shot and killed and the suspects?
At this incident, we don't know. We have not identified suspects. We have some descriptions of suspects in this case, so we don't know what the relation is between the victims and the suspects.
What is the relationship between the event that happened before and what happened?
My understanding is this was sort of an after party for that event that occurred, outside of our city, and so that's, I think, why they were not prepared as far as the security force was concerned. They did not anticipate such a large gathering on a Sunday evening, but I think the event at another location, I think, gathered several patrons that decided to move their after party over to this location.
Where was the other event?
It was in Aurora. So.
How many people were at this event?
Which event?
How many people?
I don't know. I mean, but quite a few. Again, larger than is anticipated on a Sunday evening for a nightclub establishment.
Were police called to the first event? You said there was an altercation.
Yes, there was a disturbance in the parking lot. We were called to that. We were en route when the second call was received.
So that it didn't happen significantly earlier today.
No. So the sort of the precipitating event, we believe, occurred much earlier in the day. I think individuals involved in that event came here for the after party, and that's where the second escalation of violence occurred.
And this area is no stranger to gun violence.
Sure.
The people that live around here have seen these types of things.
Yeah, I would imagine quite unusual for this area. I mean, previously, we know that there was a shooting after the capture of the Venezuelan president, where there was an altercation in the street. We know that incident occurred. There's been some other violence that has occurred in this neighborhood. Typically unusual, but unfortunately more commonplace. I think one of the challenges that we face in our city, all over our city, is that there are far too many people that have access to guns and just don't have the appropriate conflict resolution skills to keep, disturbance or a disagreement from escalating into gun violence.
And just clarify, you do or do not have information regarding the
We have descriptions, but we don't. But we don't have names or anything like that. So really just witness accounts of who they believe they saw.
So there was an event in Aurora earlier in the day, like in the afternoon.
Correct.
And then those people came here for the after party.
Yes.
You guys were called for a disturbance here?
Correct. So we were called for a disturbance that was, I think, emanating in the parking lot. As we were responding to that, that's when another call was received from the establishment saying that there were shots that were being fired.
Do you know the status and the condition of the people who were taken to the hospital?
I believe that they're in a serious but stable condition.
Do you believe this was targeted?
I mean, I believe that that there were two groups who were in conflict, and I think that they were engaging with each other, and so targeted in that sense, but not targeted in the sense that the people came here with the intent to shoot someone.
Groups as in, do you mean gang related?
We don't know. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to dig into their histories to see if there's any gang involvement or gang ties. We don't believe that this is necessarily a gang motivated event, though.
How long are you guys going to be here?
I would imagine we're going to be here for quite some time still. I mean, obviously a lot of evidence in the parking lot, shell casings and that to recover and evidence to document. And so I would imagine this parking lot will be closed for quite some time to go. All right. Well, thank you all. What I understand at this time is that just after midnight, we received a call of a disturbance event. Officers arrived and found one victim that they did treat in the parking lot, and he was transported, but ultimately was determined to be deceased. There were 8 other victims that were either transported by medical or safety personnel or transported themselves to area hospitals. All of them, as I understand it, are in stable condition. What we understand is that there was another event at another location earlier in the day where there was a confrontation between two groups. Apparently that confrontation spilled over to this location later in the day, where they confronted each other on the outdoor patio as well as in the parking lot, and gunfire ultimately erupted. So far at this time, we've not recovered any weapons, but the evidence suggests that at least 2 weapons were fired during this incident. Is there specific questions I can answer?
Were those 8 people injured just bystanders, or were they also involved with those 2?
We don't know. We're in the process of conducting a number of interviews right now, and so we imagine some of them may have been involved in the initial confrontation, but others may have just been bystanders. This is quite a large gathering that was here last night, unusual for a Sunday evening.
Were they all the victims? Were they all in the same area on the patio?
Generally, so in the parking lot and on that patio area, I think that there were shots that were fired at both locations. I believe that they all sustained gunshot wounds of varying degrees of seriousness.
Talk about the difficulties of having so many victims come and just the lack of resources and taking.
Sure. Obviously there were a lot of patrons that were here at this establishment, so that's a lot of witnesses to interview. Having to, have investigators go to area hospitals and interview witnesses as they're being treated. So quite a difficult situation. And really just kind of trying to piece together exactly what happened leading up to that shooting.
We had at least a dozen shooting victims over the course of the weekend.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about just the violent weekend we had and your message to the community?
Yes. Quite a troubling situation this weekend with, I think, 5 deaths, maybe 6. Certainly unusual in Denver, especially given our trends recently. But, what I can tell you is that, they are all unrelated to each other, but I think related in the fact that, significant impact on the community, significant impact on the families of those that were killed, and also on the families of those that were suspects in those shooting incidents. We are working with other city partners as community partners as well to really try to identify how we can respond to this. We do have connections with various violence interrupters that we dispatch into the community, to make sure that there are no retaliation events and any follow-on violence after an event like this. And typically we are successful. As you're probably aware, most of these shootings have not occurred in locations where we typically see violent events occur, but troubling nonetheless.
Is there a relationship between the victim who was shot and killed and the suspects?
At this incident, we don't know. We have not identified suspects. We have some descriptions of suspects in this case, so we don't know what the relation is between the victims and the suspects.
What is the relationship between the event that happened before and what happened?
My understanding is this was sort of an after party for that event that occurred, outside of our city, and so that's, I think, why they were not prepared as far as the security force was concerned. They did not anticipate such a large gathering on a Sunday evening, but I think the event at another location, I think, got several patrons that decided to move their after party over to this location.
Where was the other event?
It was in Aurora. So.
How many people were at this event?
Which event?
How many people?
I don't know. I mean, but quite a few. Again, larger than is anticipated on a Sunday evening for a nightclub establishment.
Were police called to the first event? You said there was an altercation.
Yes, there was a disturbance in the parking lot. We were called to that. We were en route when the second call was received.
So that it didn't happen significantly earlier today.
No. So the sort of the precipitating event, we believe, occurred much earlier in the day. I think individuals involved in that event came here for the after party, and that's where the second escalation of violence occurred.
And this area is no stranger to gun violence.
Sure. Yeah, I would imagine quite unusual for this area. I mean, previously, we know that there was a shooting after the capture of the Venezuelan president, where there was an altercation in the street. We know that incident occurred. There's been some other violence that has occurred in this neighborhood. Typically unusual, but unfortunately more commonplace. I think one of the challenges that we face in our city, all over our city, is that there are far too many people that have access to guns and just don't have the appropriate conflict resolution skills to keep, disturbance or disagreement from escalating into gun violence.
And just clarifying, you do or do not have information regarding the suspects of your description?
We have descriptions, but we don't. But we don't have names or anything like that. So really just witness accounts of who they believe they saw.
Just to be clear, so there was an event in Aurora earlier in the afternoon.
Correct.
And then those people came here for the after party.
Yes.
You guys were called for a disturbance here?
Correct. So we were called for a disturbance that was, I think, emanating in the parking lot. As we were responding to that, that's when another call was received from the establishment saying that there were shots that were being fired.
Do you know the status and the condition of the people who were taken to the hospital?
I believe that they're in a serious but stable condition.
Do you believe this was targeted?
I mean, I believe that that there were two groups who were in conflict, and I think that they were engaging with each other, and so targeted in that sense, but not targeted in the sense that the people came here with the intent to shoot someone.
Groups as in, do you mean gang related?
We don't know. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to dig into their histories to see if there's any gang involvement or gang ties. We don't believe that this is necessarily a gang motivated event, though.
How long are you guys going to be here?
I would imagine we're going to be here for quite some time still. I mean, obviously, a lot of evidence in the parking lot, shell casings, and that to recover and evidence to document. And so I would imagine this parking lot will be closed for quite some time to go. All right. Well, thank you all.
We continue to follow breaking news this half hour. We've learned that one person is dead, 8 others are hurt after an overnight shooting at a Denver nightclub. Thanks for joining us here at 7:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Sam Shocker. 9 News reporter Ria Jha is on scene right now. Ria, what is the latest?
Yeah, we know that the club posted an Instagram story and on their Facebook about an event that happened here last night. It was an after party that was supposed to go from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. And we've been speaking to people here on scene who said they were here at that after party and that the shooting happened out of nowhere. Some of the people in that group said they were friends and family of the victim, and they said that he was shot and killed while he was on the patio. At least that's what they were told by police. We don't know yet where the shots were fired from, but police said that there are multiple evidence markers in the parking lot outside that patio. Denver police said that this happened around 12:07 this morning. The area that we're at is on East Hampton Avenue and South Dayton Street. Investigators believe at least 2 people fired shots, and police have not announced any arrests, identified any suspects, or said what led up to the shooting. We do know that 8 other people are at the hospital right now, but unsure of their conditions. And just for context, this is also the place where police investigated a deadly assault earlier this year. A man was beaten to death here at this parking lot back in March. There's an apartment complex here right across the street. It's called Gramercy Apartments. I spoke with people who live there who said that this isn't the first time this place has gotten rowdy. They said they heard the gunshots last night, and so far I've been trying to keep up with the Ultra Lounge East Facebook and Instagram. They're pretty active on those social media, and they haven't posted any updates on there so far. So we'll keep monitoring this scene and talking to people here for more information. Reporting live in Denver, Ria Jha, 9 News.
They lied to y'all. Today, we're breaking down the lies.
Today, we're breaking down the systemic problems
and the logistical nightmares
of living internationally that no one warned you about.
When we first started living international, our biggest nightmare, our largest anxiety is not being able to access our money on the road.
And that came true for us during our first year of living abroad.
We were denied access.
Yeah. So, and this is despite preparing our banks ahead of time. You know, at the time, we had to call and let them know we'll be traveling out of the country, we'll be returning. Never.
I was dealing with a credit union at the time. That same credit union shut me out of my funds. This was our major bank account. So I'm gonna straighten it out. We call the bank and they go to authenticate me to make sure that I am who I am. And we run into another roadblock.
Right. This is crazy because like that little plastic card, that is your lifeline out there. But this is any of your accounts that you're logging into and your device registers that you're in a different country and it forces a text verification code to be sent to your US phone number.
3 words that I have come to loathe since we've been living on the road. 2-factor authentication. I despise these words from head to toe.
Right. And the thing is, for us, we cut ties with our US phone number. Bye.
Bye-bye, Sprint. I want none of you.
Goodbye,
Verizon, holla back, sucker. No more of that. And it came about us in the behind because we had the hardest time authenticating who we were to get to our account.
Exactly. Especially with the changes in time zone and trying to contact your bank in this instance when they're open.
This was like a 2 or 3 day ordeal, hell that we went through just to get access to my own money. Now, to avoid this happening, there are some key things that you can and should do before you move internationally.
And that's having access to your money multiple ways.
Whole bunch of ways, y'all. Look, so right now we got what? Apple Pay, Google Wallet. But one of our biggest ones that we use a lot is this Wise account, okay? The Wise account allows us to take money from our bank accounts, put them in Wise, allot them an allowance per month. It helps us in a couple of different ways. One of the major ways is our US bank account never comes into contact with these international banks or vendors or anything else. We have an insulator between our US accounts.
Have their virtual card and physical card.
Why? Because our accounts have gone into a couple of times, y'all.
Yep. Lessons learned.
And then we had to go through this authentication thing and then go through shutting down this credit card, get another credit card mailed out to you. It's just kind of a nightmare scenario that keeps unfolding one thing after another. So to insulate yourselves, get a Wise account or some type of account that's a buffer between you and your bank account.
Now, a solution to that authenticator, let's say if you did want to get rid of your US account like we did, and we learned this by experience as well, we had signed up with Text Now, other options that we thought would have worked that do not.
A little acronym I want you to remember, VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocols, all right? Voice over Internet Protocols are not for me. VoIP is not for me. Look, that stupid behind Google Voice, our Text Now will not work when you start trying to handle business internationally. They are not secure. 2-factor authentication will not go through them. You will not be able to do any type of real business with an institution that cares about security through those protocols. You're going to have to find another way. VoIP is not for me. So what can we do?
Well, you can keep your US carrier if you want to hang on to that account. You can sign up for a company like Tello, which gives you a US account, not a VoIP. You actually have a US phone number.
I think it's like $5 a month.
Now, we're paying the lowest plan, and that allows us to get our text messages whenever we need to access sensitive things like that.
But we're not the only nomads that had this issue. So they have a whole bunch of different apps and authentication.
There's Google Authenticator, there's Microsoft Authenticator, there's a few other options out there.
So all kinds of different things that you can do and that you should do and get access to before you move abroad. So everything is okay. You got access to your accounts. Your money is flowing. You have no more anxieties keeping you up at night about not being able to access your money or somebody breaking into your main account and hacking your account.
Right.
But now it's this other looming dark shadow over your head wherever you go in the world, and that is United States taxes. There's some weird kind of stuff going around in the nomadisphere where people are talking about if you leave the United States, you don't have to pay no taxes. Or if you leave the United States, you don't have to pay your credit card bills no more. Man, that's a stone cold lie. Complete lie.
That is a lie. Do not get caught up in it, because the U.S. is one of those countries in the world that taxes you on your worldwide income. They tax you as long as you hold citizenship in the U.S.
And they have tentacles going into all these different societies. Like Thailand just signed up last year. We'll give you all the information about your people you want. Whatever the bank accounts are, we'll just give you that information. They have tentacles everywhere. So
these countries are talking and they are sharing information, so you cannot run from
Like
your
never
taxes.
before.
In fact, like, you might think you can, but the U.S. can revoke your passport
if you owe more than $5,000 in taxes.
If you owe child support.
That's right. The passport does give you freedom, but the IRS holds that leash. One of the biggest barriers to living abroad is earning money. Most people are earning income around new skills they've learned, repackaging old skills, or taking advantage of new trends. There really is no limit. Some people are actually able to turn their knowledge and passion of travel into an actual business. That's where today's sponsor, Aurora, comes in.
Aurora is a modern travel agency where you can build a real travel business without starting completely from scratch. Aurora already has the infrastructure in place: professional booking tools, advisor training, a built-in community, and access to over 7,000 travel partners.
Starting a business solo costs different subscriptions, platforms, setup fees. But a Aurora membership covers all of that.
Aurora's travel advisor space is serious business. They have access to training, industry knowledge, and experienced advisors. Plus, Aurora advisors can unlock perks for clients like upgrades, resort credits, and late checkouts. That's the behind-the-scenes value that really counts.
So if travel is already something you genuinely enjoy planning, become a Aurora advisor today at foreigntravel.com/YouTube.
Or click the link in our description to learn more and become a Aurora advisor.
There is a thing called double taxation. You might be considered a tax resident in a particular country if you get residency there, if you stay for a certain number of days. And in that case, you can tax on both ends.
On both ends, y'all. Now, you might qualify for some tax exemptions if you live internationally for the majority of the year and all these kind of different things. Just make sure that your ducks in a row. Foreign earned income exclusion is not a myth. You can get exempt from paying U.S. taxes up to a certain threshold, but you have to fall within a lot of different parameters, and you need to know those parameters. Your U.S. tax bill is still due in April. Whether hail or sleet or rain or snow, the IRS got to get their cash flow, period. And they will track you down, revoke your passport, or cause all kinds of trouble for you. Don't get what's sniped up in here. Pay your tax bill. Wherever you are at in the United States or outside the United States, worldwide income, they will find you and get their cut eventually. So before you leave the United States, because it is something that's very difficult to set up internationally, get that thing established before you leave. Set your account up online so you can pay your bill when the bill is due. Save yourself the trouble.
Another issue that could turn into a nightmare while you are abroad is figuring out your physical immigration status in these countries.
If you're a slow traveler, there is a lot of different dates that you need to remember. Your registration date, what information needs to be to a country 10 days before I get there, or 3 days before I get there. How long do I get to stay in this country? Your calendar of notifications is kind of long.
It's literally a countdown, and for some people, this can be physically exhausting. This can be mentally exhausting just because of so many dates that you have to juggle to make sure you are somewhere legally.
Now, it depends on who you are, quite frankly. This is something that did not require a whole lot of mental bandwidth from myself. When the dates come up, we'll handle it when it gets there. I'll be all right. But as we talk to friends and whatnot, this is like a taxing problem on their mental state.
We're not talking about friends. We're talking about me. Like, I'm one of those people, because this is like where you get intimately familiar with border runs and visa agents and immigration officers and extension offices and things like that, because
when you're a slow traveler, you are constantly managing a calendar of countdowns. 30 days here, 90 days here. You get intimately familiar with border runs, visa agents, extension offices, immigration centers, and wondering if the immigration officer that you're going through today is going to look at your passports and say that this is the day that they turn you away.
If we're going to be honest, our first few years on the road, April was wound up tight. All around
For
our
sure.
different check-ins, all
Mhm.
around our
Yeah.
visa runs. April was wound up tight. Are you still that way?
I'm less so, and I think that's because of the experience that we've had. Like I'm not typically a type A person, but I was a type A traveler during the times where we really had to make sure our paperwork was in order.
Now, we don't have a remedy for this. I think only time on the road gives you that kind of peace, knowing that you're going to move on to the next destination when it's time, knowing that, oh, it's been a couple of months. I have that notification in my phone that says, oh, it's time for us to get up out of here or whatever. But you need to know that there are lots of different dates that you need to be aware of. You know, if you spend over 183 days in most countries, you become a tax resident.
Yep.
This country had 60 days, but then they extended it to 90 days so I can stay here a little bit longer. Or, inside of this country, I can stay 60 days, but I have to go check in their immigration department for another additional 30 days. All kinds of different information, and nobody's responsible for it except for you.
Right. So while you might be in a place and you're like, all right, I got 45 days. I'm going to unpack all my things. I'm going to put my stuff in the closet and my clothes in the drawer. Like mentally, though, it's harder to unpack because you're thinking about what's next.
That's something that people don't talk about that you should be aware of. And Lord forbid you get sick and you have to do a border run.
With sicknesses, no matter whether you're home or abroad, you have to make sure that you are covered. A lot of times when we're traveling, we were taking vacations and things like that, your travel medical coverage might be sufficient.
Yeah, so there are a couple of different coverages out here for nomads, right? The majority of coverages out here in the world, when you look at nomad insurance plans, they make it seem like this insurance that you get is all comprehensive and it follows you wherever you go across the globe. The reality of the situation is standard travel insurance is made for catastrophes, for when major things go wrong, not for routine maintenance, not for getting your blood work, or not for getting your regular checkup. So make sure that the insurance that you get is to the level that you need it, especially if you are growing older out here internationally. Now, a lot of countries that you go to, you can afford to get your own blood work. You can afford to buy the medication. You can afford to do a lot of different things because the U.S. is absolutely graping their citizens in the medical fields. But there are some plans out here that can take care of you. There's worldwide coverage. Synchrony has a plan called Nomad
Insurance Complete. Right, and that's their comprehensive coverage. They've had a Nomad Insurance Essential for a while, and that's the basic coverage for travelers on vacation and things like that. But when you're living internationally, you want regular maintenance on things.
You want to get your blood work done.
Right.
You want to do regular checkups, make sure that you are good to go. And that coverage does that. So if you are interested in the Nomad Insurance Complete, the affiliate link is in our description.
This is one that sneaks up on you. You miss the birthdays, the baby showers, the Sunday dinners, the holidays. And at first, everyone is staying in touch with FaceTime, but gradually, life starts to move on. Time zones start to wear everyone down, and you start to feel a bit disconnected. And because you're losing that anchor back home, you try to find it abroad, which presents a set of its own problems.
Finding your community internationally is a job on its own. Now, maintaining that community is a whole other set of issues. We've ran into some really good friends on the road, and we haven't seen them since the last country that we were in. We've also ran into people that we've intentionally ran into in multiple different countries. So we're not going to sit up here and tell you that, it's just such a sad song, but some people suffer from chronic isolation.
I mean, the nomad community, it's very transient. We travel a lot, and so do a lot of people.
Everybody we know, everybody is on their way somewhere. So that can be a problem if you're a person that thrives on that human connection.
I mean, it gets tough, or just know that isolation may be something that you experience. Yeah. And there are communities where, transient travelers kind of
That's true. You know what?
in and out.
This 2026, y'all. So they're, FaceTiming folks, all kinds of different digital meetups, all kinds of different meetups. Honestly, this was on our list, but I don't feel that strongly about it. But it's something that you should be aware of. It is a real thing, feeling lonely in a whole different country. having to go out to places where nobody knows your name, nobody speaks your language, you're ordering something to eat, it's difficult to order whatever it is to eat.
Right. And then like back home, right? Those friendships are a bit different. Right now I have family who's rallied around another family member who is waiting on the birth of a new baby coming in. We're missing that.
Yep. Real talk. Kids, graduations, marriages, baby showers, all that stuff. Real things that you're going to miss living on the road.
You will always be a guest. You will always be looked at through the lens of a tourist or an expat, although you will notice that you're making strides when you're no longer being charged that tourist tax.
I love being places where we fit in, where people can tell that we are not locals until we open our mouth. Right. That is awesome. But the majority of places that you go, oh, buddy, you're another.
And we don't mind being others.
Not at all.
Sometimes we're one of the only. So you might turn heads. There might be stares and pictures and pointing and laughing, curiosity, admiration. There's a whole gambit of things you might experience being an other, one of which being you don't feel like you ever belong in the society or the community that you're in.
Now you meet some aunties, you meet some uncles that take you in and take you under their wing. I'm not trying to say that does not happen. That happens quite often, but it is not commonplace. And when it does happen, you celebrate it. But there's a level of being comfortable in your own skin that you are confronted with when you live abroad. And coming to terms with that sooner than later will enable you to be a happier person.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of when you're abroad and you're meeting people, building your own tribe, your own community. I'm not just talking about your community of foreigners, but of locals alike, as much as you can, trying to assimilate to where you are.
This is the new world. This is it. International lifestyle. One globe, one love, one people. We're all trying to come together in our own different ways to unite to be a family of choice, if that makes sense at all. If you cannot get along in this world, then don't take it on. But these people out here lying to you, acting like it's all excursions, it's all exotic food and none of the downside.
It is adventurous, it's exciting.
It's also diarrhea, it's also headaches, you know what I'm saying?
It's also challenging.
It's also challenging. Like, you need to know these things, man. You're not signing up for an extended vacation, you're signing up for a lifestyle. Now, our final little piece of this puzzle is something that's not going to make sense to you, honestly. But the longer you stay internationally, the weirder it's gonna be when you go back.
And this is reverse culture shock.
Look, man, re-entering the matrix after you've been out of it, man, you see things for what they are. It's no disrespect to the people who are in the United States, but it's like the United States is not a real place.
You realize that you've changed a bit, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you've changed a lot, but it will seem like other things have kind of stayed the same.
It'll seem like people are just consumed with consuming everything around them. It'll seem like the chicken wings are bigger than your head. This is reverse culture shock, and it is a real thing. Every time we go back, we're just itching to get back to our real lives. We want to see our families, we want to see our friends, want to spread the love. But I don't know, the atmosphere of the United States, it just kind of wears on you.
For example, you know how people will complain or experience culture shock when Americans are tipping abroad, right? Or they come to the States and realize that they have to tip when that's not normal in their country.
Look, we went to a submarine shop where you order a sub, they prepare it. When you get down to the line, they had this thing of tipping, and it wasn't even 10%. It started at 20%.
When y'all make that change?
We went to go get groceries, and the self-checkout line had a tip thing on there. For people who live internationally, this is some wild behavior. And every time we go back, it seems like it's wilder and wilder.
We would love to hear some reverse culture shocks.
Man, hit us up.
You had in the comments.
Hit us up. We appreciate you guys rolling with us. If you have any remedies that we have not covered inside of this video for the different things that we talked about, because this is a community, this is a growing community, we really want you to hit us up in the comments, get at us, talk to us about your experiences. We are here to listen. We are here to share. We are here to learn. We're here to grow, and we're here to love.
Everything you've been taught about ancient Africa is a lie. While Hollywood had you believing Wakanda was pure fantasy, The truth is that multiple African kingdoms achieved technological marvels that would make vibranium look ordinary. Real civilizations thrived for over 2,000 years, building pyramids that outnumbered Egypt's, creating bronze art so sophisticated that modern museums still can't explain the techniques, and developing iron technology while Europe was stuck banging rocks together. But here's what they don't want you to know. European colonizers didn't just steal Africa's resources. They stole its history. They systematically erased these achievements from every textbook, every museum, every narrative they could control. Why? Because acknowledging African brilliance would shatter their entire story about who needed to be civilized. Today, we're exposing the real Wakandas that Hollywood borrowed from, and the centuries-long cover-up that followed. Our story begins not in the kingdoms you might expect, but deep in the Nigerian plateau over 3,500 years ago. While most of the ancient world was still struggling with copper tools, the Nok people were doing something revolutionary. They skipped an entire technological age. Between 1500 BCE and 300 CE, Nok communities achieved what archaeologists call the greatest metallurgical leap in human history. They went straight from stone to iron, completely bypassing bronze. At sites like Taruga, 13 iron smelting furnaces dating to 280 BCE reveal furnace designs that can reach 1200 degrees Celsius. That's hot enough to melt copper twice over. The Nok mastered both metalworking and artistic expression. Their terracotta sculptures span 78,000 square kilometers, an area larger than most U.S. states. Each sculpture required precise kiln temperatures of 800 to 900 degrees Celsius and clay that chemical analysis proves came from a single source. This means centralized production, trade networks, and quality control across vast distances. The figures themselves tell stories of a complex society. Elaborate hairstyles indicating social rank, jewelry showing wealth distribution, and tools revealing their revolutionary iron technology. Some hold slingshots and bows for hunting. Others display the agricultural implements that would transform Africa forever. This iron revolution spread across West Africa through Nok trade networks, laying the technological foundation for every great kingdom that would follow. Fast forward several centuries, and that Nok innovation has traveled north to create something unprecedented, an African kingdom that would conquer the land of the pharaohs themselves. In 1070 BCE, as Egypt's new kingdom crumbled, the kingdom of Kush seized its moment from the capital at Napata. The Kushites had been watching their northern neighbors, learning and building their own power. What they created would dwarf their rivals in ways that still shock archaeologists today. Sudan contains 255 pyramids, compared to Egypt's 118. The tourist destination everyone thinks of as the land of pyramids was actually outdone by its African neighbor to the south. The secret to Kush's power lay in their mastery of iron technology inherited from cultures like the Nok. While their enemies still wielded bronze weapons, Kushite armies carried iron spears and swords forged in furnaces that could reach temperatures no Bronze Age civilization could match. Recent excavations at Meroe reveal massive iron smelting complexes that turned the royal city into an ancient industrial center. Between 712 and 664 BCE, Kushite pharaohs like Pia and Taharko conquered Egypt and ruled as the 25th dynasty. Black African kings wore the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, restoring temples that Egyptian rulers had neglected and expanding trade networks from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. Kush's power extended far beyond military conquest. Their trade networks stretched across 3 continents, connecting the African interior to Mediterranean markets and Indian Ocean commerce. Ivory, gold, ebony, and iron weapons flowed north, while Mediterranean goods, Indian textiles, and Chinese ceramics reached deep into Africa. Kushite merchants carried African innovations in metallurgy, medicine, and mathematics across the ancient world. The kingdom's mathematical sophistication shows in their pyramid construction, which required precise astronomical calculations and complex geometric understanding. Their water management systems included reservoirs, channels, and drainage networks that supported over 25,000 people in a desert environment, engineering that European cities wouldn't achieve for another millennium. Just like the Kushite built an empire that controlled trade across 3 continents, we're building a movement to reclaim our stolen history If you want to help restore the truth about African kingdoms that rivaled any ancient civilization, subscribe to Black Stories Untold and join the resistance against historical erasure. Now, back to the video. Yet, even as Kush dominated the Nile Valley, another African power was rising in the east, ready to control the seas themselves. Hidden deep in the Ethiopian islands, the kingdom of Aksum was building something that would make Rome take notice. From the 1st to 8th centuries CE, Aksum earned recognition as a major ancient superpower, standing alongside Rome, Persia, and China in terms of influence and reach. Building on the trade foundations that Kush had established, Aksum expanded African influence across the Red Sea and into the Indian Ocean. Mountain fortresses provided visibility for miles while remaining close enough to the coast to control the sea routes that connected 3 continents. Roman coins bearing the inscription King of Kings acknowledge Aksum's ruler, the African Christian emperor who controlled trade routes Rome desperately needed. Aksumite merchant fleets carried African iron technology, mathematical knowledge, and agricultural innovations to Arabia, India, and beyond. Their coins, bearing inscriptions in Greek, Ge'ez, and South Arabian, have been found as far as India and Sri Lanka, proof of commercial reach that rivaled any empire in history. But it's their engineering that truly demonstrates African genius. The 1,700-year-old obelisk of Aksum stands 24 meters tall and weighs 160 tons, a single piece of granite that required mathematical precision and engineering knowledge to quarry, transport, and erect. Recent ground-penetrating radar reveals these monuments are just the visible tips of vast underground complexes, royal tombs, ceremonial chambers, and water systems that supported over 20,000 people in a highland environment. These water systems showcase African innovation at its finest. Underground cisterns carved from solid rock, stone-lined channels that captured highland rainfall, and terraced irrigation that distributed water throughout the city. European visitors wouldn't see such sophisticated urban water management for centuries. In 320 CE, King Asana's conversion to Christianity made Aksum the first sub-Saharan African state to adopt the religion. Rather than cultural surrender, this represented strategic brilliance. Christian Aksum became Rome's key ally in a region dominated by rival Persian and Arabian powers. The rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, carved from solid volcanic rock in the 12th century, proved that Aksumite engineering traditions survived long after the kingdom's political decline. These churches required architects to think in 3 dimensions, carving interconnected chambers while maintaining structural integrity. Mathematical and engineering knowledge passed down through generations of African craftsmen. As Aksum's naval power dominated the eastern seas, the forests of West Africa were witnessing their own technological revolution, one that would produce art so sophisticated it would break European minds centuries later. The knowledge that had flowed from the Noke Plateau and the ironworking traditions that had built Kushite power were evolving into the Kingdom of Benin, where African metallurgy would reach its absolute peak. From the 13th to 19th centuries, Benin City housed over 100,000 inhabitants within earthwork walls that stretched 16,000 kilometers in total, creating one of the most extensive defensive networks in human history. These fortifications served as mathematical marvels that enclosed 500 interconnected settlements across 6,500 square kilometers using fractal geometry, patterns repeated at different scales throughout the city's design. Portuguese explorer Lourenço Pinto, arriving in 1691, could barely comprehend what he was seeing. Great Benin, where the king resides, is larger than Lisbon. All the streets run straight and as far as the eye can see. Deliberate urban planning created this marvel that European cities wouldn't achieve for centuries. The political system governing this vast territory demonstrates African innovations in statecraft that would influence democratic thinking worldwide. The Oba ruled through 3 distinct councils: the Uzama, hereditary chiefs; the Eghafbo Inore, palace chiefs; and the Eghafbo Inogbe, town chiefs. This system of checks and balances prevented absolute monarchy while maintaining efficient administration, a political innovation that predated European constitutional governments by centuries. But it was in bronze casting that Benin achieved true immortality. Using brass imported through Portuguese trade, Edo artisans created over 3,000 bronze plaques that served as historical records, cast in metal. Each plaque required furnace temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius and precise alloy compositions that modern metallurgists recognize as technically optimal. The lost wax casting process demanded mathematical precision, artistic vision, and metallurgical knowledge that represented the pinnacle of human achievement. The bronze plaques functioned as libraries in metal, documenting royal history, religious ceremonies, and daily life with details so intricate that each hair on a person's head was individually rendered. The artistic techniques perfected in Benin influenced bronze working traditions across West Africa, connecting to kingdoms from Ife to the Akan territories of Ghana. The technological sophistication extended beyond art. Archaeological evidence shows Benin's ironworkers produced steel using locally sourced ore and developed agricultural tools that supported intensive farming in forest environments. Their metallurgical knowledge built directly on techniques pioneered by the Nok, demonstrating technological continuity across more than 2 millennia. Yet, this achievement would become the target of the greatest cultural crime in human history. In 1897, British forces conquered Benin and systematically destroyed a civilization. They burned the royal archives, erasing centuries of written history. They stole over 3,000 bronze artworks and auctioned them in London, using the proceeds to fund further colonial expeditions. Major General Harry Rawson, who led the expedition, wrote that the artifacts were spoils of war that would help civilize Africa by showing Europeans what Africans were capable of under proper guidance. The object theft extended to narrative destruction. When British forces first saw the Benin bronzes, they couldn't process that Africans had created art superior to anything in European museums. They began a century-long campaign to rewrite history itself. European archaeologists consistently attributed every African achievement to external influences. When Bernard Fagg discovered those revolutionary Knox sculptures in 1943, academic papers immediately suggested Arab or Mediterranean origins, despite radiocarbon dating proven indigenous development. When German archaeologist Leo Frobenius found Ife bronze heads in 1910, he claimed they resembled classical European art and must represent a lost colony of Atlantis. Anything except African genius. This pattern became academic policy. UNESCO's initial assessments of African archaeological sites emphasized foreign influences over indigenous innovation. The Smithsonian labeled African collections as primitive art, influenced by more advanced civilizations. Academic journals published theories suggesting Phoenician colonies, ancient astronaut interventions, anything that avoided acknowledging African technological mastery. The British Museum currently houses over 900 Benin bronzes, generating millions in annual revenue, while Nigeria's repatriation requests remain unfulfilled. Museum director Neil McGregor stated in 2009 that the bronzes were safer in London than Nigeria, the same colonial justification used for the original theft. Similar stolen collections filled the Louvre, Metropolitan Museum, and German institutions, all profiting from African genius while denying African achievement. Educational systems completed the erasure. British colonial education policies, implemented across Africa from 1900 to 1960, taught that Africa had no history worth studying. American textbooks continued this through the 1980s, presenting Africa as the dark continent without civilizations or achievements, despite housing stolen evidence of African brilliance in their own museums. The conspiracy was complete. Steal the evidence, deny the achievement, profit from the theft. Archaeological evidence buried in African soil, oral histories preserved by African scholars, and modern technology continue revealing the truth. Archaeological techniques now prove what African communities always knew. Radiocarbon dating confirms that Kushite ironworking predated European techniques by centuries. Chemical analysis of Benin bronzes reveals unique alloy compositions, indicating indigenous metallurgical knowledge. Satellite imagery continues, revealing previously unknown urban sites across sub-Saharan Africa, each discovery making the cover-up more obvious. African scholars are reclaiming their narrative, using modern technology to reveal the full scope of ancestral accomplishments. DNA analysis shows indigenous development without external influence. Architectural studies prove African innovations in urban planning, hydraulic engineering, and construction techniques. Metallurgical research demonstrates that African ironworking, bronze casting, and steel production achieve levels of sophistication that European craftsmen wouldn't match for centuries. Today's African achievements build directly on these ancient foundations. Rwanda's drone delivery networks echo Oxamite trade innovations. Nigeria's fintech revolution continues Benin's commercial sophistication. South Africa's mining technologies advance Kushite metallurgical knowledge. African brilliance flows unbroken from ancient kingdoms to modern innovations. Wakanda existed in the highlands of Aksum, the forests of Benin, the deserts of Kush, and the plateaus of Nat, hidden in plain sight, protected by geography and African ingenuity. We cannot forget, and we will not let them erase us. These stories belong to us, and we're taking them back. They tried to convince the world that Africa had no history, no achievements, no civilizations worth remembering. The evidence speaks louder than their lies. Africa stands as the foundation of human civilization. If you believe these stories need to be told, subscribe to Black Stories Untold and help us spread the truth they don't want you to know. Share this video, research your own heritage, and never let anyone tell you that Africa has no history, because we are the history they tried to erase. And if you want to understand how the same forces that erased these kingdoms tried to erase the humanity of our people, watch our video, 20 Terrifying Facts About Slavery. They didn't just steal our history. They tried to steal our souls.
All right, apologize, I fell asleep, so I'm gonna end the show now. Join us in like 20 hours. In 10 hours for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Special edition. We'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, delineations, and Black Power. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to William Lynch. Shout out to Thomas. Shout out to Lady Chase. Shout out to Sister B for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to Leonard A. Judah for coming through. Shout out to Hey Rue Apocalypse for coming through. Shout out to Crack Netta for coming through. Shout out to Michael from Chick Named Star for coming through. Black RU for coming through. Tethers Dookie Outside out coming through. And anybody else peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Plummer signing out from the Mile High Incoming Illegal Money for the City. Peace.